Chapter 1101. No, Yi Chen's aura is rising too fast. He's activating a secret technique. Many in the sect immediately noticed this unusual change. One of the leaders said, "It depends on Yi Chen. Can he hold on until the end of the secret technique and kill the 12 leaders? If the secret technique ends and he still can't kill them, Yi Chen will die on the spot, of course. And the top 6 sects will all strike." However, there is also Mr. Jingshui. He and Yi Chen are enemies as well. If Yi Chen cannot kill the 12 leaders and Mr. Jingshui, I'm afraid he will die. The battle in Qinjue Square was fierce to the extreme. Suddenly, from ancient depths, an overwhelming force tore space apart, and a figure stepped through. The man was full of vicissitudes, yet when he looked at Yi Chen, he said, "Yi Chen, can you stop for a moment? It's not too late to deal with the Huang family first, and then kill these people." Han Yun. Yi Chen recognized him at a glance. "Do you dare to stop me?" "No. I'm not blocking you. I'm simply making a suggestion." Han Yun lowered his head slightly and said, "Among the 6 sects, a few can still serve as pillars to resist the Blood Spirit clan. It's better to spare their lives and let them deal with the Huang family and the Blood Spirit clan. After that, their fate will depend on their luck." He was clearly a high-level cultivator who cared deeply for Kunlun Su. There was no choice. For years, the Blood Spirit clan had suppressed Kunlun Su step by step. Kunlun's strength had reached a breaking point. Naturally, Han Yun wanted to preserve as much fighting power as possible. Yi Chen calculated in his heart, "Blood 7 Knights lends me power, but I can only kill the 12 leaders. But there was still Jingshui and the people of the Huang family. Then let Blood 7 Knights come out." But with so many people present, it wasn't suitable to reveal Blood 7 Knights. Besides, they were all enemies of the Blood Spirit clan. In such a brutal war, none of them would survive anyway. Better to use them to deal with the Blood Spirit clan. I can spare them. But there are 3 people who must die. Yi Chen's voice echoed across heaven and earth, carrying an irresistible authority. "Yi Chen, you." "Yi Chen, what do you mean? Master Han Yun already told us to stop, and you still want to fight?" Huang Putian and the Ling Heizong leader were immediately enraged. "Shut up!" Han Yun shouted. A violent force erupted, and the two were instantly struck back, coughing blood. He glanced coldly at the 12 leaders and said, "If any of you dare to speak again, I will kill you all." In front of Han Yun, the 12 leaders could not muster the slightest will to battle. They obediently withdrew and waited for Han Yun's verdict. Han Yun's ancestor asked, "Little brother Yi, which 3 people do you wish to kill?" The moment he spoke, the crowd was stunned. Han Yun. A peerless figure from ancient war records. Actually compromising with Yi Chen? Yi Chen's expression remained cold. His gaze swept across the crowd. The genius conference can continue. However, the leaders of Jingshui, Huang Putian, and Qingluan must come out and fight me. I will kill them personally. Last time at the Genius Conference, Jingshui was shameless and blamed me for killing the geniuses of various sections. This time, regardless of his connections, I will kill him. As for the 2 from Qingluanzong, they have provoked me again and again, trying to kill my senior brothers, sisters, and master. So they will die too. After hearing this, Han Yun nodded slightly. He looked at the 3 and said, "Since little brother Yi wishes to fight you, then step forward. Win, and you live. Lose, and you die." His words were like an imperial decree. Even those at peak cultivation had no choice but to agree. Not far away, Mr. Jingshui stared at Yi Chen, thoughts racing. Suddenly, he smiled faintly and said, "A few months ago, Yi Chen, you and I agreed to fight again in a life-and-death duel. I originally thought you were just young and impulsive. I didn't expect you to truly possess such strength. I admire it." Everyone stared at Mr. Jingshui, eager to see what scheme he was planning. Mr. Jingshui was known for his connections and cunning strategies. If he was willing to bow his head, he definitely had a plan. Jingshui's face carried a polite smile. He took out a pill and said, Yi Chen, I see your master is gravely injured. I have 100 vitality pills here, they are excellent for healing. Why not heal your master first and wait until tomorrow morning for our duel? What's more, the deadline of our agreement is tomorrow. Shouldn't we follow the terms? His smile gradually steadied, but inwardly, madness twisted his heart. He stared at Yi Chen and cursed silently. Little bastard, once this is over, I'll gather people tonight and greatly increase my cultivation. Tomorrow, I will cripple your limbs, shatter your Bai Hui, and break your Dantian. I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. You dared to offend me. How could I possibly let you go? Hua! Yi Chen took the pill, glanced at it, and crushed it in front of everyone. I don't need your trash. Don't need it. Everyone was shocked. The pill Mr. Jingshui offered was not an ordinary pill. 100 vitality pills. One of the supreme medicines of Kundan. And this boy crushed it casually. Was he insane? Yi Chen ignored the crowd, leaped over, took out a silver needle, and stabbed it into his master's heart to temporarily stabilize his condition. Then he took out his own medicinal pill and fed it to his master. Why would he ever use Jingshui's pills? After finishing, Yi Chen looked at Han Yun and said, since the date of the agreement is tomorrow, I will naturally honor it. Tomorrow, Jingshui, Huang Putian, and the Qingluan sect leader will be executed one by one. Good. No problem. Han Yun nodded. Then he glanced at the various sects and said, tomorrow, after Yi Chen's battle, the Genius Conference will officially begin. I will personally serve as chief judge to suppress all troublemakers. He gave a meaningful look at Daozong, the Huang family, and several top sections. After the competition, I will make further arrangements. Given Han Yun's cultivation, he naturally knew that Yi Shitian was Yi Chen. Since he had already made plans with Yi Shitian, Yi Chen would now be the one in charge. Since Senior Han Yun said so, we will comply. Huang Putian clasped his fists respectfully, but inwardly he was laughing madly. Tomorrow? Ha! Will Yi Chen's secret technique even last until tomorrow? His combat power is at most equivalent to early Dao Source Realm. Does someone at Dao Source Realm think he can fight Emperor Realm without burning his foundation? Ridiculous. Besides, Yi Chen already used his secret method today. He must rest 3 to 5 years after using it. They refuse to believe a piece of trash like Yi Chen can activate a second secret method. Tomorrow will be the day I kill him. Chapter 1102. With a smile, the Qingluan sect leader wiped the blood from his lips and said, yes, Senior Han Yun. Although he was an Emperor Realm powerhouse, he had been beaten half to death just moments ago. Still, he was smiling. Tomorrow, he refused to believe that Yi Chen would still be able to activate that secret technique again. Since they were scheduled to fight Yi Chen, each one of them agreed reluctantly. The leaders and deputy leaders of the 5 major sects, such as the Daozong leader and the Tianheizong leader, had no choice but to comply. After all, during the earlier battle, the 12 of them had fought Yi Chen together in Nirvana, yet all 12 were defeated. Now they had sobered up completely. They firmly believed that Yi Chen's strength had reached the level of Kunlun Su's top 10 geniuses. To them, the top 10 talents of Kunlun Su 5 years ago were no longer part of the younger generation. They could even compete with the older generation. Now, another genius like Yi Chen appeared. Naturally, Yi Chen should be handed over to the 9 geniuses to deal with. It's gotten quiet again. That's right. Yi Chen is so arrogant. He once offended all 6 sects to the bone, yet he wasn't injured at all. Yes. If Han Yun hadn't appeared suddenly, the outcome of the battle would still be uncertain. A small sect leader said slowly, if they had continued fighting, I'm afraid the 12 leaders wouldn't have survived, and Yi Chen would have been severely injured and fled far away. Yi Chen can no longer be measured by ordinary standards. I thought he was a madman, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful, and with such a deep background. Even Han Yun wants to give him face. Han Yun stood high in the sky, his entire body radiating divine light. Looking down upon the 100+ sects below, he declared, "The starting date of the Genius Conference will be postponed from today to the day after tomorrow. Registration time is hereby extended. At the same time, this Genius Conference will maintain its original goals. In addition, I will personally bestow techniques on the top 10 winners, and then I will explain why the Genius Conference was held earlier this time." After speaking to the crowd, he sent Yi-Chen a transmission. "The plan has changed. We'll discuss it at midnight." Yi-Chen nodded slightly, took out 36 silver needles, and applied them to Duan Huayan's acupoints. The most important thing now was sealing damaged blood vessels to prevent worsening injuries. Later, after leaving the place, he would treat Duan Huayan properly. Well then. Aside from those still registering for the conference, everyone else may leave. There will be no competition today. After Han Yun's final announcement, he turned into a streak of light and vanished into the sky, heading straight for the central headquarters of the sects. Many sects had more than one leader. Additionally, the grand elders of the major sects suppressed their presence and gathered together after Han Yun summoned them. The early launch of this Genius Conference was clearly tied to them. On a distant peak. As a junior, you think that defeating some trash can change the fact that you're still trash? Ji Xiqing will always belong to me. Hey Yao. At the cliff's edge, a youth in white robes stepped forward with a tilted posture. His flowing clothes fluttered in the wind, giving him the appearance of a peerless young immortal king. A smile curved his calm features as he said, "It seems you finally have an opponent this time. We of Kunlun Su's top 10 geniuses, aside from Ji Xiqing's younger age, none of our peers can challenge us. But looking at Yi-Chen's momentum, he'll soon face us. How do you plan to deal with him?" "Simple," Black Yao said coldly. "Kill Yi-Chen on the spot." A timeless, ancient aura surged from Black Yao's body. Streams of dark light coiled around him, making him look like a devil from the abyss. The sword he toyed with at his fingertips turned into a black streak, piercing straight through the void. His lips curved into a wicked smile. "Do you think that just because he can fight evenly with a few sect leaders, he can compete with Kunlun Su's top 10 geniuses? The day after tomorrow will be the day of Yi-Chen's death. But if he can withstand a single sword from me, then he qualifies to be my enemy. Otherwise, he will become nothing more than a tombstone beneath my feet." Whoosh! A black streak tore through the void, flying thousands of meters away. There, Yi-Chen was healing Duan Huayan. With his palms pressed on Duan Huayan's back, Yi-Chen guided his own blood essence into him, repairing shattered meridians and broken bones. Whoo! Whoosh! A stream of blood transformed into pure temporal energy, sometimes coiling like a dragon, sometimes roaring like a tiger, as it swirled around Yi-Chen and Duan Huayan. Heavenly Doctor, Master of Gods. Suddenly, life force surged from Yi-Chen's arms. 108 silver needles floated around him. Whoosh! The needles shot out rapidly, stabbing around Duan Huayan's wound. Life force surrounded the area and began sealing the injury. Gradually, Duan Huayan felt pain, burning, and even itching. Before everyone's eyes, the fist-sized bloody hole pierced through his body slowly healed. New cells grew rapidly, forming fresh flesh, stitching the wound shut. Soon, crisscrossing flesh and blood sealed the gaping wound completely. Blood and flesh regenerated. Meridians regenerated. Internal bones reformed. Fractures reconnected. The wound healed from the root. Incredible! Master's medical skill is too powerful, able to regenerate bones and meridians in such a short time. Huang Zhantian sighed. Although cultivators could regenerate limbs and flesh, it usually took 3 to 5 years. But Yi-Chen had regenerated meridians, flesh, and bone in under an hour. It was unheard of. Of course. Yi-Chen is the divine doctor who can restore a shattered dantian. Xiaobi boasted proudly. Suddenly, her expression changed drastically, and she shouted, "Yi-Chen! A sword is flying toward you from behind." Her eyes locked onto the black streak, inside it was a long black sword. Who? The sword tore through the sky. It was Black Yao's sword. A blast of sword chi shot forth. Huang Zhantian stepped forward to intercept, but he was instantly blown aside, coughing blood violently. Protect the master! Protect the master! Protect the master! In an instant, Huang Wuguan and the other two rushed forward, unleashing their domains and weapons to stop the incoming sword. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. All three were blasted back at once. Despite their combined strength, they could not block the sword. Chapter 1103. Yi Chen turned his head and looked behind him. The black sword was so fast that it was almost only a shadow. The aura coming from the pitch-black blade was extremely powerful. Whose sword was it? And why did it suddenly appear here? In an instant, Yi Chen had no time to think. The black sword was about to strike him. But Yi Chen did not stop treating Duan Huayan, because if he retreated even a little, his master Duan Huayan would definitely be injured. If the master were struck by this sword, he would be gravely wounded, perhaps fatally. The only thing Yi Chen could do was gather the surging evil qi and blood energy within his body and condense it into a blood wall to block the attack. But the blood wall shattered almost immediately. Bang! The black long sword pierced into Yi Chen's left shoulder. The sword was filled with a dark, terrifying aura. Huang Zhantian rushed over, stopping the bleeding as he arrived. Shocked, he muttered in a low voice, "How is this possible? This is Heyao's sword, no trace. Heyao's cultivation has grown so much stronger that he has left me far behind." When he looked up again, he saw that Yi Chen felt no pain at all, and did not even frown. He continued treating Duan Huayan. Huang Zhantian's thoughts trembled. The master would rather die than allow Duan Huayan to die. No wonder the master reached such a level. The bond between master and disciple was far deeper than his own. Just now, the master could have avoided that sword. Such a master was worth following. "How are you, master?" "Master, I'll set up the formation now." Wanyan Pajun rushed to Yi Chen. He spun his spear and arranged a defensive formation to protect Yi Chen. Master Huang Wuguan, though even more seriously wounded, still forced himself to Yi Chen's side. He sat in front of Yi Chen and said firmly, "Whoever wants to harm my master must get through me first." He thought silently, "Even if Yi Chen dies, I won't survive anyway." "Yi Chen! What are you doing?" Old Shui and Xiao Bai were frantic with worry. "I'm fine." Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged. After another moment, Duan Huayan's chest wound fully healed. Although his internal organs still needed time to recover, he was no longer in danger. Yi Chen slowly stood up. His eyes were as cold as a frozen lake in midwinter. Blood surged across his entire body as he roared. Bang! The black sword shattered, breaking into two pieces and falling to the ground before him. Yi Chen closed his eyes briefly and circulated his cultivation technique to heal. Within a few seconds, his wound healed completely. He picked up the broken sword and asked, "Do you know whose sword this is?" "It's Heyao's." Huang Zhantian examined it closely and said, "This is the sword of Heyao, one of Kunlun's top 10 geniuses. It must have been him. I can't believe it, 2 years ago, Heyao and I were both at the peak of the Daoyuan realm. Yet now, he has already stepped into the Emperor Zun realm. And judging from the sword's aura, it's definitely not just an ordinary level." Once, Huang Zhantian and Huang Wuguan were considered powerful figures, but they had been defeated by Heyao 5 years ago, earning Heyao a place among Kunlun's top 10 talents. Unexpectedly, in only 5 years, Heyao had been nurtured by countless sects, and his cultivation had reached such terrifying heights. Heyao of the Emperor Zun realm was at least equivalent to someone 5 layers above the ordinary Emperor realm. Even most patriarchs could not withstand him. "Heyao!" Yi Chen's voice turned ice cold. "To dare attack me from the shadows. Since this grudge has been formed today, I will one day crush Heyao completely, body and soul. When I finish dealing with Mirror Water and the others, I will challenge him myself." With that, Yi Chen pinched the broken sword between his fingers. The blade shattered into dust and scattered with the wind. Qianjua Square. Suddenly, an abyss appeared behind Heiyao, a terrifying abyss woven with deathly thunder and the aura of the 9 netherworlds. For a moment, he seemed like the ruler of heaven and earth. Yi Chen, it seems you are barely qualified to be my opponent. But the young man in white standing beside him sneered, barely your opponent? How many swords will it take you to kill him? 2. No need for a third, Heiyao said coldly. Killing trash like him doesn't require a third sword. Looking toward Huangpu Tian, Mirror Water, and the others in the distance, he added, let that trash fulfill his last wish. When he is at his happiest, I'll strike him down, let him fall from heaven straight into hell. Isn't that better? The next moment, Heiyao turned into black light and vanished into the sky. The young men in white shook their heads. 8 young figures descended, their bodies radiating ancient auras. Behind them trailed 3,000 rays of light, like 8 immortal kings descending upon the world. Each one created a strange illusion, so close, yet as though standing on the far side of the starry sky, untouchable. No one could approach them unless they reached such a level. These were 8 of Kunlun's top 10 talents. 5 years ago, when Kunlun's top 10 geniuses were selected, Ji Xiqing had barely managed to enter their ranks by luck. However, she had never been able to fully integrate with them, her cultivation neither high nor low. That year, the 10 geniuses were given the chance to enter an ancient secret realm. But only 9 entered. Ji Xiqing did not. Because something had happened to Yi Chen at that time, and Ji Xiqing, worried that he might be in danger, abandoned the great opportunity. Otherwise, she might have stepped into the Emperor Zun realm years ago. This was a secret, one Yi Chen did not know, and almost no one in Kunlun Su knew. If there were truly favored ones of heaven in Kunlun Su, these 8 were the strongest of them all. Talents like Heiyao and the young men in white could stand on equal ground with powerhouses like Mirror Water and Huangpu Tian. They were the true spearheads of the younger generation. The next moment, the 8 young figures turned into streaks of light and disappeared into the sky. They came and went like phantoms. On the square below, the leaders of many small sects and the elders of various factions stared upward in admiration. One patriarch said, if only we had that kind of cultivation. Most of them are at the 1st or 2nd level of the Emperor Zun realm, but they can still contend with those in the 4th or 5th layer, or even higher. It's just, they seem to hold a grudge against Yi Chen. I wonder if he can face them. Yi Chen certainly can't defeat them, another sect master said quickly. They are the strongest talents in 1,000 years. Even the Huang family ancestor, the supreme elder of Daozong, and the Kunlun sect patriarch all say they are terrifying beings capable of stepping into the supreme realm. Chapter 1104. 10 talents who could one day enter the supreme realm. Could Yi Chen compare with them? They weren't even on the same level. Yi Chen could suppress ordinary cultivators, but when facing Kunlun's top 10 geniuses, he was nothing more than a stepping stone. People continued to discuss the matter while still lining up to register for the competition. Many mid-tier and upper-tier sects began to sign up as well. Although they knew they had little chance of entering the top 10, they hoped their disciples could at least achieve a respectable ranking. That would bring honor to their sects and allow them to assess the strength of their disciples. For this grand competition, the hidden top 10 geniuses of Kunlun Su would not be participating. The battlefield would instead belong to elite intersect disciples, core disciples, and Daoist heirs. The top 100 participants would earn the right to enter Mr. Jingshui's Shilong pool to improve their cultivation. Afterward, another contest would be held to select 10 individuals to form a new generation of Kunlun Su's top 10 geniuses, those who would receive direct nurturing and elevation from the great sects. Meanwhile, Qianjua city remained lively. The 6 sects were busy collecting the corpses of their fallen, while other sects focused on registration. Yi Chen's side, however, was filled with tension. The top 10 geniuses of Kunlun? So that's why they attacked me. Do they really think they are the rulers of Kunlun? Yi Chen turned to Huang Zhantian. Tell me who they are and where they come from. Yes, master. Huang Zhantian cupped his fists and explained, Heiyao ranks 5th among Kunlun's top 10 talents. He comes from the Kunlun sect. The clan behind him is extremely powerful. Although they have been oppressed by the Blood Spirit clan for 3,000 years, they are still very strong. The number of Emperor Zun realm experts they have is second only to our Huang family. They have masters at the 8th and 9th layer of the Emperor Zun realm, though none of them can match Senior Han Yun. Additionally, He Yao is the son of the Kunlun sect patriarch. He is also known as the Holy Son of Kunlun Su. Miss Ji Siqing is the leading candidate for the position of Saintess. Traditionally, the Holy Son is paired with the Saintess. That's why he targeted you, Master. The Holy Son. Yi Chen sneered. When the time comes, I look forward to beating him like a dog. He helped Duan Huayan up, led everyone to a tall building, and arranged several rooms for them to rest. Inside the room, Yi Chen continued, what sects and families do the other 8 geniuses belong to? The remaining 8 come from Daozong, Blood Knight Gate, Qingshanmen, and other major forces. Besides Daozong, the others are all first-class ancient sects, rarely seen by ordinary cultivators. It wasn't just rarely seen. Small and medium sects weren't qualified to even meet those sects. Aside from the Huang family, these were true ancient powers. Many of the strongest warriors who fought against the Blood Spirit clan came from those sections. But after the weakening of the Blood Spirit clan, none of them had produced a supreme realm expert. Their strongest members were at most at the 9th layer of the Emperor Zun realm, and they hid in the shadows to avoid being discovered and massacred by the Blood Spirit clan. 5 major forces, Yi Chen murmured. Oh, right, Master, Huang Zhantian added. There is someone from the Huang family as well, Huang Qiankuan, ranked 9th among Kunlun's top 10 talents. I heard he can fight experts at the 4th layer of the Emperor Zun realm. As for his current strength, I'm unsure. The person with the highest cultivation among them comes from the Blood Knight Gate. He can fight experts at the 7th layer of the Emperor realm, and even withstand attacks from 4th layer Emperor Zun experts. Huang Zhantian finished his report. Before Yi Chen could respond, a voice echoed from the reincarnation cemetery. Blood Qie reacted violently, roaring, what are these children doing? After all these years, not one Supreme Realm expert has appeared. My efforts have been wasted. Master? Yi Chen asked. Blood Knight Gate, is that your sect? Blood Qie sighed heavily and nodded. Yes. In the past, because of my old friends, I served as a deputy leader of several major forces. On a whim, I established the Blood Knight Gate. But I didn't remain there long. I didn't expect that after so many years, they haven't produced a single Supreme Realm expert. Mo Ninger muttered, when you founded the sect, you took away nearly all the world's top experts. She shook her head and continued, all the Supreme Realm experts of Blood Knight Gate, and those above the 5th layer of the Emperor Zun realm, followed you into battle. After so many years of suppression by the Blood Spirit clan, it's normal they haven't produced a Supreme Realm cultivator. Reaching the Supreme Realm was unimaginably difficult. Mo Ninger understood this well. Kunlun Su was far weaker now. Even Han Yun remained stuck at the 9th layer of the Emperor Zun realm. Let alone the Blood Knight Gate. What do you think, Master? Yi Chen asked softly. Regarding Blood Knight Gate, should we reclaim it? Or abandon it? Since it is your sect, you cannot betray Kunlun Su. Blood Qie snorted coldly. If they dare to betray Kunlun Su, I will personally destroy them. Then he took out a blood-colored jade pendant and handed it to Yi Chen. After the contest, Han Yun should discuss his plan with you. When you bring him to take over the Blood Knight Gate, I'll return the sect to you. No problem. What about Kunlun sect? Yi Chen asked. Do you have any acquaintances or disciples there? I may show mercy and spare everyone except He Yao. Kunlun sect. Blood Qie thought for a long time and sighed. They have ties to the King of 100 Swords. I will convince them to surrender to you. If they refuse or betray Kunlun Su, you may destroy them. If Kunlun Su's people refuse to submit to you and unite against the Blood Spirit clan, then even if all Emperor Zun experts are killed, it doesn't matter. I want a unified Kunlun Su, one that stands together to resist the Blood Spirit clan. I do not want a fractured, backstabbing alliance filled with schemes. If that is the case, they might as well die. I would rather fight alongside you against the Blood Spirit clan, even if it means dying without regret. Blood Chia's words ignited Yi Chen's blood. Yes, Kunlun Su must unite against the Blood Spirit clan. If they carried hidden agendas like in the ancient war, Kunlun Su would once again fall miserably. Better to destroy them all and let Yi Chen and Blood Chia fight alone. I understand. Han Yun told me the plan has changed. He will discuss it with me tonight. When this talent contest ends, I will search for the saber of the King of 100 Swords. The moment Yi Chen mentioned the King of 100 Swords, the tombstone within the reincarnation cemetery, belonging to the King of 100 Swords, trembled faintly. It seemed the return of the King of 100 Swords was not far away. Corrected Chapter 1105. Among the 100 great powers in the Samsara cemetery, more than 30 of them belong to Kunlun Su, and the other 60 or 70 are probably from other places. As long as Yi Chen awakens these great powers and uses the secrets of their homelands, he can quickly step into the Supreme Realm. At that time, it will be very possible to resist, and even destroy, the Blood Spirit clan. Master? Master? Huang Zhantian noticed Yi Chen was slightly distracted and asked, Master, are you okay? It's fine. I know the situation of Kunlun's 10 great talents. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, You may leave. Tell old Shui and Xiaobi to come here. I will heal them. Before he finished speaking, a voice resounded. Yi Chen. A burst of chaotic light flew in through the window. As the light dissipated, Han Yun appeared. Seeing Huang Zhantian and the others leaving, Han Yun asked, I don't know, should I call you Yi Tian or Yi Chen? Call me Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes sharpened as he asked, What is the situation with the plan? Why did you intentionally push for the early start of the new session's talent competition of all sects? This session's talent competition of the various schools. Originally, it was supposed to be held 5 years later, but it was moved ahead of schedule. Han Yun was the promoter behind this. Han Yun sat on the sofa and said slowly, Originally, I joined forces with the 2 elders of the Blood Yi Gate and the 3 elders of the Kunlun sect to kill the Huang family ancestor. Unexpectedly, the Blood Spirit clan had planted a force within the Huang family's ancestral grounds. All 5 of our Emperor Realm experts failed to kill the Huang ancestor, though we did severely injure him. Therefore, I pushed for the early start of the great talent competition. First, to test the Huang family's reaction. Second, to gather all the sects as you suggested, and after the competition ends, prepare to reveal the existence of the Blood Spirit clan to the world. First create disorder, eliminate unstable forces, and then unify the entire Kunlun void. We must move quickly against the Huang family. Of course. Yi Chen nodded and said, You failed to eliminate the Huangs this time. They will definitely contact the Blood Spirit clan, which may speed up the arrival of those Blood Spirit experts. At the same time, the Huang family has sent their people to participate in the talent competition, clearly to stall us. He poured himself a cup of coffee, took a light sip, and continued, Kunlun Su's 4 major regions, Danshu Town has already been stabilized by me. It's up to you to mobilize the elders to stabilize the killing ground. Give Qingxian Peak and Thousand Ju City to me. Do you have a plan? Han Yun asked. 1,000 sects have gathered in Thousand Ju City, but not all aristocratic families have arrived. If you intend to deal with all aristocratic families at once, I can immediately send an announcement to summon them. Yi Chen remained silent for a moment, then said, No need. Solve the sect problem first. His cold gaze locked onto Han Yun. Aside from the random gun gate, several sects have already sided with the Blood Spirit clan. You should find an opportunity to control the supreme elders of those sects first. Han Yun nodded. Alright. After the clan competition ends, we announce the truth about the Blood Spirit clan. Let all of Kunlun fall into chaos. I will use this opportunity to destroy the Huang family. After the Huangs are eliminated, I will uproot every Blood Spirit clan faction along the way, and then unify the Kunlun void. After finalizing the plan, Yi Chen said, you may leave now." After sending Han Yun away, Yi Chen asked within the Samsara cemetery, "Do you remember clearly where the residence of the Hundred-Sword God is?" "The Hundred-Sword God's garrison is tens of thousands of miles away from here, inside a hidden space. It will take at least a few days to go and return. You can make the journey after the competition ends. Once you master the techniques of the Hundred-Sword King, you will be able to eliminate that person when dealing with the Huang family," Blood Seven Knight said slowly. At this moment, Duan Huayan, Xiaobi, and the others knocked on the door and entered. "Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to grow so powerful. You truly are worthy of being my disciple." Duan Huayan entered, filled with joy. "My medical god gate has finally ushered in its day of rise." "Of course." Yi Chen looked at old Shui and Xiaobi, then said, "Master, our medical god gate has too few strong warriors, almost none. I have just refined several batches of Bailing pills. I'll give them all to you. When you return, distribute them to the disciples to take." He handed over 18 Bailing pills and warned carefully, "These pills are top grade. They are enough to help everyone break through to the Tao Source realm and rapidly boost the prestige of our medical god gate." He was a disciple of the medical god sect. Naturally, he must think for the good of the medical god gate. With Yi Chen's strength, it wouldn't be long before the medical god gate became the greatest sect in Kunlun Su. And it would also become the main force resisting the Blood Spirit clan. Therefore, every member needed to rapidly raise their cultivation. They didn't need to reach the Supreme Realm, but they needed enough power to suppress the Huang family and fight the Blood Spirit clan. Before fighting the Blood Spirit clan, they also needed to identify the location where the next wave of Blood Spirit clan experts would descend. At that time, a large array could be set up to eliminate them immediately. "Good. Good. Yi Chen, my medical god gate will be glorious again after at least 10,000 years." Duan Huayan excitedly accepted the 16 pills. He took out 2 and gave them to Xiaobi and old Shui. "These are given to you by your junior brother. Take them as soon as possible." Xiaobi, old Shui. Then, Yi Chen took out 2 more Bailing pills and said, "Take these 2 as well. They will raise your realm by 1 or 2 tiers within the Tao Source realm. In the future, when I am not in Kunlun Su, I will rely on you to guard the medical god gate." "Yes, junior brother." "Understood, junior brother. Don't worry. If you're not in Kunlun Su, I will do my best to support your people." Xiaobi and old Shui quickly took the 4 Bailing pills. With their current cultivation, they would definitely soar after taking these top-grade pills. When Yi Chen left Danshu town, he spent several days refining batches of elixirs. He intended to give them to those around him so they could protect themselves. In the future, when he wasn't in Kunlun Su, he wanted them strong enough to survive any danger. Yi Chen was still discussing matters with Duan Huayan. Meanwhile, in Thousand Ju City, in a high-rise building, Mr. Jingshui sat on the sofa. Colorful lights circulated around him as he rapidly condensed spiritual power, pushing his strength toward a higher level. Gradually, an hour or 2 passed. Mr. Jingshui stopped cultivating. He walked to the window with a gloomy expression. A sinister smile spread across his lips. "Yi Chen. Yi Chen. I have already broken through 2 small realms within the Emperor Zun realm. I refuse to believe you can use that secret technique twice." Corrected Chapter 1106. You can't use that secret method again. Once I strike, killing you will be no different from crushing an ant. This time, don't expect anyone to save you. Even if Ji Xiqing comes, it's useless. I will kill you in the arena. Yi Chen. Letting that pretty little face live until now has already been the greatest mercy he has ever shown. A few months ago, if it weren't for Luo Yao, Yi Chen would have already been cut into pieces by him. This time, even if that little pretty boy returns, what can he do? Do you think killing a few core disciples and Daoist disciples means you can challenge him? Dream on. Wishful thinking. Yi Chen must pay with his life. Mr. Jingshui spoke coldly, "Have you brought what I asked for?" "Of course I have." A strange voice echoed through the room. But in the large room, no second figure could be seen besides Mr. Jingshui, only slight ripples of water drifting through the air. A moment later, a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air, dressed in white, his expression gloomy. The man took out a small green cauldron and handed it to Mr. Jingshui. "We have delivered it. According to our agreement, Yi Chen must die." "Of course." Mr. Jingshui put away the green cauldron, his eyes deep. "With this, I can seal Yi Chen for a moment. Stopping time, reversing space, no matter how strong Yi Chen becomes, he'll be helpless before this artifact." Mr. Jingshui smiled proudly, hands clasped behind his back. "Of course, his current cultivation is too low for me to need it, but just in case, I prepared an additional method. Every Emperor Realm expert is restricted before the Blood Spirit Green Cauldron. Even if Yi Chen becomes powerful, what waves can he stir before this cauldron? Yi Chen, if you can't activate your secret method again, I will cut you into pieces and turn your body to ash. And if you can activate it, I'll seal your cultivation for 15 minutes with the Blood Spirit Green Cauldron. Let's see what resistance you have then. When that moment comes, you will die. If you don't die, I'll make sure you do. Just remember our agreement." According to the information, Yi Chen is Yi Shitian's younger brother, the middle-aged man said calmly. "Yi Shitian, who slaughtered my Huang family descendants in the Blood Spirit Secret Realm, is doomed to die. Yi Chen, his younger brother, definitely cannot be spared." This middle-aged man was clearly from the Huang family. No one knew how he obtained the information. He had come personally from the Huang family headquarters to deliver the Blood Spirit Green Cauldron to Jingshui for the sole purpose of killing Yi Chen. The man in white stared coldly at Mr. Jingshui and warned, "I don't care how many connections or how much strength you have. If you fail to fulfill your promise, we will erase all your relatives and friends." "Of course not," Mr. Jingshui replied. "Please rest assured, Elder Huang." "Good." The middle-aged man nodded. "Right now, the main forces of our family are searching for Yi Shitian. It is said that Zhangtian and Wu Guan have submitted to Yi Shitian. We must capture that bastard Yi Shitian. Only by crushing his bones and scattering his ashes will it be enough. If Han Yun weren't here, I would personally go kill Yi Chen. Kill Yi Shitian's junior brother first, then kill Yi Shitian. Let that arrogant child understand that the Huang family can't be provoked." In the next moment, water mist surrounded the middle-aged man, and his entire body dissolved into waves before disappearing without a trace. A true Emperor Realm expert. Mr. Jingshui took out the green cauldron again, examining the blood patterns carved on its surface. He muttered to himself, "The Blood Spirit clan has been here for many years. It's time for me to align myself with them and seize this opportunity." The next night, the starry river dimmed, countless stars glittering, beautiful beyond words. A meteor streaked across the night sky, its long fiery tail dazzling to the extreme. On Chenjua Square, disciples, leaders, and elders from hundreds of sects gathered. Small sects sat upon the audience platform, while the major sects and the top 10 Kunlun talents stood on the high platform, looking down like celestial beings. Han Yun waved his hand and conjured a chair, sitting upon it. He looked down at Mr. Jingshui on the arena stage and announced in a calm, authoritative voice. "In this competition, Jingshui will battle Yi Chen, a life and death duel. No one else may interfere. Anyone who intervenes will be killed instantly. I wonder if anyone objects." He then cast a meaningful glance at the Kunlun Patriarch and the deputy head of the Huang family. "What do you think?" Of course, the Kunlun Patriarch nodded. "Without outside interference, that little bastard Yi Chen can't possibly withstand Jingshui," the deputy head of the Huang family said disdainfully. "A mere Dao source cultivator standing against an Emperor Realm martial master. Something that hasn't happened in countless years." He glanced at Han Yun, dismissive. "Yi Chen, that little beast, cannot survive tonight. Han Yun, you don't need our approval." At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared. The same man who delivered the Blood Spirit Green Cauldron the night before. He bowed and whispered, "Deputy Master, everything is ready. Yi Chen will die. The deputy head nodded faintly and turned his gaze downward. Whoosh! A brilliant streak of light descended. Yi Chen appeared on the arena, holding the star sword. His black hair fluttered wildly. His aura was heroic and overwhelming, exuding the spirit of demons and immortals alike, like a demon king wrapped in celestial radiance. He pointed his sword at the deputy head of the Huang family and roared. Old man! I wasn't here earlier, so you dared to act so arrogantly? If you don't like it, come fight me. I can kill you before I kill Jingshui. Boom! The deputy head snorted coldly. Little beast, fight you? What do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to fight me? He flicked his fingers, crackling with bloody lightning. If I entered the arena, I could kill you with one hand. But letting you die so easily would be too cheap for you. Don't forget, you're going to be cut to pieces today. Your bones crushed and your ashes scattered. It's too cheap to simply squish you like a bug. If you don't kneel before me, you'll die kneeling before me. Arrogant fool. Yi Chen stared back, ice cold as frost. Old man, tonight I'll crush you, so your trip here won't have been wasted. He turned to Mr. Jingshui with disdain. Today is the day you promised me. How many moves do you want to last before dying in my hands? 10 moves? Or 8? A few months ago, you humiliated me. Today, I'll return everything, with interest. Chapter 1107. Yi Chen's words were spoken lightly, yet they spread far and wide through the force of his true qi. When they reached everyone's ears, it was like a thunderbolt. Everyone present knew Yi Chen was crazy, but they did not expect this level of madness. This was Mr. Jingshui. In Kunlun, his existence was highly respected. His strength shook the world and terrified even ghosts and gods. Even if Yi Chen was born a demon, he should not have been able to compete with Mr. Jingshui. Yet at this moment, Yi Chen was full of bold, arrogant claims. He was clearly seeking death. The entire world fell into a heavy silence because of Yi Chen's words, like a field of ancient graves. Countless eyes instinctively turned to Mr. Jingshui. Everyone waited for his fury. Sure enough, Mr. Jingshui's entire face had gone black with rage. His body trembled. He glared at Yi Chen and growled, "Little beast, you want to kill me? Are you sure you even have the qualification? When I crushed many of Kunlun's geniuses, your ancestors might not have even been born." Yet Yi Chen showed no fear. Instead, he sneered. "Old man, you humiliated me back then. I swore I would crush you to death when the time came. No matter what, you must die today, and even your spirit won't remain. Well, I won't waste words with you." Mr. Jingshui raised both hands. A saber and a sword floated before him as a starry sky formed around his body. His posture was elegant and untouchable. He gazed across the 8 wastelands and declared, "That day, you slaughtered countless geniuses. This is your responsibility. You can never escape it." He withdrew both hands, and the saber and sword burst forth along the Milky Way. A brilliant light exploded like 100 thunderclaps. The starry river descended like a collapsing galaxy. Cold saber chi erupted like the sun, flames roaring into hundreds of streaks. It was like a cosmic river falling upon the world. Together with the magnificent sword aura, they charged at Yi Chen. "Sword gate, descend." Yi Chen spoke softly and swung the star sword. The sword's light touched the heavens, each star transforming into a divine blade, all interlinked. A vast sword gate appeared in the sky. Countless divine swords poured down, shattering the flaming sky saber. Infinite sword energy and ancient immortal intent descended toward Mr. Jingshui's vital point. This was the immortal kendo that Yi Chen controlled. And it had nothing to do with the star sword itself. Bang! 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 Flames and starlight erupted, shockwaves sweeping out. Countless stones shattered on the arena floor, exploding into ashes. In the center of the blast, Mr. Jingshui staggered backward. Forming hand seals, he summoned a curtain of water to block the starfire. When he looked up and saw the mighty sword gate above, horror flashed in his eyes. He had not expected Yi Chen to be this powerful. This brat has mastered kendo. The crucial point was that its power neared the Emperor Zun realm. Damn it! Thousand Mirror Waters! Mr. Jingshui roared. His arms danced and countless droplets of water shot out. Each droplet expanded into a water screen, struggling to resist the starfire. At the same time, he ignited his spiritual power and blood essence, condensing a water form and thinking rapidly. Yi Chen was too strong. The sword gate alone carried the might of the third layer of the Emperor Zun realm. An ordinary emperor would have already died beneath it. Mirror water, transform into dragon. With a shout, a water dragon flew from his chest. Its body shone with blue light, like a steel fortress. It swept across the battlefield with overwhelming force. How dare you display a dragon technique before me? Your dragon is worthless. Yi Chen held the star sword in his right hand, maintaining the sword gate, while pointing at Mr. Jingshui with his left. From the sword gate, countless meteorites fell like a meteor shower. Boom! Boom! Meteorites crashed into the water dragon, tearing it apart and forcing Mr. Jingshui to spit blood repeatedly. Yi Chen's expression remained calm, as if he were doing something trivial. I told you, old bastard, you must die today. Old grudges and new hatred will be settled together. He pointed toward the sky with his left hand again. Heavenly thunder, fall. Zzzzzzz. Thunderclouds gathered. Divine power surged. Terrifying purple lightning rained down in sheets, engulfing Mr. Jingshui and the water dragon. There was no way to resist it. The entire scene stunned the crowd. The head of the Tianhai sect's expression changed drastically. Staring at Yi Chen, he thought. This boy. Yesterday we fought with him only because he used a secret technique. Today, without any secret technique, he's still this strong. If we fought one-on-one again, I fear I would die. Shock. Shock everywhere. All the sect leaders were horrified by what they saw. The weaker sect members were beyond words. Yi Chen, with a single sword, summoned meteors and thunder, nearly killing Mr. Jingshui. His strength was overwhelming. On another platform, the Huang family's deputy head darkened his expression and muttered coldly, Jingshui, if you can't kill Yi Chen, then your friends and family won't need to live. He waved his hand, and a middle-aged man in white stepped forward. Back in the arena, light erupted everywhere. The sword gate descended with ancient might. Sword chi and meteorites crashed down. Arrays shattered. Mr. Jingshui's screams pierced the heavens. Thunder roared from all directions. Countless spectators quivered in fear. Ah! Ah! It hurts. Yi Chen, you little beast. You still won't regret killing me. In the past, you slaughtered many sect disciples, now you still want to kill me. Mr. Jingshui howled hysterically. Yi Chen rushed through the lightning, seized Mr. Jingshui, and growled, Old thing, the time for you to slander me is over. He yanked Mr. Jingshui's arm. Rip! The entire arm tore free, blood spraying everywhere. Then Yi Chen hurled him aside. Boom! Mr. Jingshui hit the ground, vomiting blood. You forced me, little beast, you forced me. His left hand suddenly pulled out the blood spirit green ding. Little beast, I refuse to believe you can still turn the heavens. He lifted the cauldron, igniting his blood and chanting. Supreme Blood Spirit, capable of destroying all things. Supreme Blood Spirit, suppress Yi Chen. As the chant ended, streams of blood flowed into the cauldron. Instantly, the runes on the blood spirit green ding lit up, releasing an ancient aura. Red and blue essence surged out, transforming into sun and moon. The sun roared like a dragon across the sky, distorting the very flow of time around Yi Chen. Chapter 1108. How Yue moved, like a phoenix cry echoing in the depths of Joyo. Clear radiance, like flowing water, spread across the world and sealed all space around Yi Chen. The sun and moon formed twin wheels, resembling the true celestial bodies in the sky. Beneath them, Yi Chen could not move. All the time and space around his body froze completely. Yi Chen was stunned, his entire body suddenly immobilized. He could not even speak. What is this? Before Yi Chen could react, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. The next second, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body weakened instantly. He had never imagined that Mr. Jingshui possessed such a magic weapon. And the key was, this magic weapon was far too strange. It made him unable to resist even slightly. Seeing this, Mr. Jingshui sneered coldly, "Little beast, to tell you the truth, I underestimated you. Your growth is far too fast. If I don't kill you today, Kunlun Su might fall under your rule in the future. Your strength now is already comparable to the masters of Kunlun's hidden world. Your talent is the most terrifying I have ever seen. But what use is talent? You're still going to die today, ha ha ha." Mr. Jingshui's expression twisted with ferocity. He spread his 5 fingers and struck out with a palm. Endless palm chi surged toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes sharpened, he wanted to defend, but his body was completely restrained. Damn it! Before he finished the words, Yi Chen's body was blasted away on the spot. He crashed heavily into the ground. Blood sprayed from his mouth. His mind reeled. The audience saw this and burst into laughter instead of pity. Ha ha ha. I thought Yi Chen could really defeat Mr. Jingshui. Turns out this little animal isn't even qualified to fight him. Trash is trash. No matter how hard he struggles, he's still garbage. Mr. Jingshui, kill Yi Chen quickly. That boy must have countless opportunities. People shouted one after another. Just like that, Yi Chen became the target of national ridicule. Why? Because most people were jealous of Yi Chen's insane rate of growth. His rise threatened them. How could a former nobody have the qualifications to surpass them? Mr. Jingshui listened to the crowd cursing Yi Chen, enjoying every moment. He stepped forward, towering over Yi Chen, and said, "Little beast, what do you have to say now? With this magic weapon, no one can save you." Ha ha ha. How does despair feel? His voice echoed far and wide, making everyone tremble. Yi Chen did not speak. His cold gaze locked onto Mr. Jingshui. He seemed to be waiting for something. He could sense the power within this magic weapon. It definitely did not come from Kunlun Su. The energy felt familiar, chillingly familiar. Seeing Yi Chen remain silent, Mr. Jingshui decided not to delay. He extended his hand, condensing terrifying true qi. Power surged to its limit. "Little brute, with this palm, I will burn you to ashes myself. Die!" The wind roared, as if capable of devouring everything. Just as the burning palm was about to fall on Yi Chen, a thunderous roar exploded across the arena. "Evil creature! You dare use the Blood Spirit clan's sacred treasure? It must be destroyed." Blood Chia erupted in fury. With Yi Chen as the medium, he unleashed a bloody heavenly blade above the arena, as if ready to cleave heaven and earth apart. The bloody sky blade gleamed sharply. 9-clawed dragon patterns were carved along its edge. Its tail shone brilliantly, far brighter than the sun itself. As the blade descended, the sun and moon dimmed, and all frozen time and space instantly returned to normal. Mr. Jingshui vomited blood on the spot. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. This power. It actually broke the prohibition of that divine artifact. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He stared in terror at the violent energy around him. This power completely crushed him. His heart shrank in fear and despair. He raised his head toward the bloody blade, trembling. No, no. But the bloody sky blade showed no mercy. Whoosh! A single strike fell. Mr. Jingshui was split cleanly in half. The once arrogant powerhouse died beneath the bloody sky blade. Moments later, the blade dissolved into streams of bloody qi and flowed back into Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen recovered instantly. With one swing of his sword, he wiped out Mr. Jingshui's spirit. He grabbed the blood spirit green tripod with cold eyes. His gaze swept across Jingshui's allies and the Huang family members. "Well," Yi Chen said icily, "in my Kunlun Su, you dare use items belonging to the blood spirit clan? Heaven forbid such acts. Anyone related to this artifact, step forward. Otherwise, Yi Chen will personally destroy your entire clan with my sword." The word sent shockwaves everywhere. Han Yun and the others turned cold gazes toward the Huang family. Many members of smaller sects muttered, "How hateful. We fought the Blood Spirit clan desperately in ancient times. And now someone dares use their artifacts. They deserve punishment. Support Yi Chen. Rebels like Jingshui should have their clans annihilated. Support Yi Chen. Support Yi Chen." The crowd's voices rose like a tsunami. This group was terrifying. 1 second ago, they were cursing Yi Chen, wishing him dead. 1 second later, after Jingshui fell, they immediately switched sides. Jingshui's associates began stepping forward, lowering their heads and not daring to meet Yi Chen's eyes. "We didn't know. Jingshui joined the Blood Spirit clan without our knowledge. Mr. Yi, we truly didn't know. Mr. Yi." At that moment, an inappropriate voice cut in. "So what if we use Blood Spirit clan artifacts? What's wrong with Jingshui helping them? Do you have a problem with that?" A Huang family Dharma protector stepped out slowly, his armor gleaming with multicolored light, looking sacred and imposing. "You want to know my opinion?" Yi Chen roared. Boom! Yi Chen swung his sword. A terrifying beam cut through the air and pierced the Huang family protector. Bang! The protector's body exploded instantly, his entire spirit annihilated. Yi Chen stood coldly, his indestructible kendo aura spreading like killing frost. "This is my opinion. Anyone who dares to assist the Blood Spirit clan in anything, no matter who they are, I will destroy them." He pointed at the Huang family, then swept his finger across the crowd. "Who dares disagree? No!" Another Huang family Dharma protector raised his fist and shouted, "My Huang family has joined the Blood Spirit clan for generations, and you." A blade of sword chi flashed. Chapter 1109. In the air, he struck the Emperor's statue into a layer of heavenly protection, causing its body to shatter and its spirit to break. After Yi Chen unleashed his sword, he stepped forward and stood atop a 10-meter tree. Looking down at the hundreds of members of the Huang family, he said coldly, "If you dare say one more word, I will kill you myself." Arrogant. Overbearing. How dare one man face the mighty Huang family alone? Truly worthy of the title Yi Madman. Almost all the people from the small sects held their breath and stared at Yi Chen, terrified that a fight would break out and affect them. Yet Yi Chen's courage was astonishing. The Huang family. They were practically the leaders of Kunlun Su's first echelon, having dominated the region for thousands of years. Within their clan, even ordinary Dharma protectors possessed the cultivation of the Emperor Zun realm. Their powerful emperors were so numerous that they surpassed the total of many Kunlun sects combined. Facing such a clan, Yi Chen dared to challenge them. It was madness. Emperor Zun realm. Among the small sects, almost none had anyone of this realm. Even in the sects that did have such experts, they were extremely noble, inner sect elders, true inheritance elders, or even Dao elders. Yet in the Huang family, an Emperor Zun expert could serve merely as a Dharma protector. Such a terrifying clan. Yet Yi Chen dared provoke them. Madness. Yi Chen. Yi Chen, what do you mean? Say it again if you have the ability. Yi Chen. Immediately, several Huang family protectors shouted in rage. Yi Chen once again wielded his sword. Countless strands of sword chi surged forth as though reversing thousands of years of time. In a single sweep, dozens of Huang family Dharma protectors were slain. Bang! 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 Explosions rang out continuously. One after another, the 12 Emperor Zun Heaven-tier protectors of the Huang family fell at Yi Chen's hands. "Yi Chen, what do you mean by this?" The deputy head of the Huang family pointed at Yi Chen and roared. "You dare look down on my Huang family and kill so many of us? What exactly are you trying to do? You are the running dogs of the Blood Spirit clan. I will kill every one of you with my sword." At that moment, he pointed his sword at the members of the Huang family and began cutting them down one by one. You! Dare you?" Yi Chen advanced step by step toward the deputy head of the Huang family. The deputy head looked toward Han Yun and finally shouted. "So what if we are? The Huang family has long pledged allegiance to the Blood Spirit clan. They will arrive soon. If you dare kill me, the Blood Spirit clan's emissaries will wipe out your entire bloodline. Who dares kill me? When the Blood Spirit clan arrives, all of you will die." Once these words were spoken, the leaders of the Kunlun sect, Dao sect, Tianhai sect and the others fell silent, not daring to utter a word. The deputy head was right. Who dared strike them? Whoever harmed them would risk the wrath of the Blood Spirit clan in a year's time. "Han Yun! Let's do it together, kill them!" Yi Chen shouted, summoning the star sword and the 9 nether heaven-slaying spear. He held the star sword in his left hand. The sword's light resonated with the stars in the sky, as if each star transformed into a divine sword. They aligned in the heavens, forming an ancient sword gate. Countless phantom swords descended like reapers, harvesting lives without end. Sword intent surged like a storm, cutting down dozens of Huang family elders like grass. In an instant, the 17 half-step Emperor-tier experts of the Huang family, whether protectors or one-layer heaven elders, were slaughtered beneath the sword gate. Emperor Zun realm, 1 layer, 1 heaven. Yi Chen had the ability to kill experts of 4 or even 5 layers of the Emperor Zun realm. Destroying those of the first and second layers was effortless. Yi Chen, you must die." The deputy head of the Huang family attempted to move, but a force locking heaven and earth imprisoned him. Han Yun descended from the sky. With a single wave of his hand, a mighty force reduced the deputy head to pieces. His spirit was instantly annihilated. A 5-layer Emperor Zun deputy head was erased in a heartbeat. Han Yun looked down coldly and said, "Whoever dares support the Huang family, I will destroy them." He released a beam of immortal light, imprisoning dozens more Huang family members. Then he looked at Yi Chen. If they are willing to surrender, they may be used in the future to resist the Blood Spirit clan. They can atone for their sins through merit. Yi Chen paused. He understood Han Yun's intention. Han Yun still had pity for these Emperor Zun cultivators. There were dozens of them. Although none exceeded 5 layers of the Emperor Zun realm, their numbers were formidable. In the future, when they would be forced to fight the Blood Spirit clan, every extra fighter mattered. Wish! A blue light appeared. A blue light box materialized, and all the remaining Huang family members were sucked inside. Han Yun tossed the box to Yi Chen. "Take it. Handle them as you see fit. I simply want to remind you, these people can be used against the Blood Spirit clan. Killing them now would be a waste." "All right," Yi Chen nodded, placing the blue box into his storage ring. The blue light box was a spatial magic weapon designed for holding people, though it couldn't store them too long due to lack of spiritual energy. Still, it was perfect for imprisonment. Han Yun and Yi Chen had finished their business. But the surrounding spectators were stunned, especially the small sect members. They had expected a massive battle, not an ending like this. The Huang family. So many Emperor Zun experts, yet Han Yun had subdued them all. And then he handed them over to Yi Chen. What was Yi Chen's true background to command such respect from Han Yun? "Yi Chen, I have something to tell you." Huangpu Tian rushed forward anxiously. He had witnessed everything with Elder Jingshui. Although he had killed Elder Jingshui, he knew he was no match for Yi Chen. Especially after seeing the final strike, even one blow from the Blood Sky Sword would kill him. Thus, Huangpu Tian bowed respectfully. "I beg you to spare my life. Although he was the vice leader of the Qinghuan sect, he understood he was not Yi Chen's opponent. If he didn't submit, he would die. Of course, he wasn't a member of the Huang family. Otherwise, Yi Chen's sword would have already pierced him before he even spoke. Huangpu Tian whispered. I know the secrets of the Blood Spirit clan and the Huang family. I know why the Blood Spirit clan came to Kunlun Su, and many other secrets. If you spare me, I will tell you everything. Yi Chen glanced at him calmly. If you wish to surrender, why aren't you kneeling? Plop. Huangpu Tian dropped to his knees on the arena floor, shocking everyone around him. My God, the vice leader of the Qinghuan sect is kneeling to Yi Chen. Qinghuan sect is truly shameless. Yi Chen is so powerful that Huangpu Tian kneels before him in public. Chapter 11:10. The voices of the crowd rose one after another. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. The high-ranking vice leader of Qinghuan sect actually knelt down before Yi Chen. Yi Chen, too overbearing. Across the entire Kunlun realm, even among the 10 great prodigies, no one could make a vice leader kneel. When the leader of Qinghuan sect saw Huangpu Tian kneel before Yi Chen, he was furious. He shouted loudly. Huangpu Tian, do you know what you are doing? You are completely disgracing the face of Qinghuan sect. Huangpu Tian ignored him. He quietly glanced at Han Yun. If he didn't kneel, he would die, and with Han Yun present, there was no other sect who would dare help him. He simply hadn't expected this. Yi Chen's background was this terrifying. So terrifying that Han Yun flipped against the Huang family for him and personally imprisoned so many of their people. Good. Since you're already kneeling, I will spare your life. Step aside. Yi Chen retracted his sword, lifted his leg lightly, and pushed Huangpu Tian 100 meters away. These old fools only bully the weak and fear the strong. If not for the information I need, I would have killed him with one sword. Yi Chen then looked at the leader of Qinghuan sect. His brows were sharp like blades, his aura filled with sword spirit. He raised the star sword, pointed it at the sect leader, and said, Come. One final battle. I will send you to the west. This. The leader of Qinghuan sect was completely trapped. He glanced around and saw that everyone was staring at him. His face grew pale. Go up there and fight? That was suicide. Yi Chen was far too powerful. Especially that terrifying aura of the Blood Heaven sword moments ago, something he feared more than anything. If he called the 8 elders to attack together, Han Yun would definitely intervene. And then he would die. They would all die. He regretted provoking Yi Chen from the beginning. Brother Yi. Let's discuss this calmly. Before this, whatever offenses Qinghuan sect committed, we were blind, we were like dogs that couldn't see the sky. How about this? The leader of Qinghuan sect produced a box of grade 9 elixirs and forced a smile. I have here a box of ancient heavenly elixirs, 6 in total, all of extremely high quality. They are extremely beneficial for your cultivation. Let this matter pass. Gasps erupted everywhere. They had thought the vice leader of Qinghuan sect had no backbone for kneeling earlier. But they didn't expect the sect leader himself to be even more submissive, smiling bitterly while offering ancient elixirs. Yi Chen was no longer the Yi Chen of the past. He had forced Qinghuan sect to bring out ancient elixirs just to beg for mercy, elixirs equivalent to an entire realm of cultivation. Who in the Dao Source realm wouldn't covet them? They were priceless treasures. Yi Chen sneered. You surrounded me earlier and even wanted to kill me. And you think a few rotten pills can settle it? Rotten pills? These are ancient elixirs. The Qinghuan leader's face stiffened. This is an ancient grade elixir. A treasure passed down through generations of Qinghuan sect. Look carefully, this is a fire spirit pill. It's priceless. Does Yi Chen not understand the value of this pill? Such miraculous ancient medicine, yet he didn't even look at it. He must think the leader was trying to fool him with inferior medicine. It's just rubbish. Yi Chen didn't even bother. He took out 1,000 spirit elixirs and said, "Look! These are also ancient elixirs, 100 spirit elixirs. Top grade. Compared to these, your heavenly pills are trash." He played with the elixirs as casually as if they were marbles. Everyone watching widened their eyes. Many powerful figures exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, be careful. That's an ancient elixir, only a Dan Zun can refine it. Ancient 100 spirit elixirs, so many, my heavens. Yi Chen, you monster. You have so many ancient elixirs you don't even value them." The leaders of Dao's sect, Linghai sect, and others stared at the 100 spirit elixirs in awe, speechless. Yi Chen's foundation was far too deep. Ancient elixirs, as marbles? How arrogant! How godlike! Even the lesser sects looked on with trembling excitement. An ancient elixir. A single dream pill could push one into the 9th layer of the Dao source realm. Yet Yi Chen had dozens. What kind of sect produced someone with such terrifying background? The Qingluan leader swallowed hard, looked at the ancient elixir in his hand, and quickly withdrew it. "No. My pills are worthless compared to Yi Chen's." Suddenly, the Qingluan leader remembered something and secretly transmitted. "Yi Chen. I know you're targeting the Huang family. I have a way to help you avoid the pursuit of the forces backing them. The Blood Spirit clan stands behind the Huang family. You cannot resist the Blood Spirit clan. I can teach you how to avoid both the Huang family and the Blood Spirit clan. Let me live. I don't need to avoid the Huang family or the Blood Spirit clan." Yi Chen's voice was cold, his body bursting with star sword energy. "What I intend to do is destroy the Huang family and the Blood Spirit clan. If your information is worthless to me, you can die." Qingluan's sect was a mid to upper tier sect. They must know where the Blood Spirit clan originated. Since the Huang family and the Blood Spirit clan themselves refused to speak, the leaders of Qingluan's sect might know. "You want to fight the Blood Spirit clan?" The Qingluan leader glanced at Han Yun, then at Yi Chen. "Fine. I can tell you things, how the Blood Spirit clan arrived, their abilities, and the place they came from. Will that satisfy you enough to spare my life?" Yi Chen said calmly. "Yes. But if you are surrendering, why aren't you kneeling?" "This. Fine." The Qingluan leader slapped both arms to the side, lowered his head, and knelt on one knee. He cupped his fists and said, "I beg Mr. Yi to spare my life. Get lost." Yi Chen took a step forward. His power surged like rolling clouds, his left leg transformed into a pillar of force as he kicked. Bang! A violent explosion sounded. The Qingluan leader flew out of the arena and crashed against the far wall. His robe tore apart, his black hair a complete mess. That kick nearly killed him. If not for the armor hidden beneath his robe, he would have been crippled, or dead. Fortunate that I didn't fully turn against Yi Chen. Otherwise he could have killed me with ease. The Qingluan leader clutched his chest, coughed, and spat out blood. He struggled to his feet and bowed toward Yi Chen. "I swear, from today onward, Qingluan's sect will never again provoke your faction." In secret, like Huangpu Tian, he agreed to meet Yi Chen later to discuss information about the Blood Spirit clan and the Huang family. "If you understand that, good. Otherwise, I will wipe out Qingluan's sect, leaving not even dogs or chickens behind." Chapter 11:11. Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes swept over the sect elders and leaders. His face was cold and arrogant. He said, "I am the god of medicine. Not all of you can challenge me." He pointed toward Linghai sect, Luanjian sect, Dao sect, Tianhai sect, Lingak sect, Kunlun sect, Qingtian sect, Shuya sect, and other top schools. "If anyone dares to harm the disciples of our medical Shinmen, I will kill them with my own sword and wipe them out." With those words, the clear, crisp sound of his sword rang out. The sword rose into the sky, forming a bloody dragon. The dragon's might rivaled the scorching sun and the eruption of 100 volcanoes. Magma and fire light illuminated the sky, and the sheer pressure forced every sectarian to lower their heads in fear, daring not to make a sound. The roar of the dragon and the fire's radiance shook the 8 wastelands and 6 harmonies. There was no one bold enough to speak. Hundreds of disciples from small sects stared at Yi Chen, their eyes now filled with admiration. One person dared to threaten the world's great factions. How impressive. They were inspired. If someone cultivated their fighting power like this, they would have no regrets in life. Young girls and men alike stared at Yi Chen, watching as he looked down upon all the top schools and suppressed the middle and upper-tier sects of his generation. They secretly idolized him and dreamed that one day, Yi Chen would threaten the world's sects. Since no one opposes me anymore, then the contest of Kunlun's empty talents can begin. Yi Chen looked at Han Yun and said. Originally, there were 3 referees, the leader of Dao's sect, the deputy head of the Huang family, and the head of Kunlun's sect. He lifted his sword and stood tall between heaven and earth. Now that the deputy head of the Huang family is dead, I wish to take the position of judge. What do you think? Yi Chen. Referees are the exclusive property of the old generation. I haven't heard from the 10 great talents of Kunlun. You, a younger generation, dare to try to act as a judge? Among them, Huang Qiankuan, the 9th elder of the Huang family, stood above the clouds. His eyebrows and stance exuded cold and resolute power. His eyes were like 2 dark, endless caves, desolate and chilling. He pointed to Yi Chen. Don't think that with a little external strength, you can become as famous as us, or worse, surpass us. For us, the top 10 talents of Kunlun are legendary, secluded, and unmatched. You're just a child with a few tricks. 5 years ago, we emerged from thousands of talents to fight. Now, it's trivial to defeat you. Return to the competition. Don't covet the referee's position. Huang Qiankuan stared at Yi Chen, his gaze colder by the second. He thought. Yi Chen, you killed people from my Huang family and cooperated with Han Yun to imprison them. Next time we meet, I will kill you on the spot. The power you gained from the Blood Spirit clan is useless. You think you alone can fight against emperors of 5 layers of heaven? Pathetic little scum. If he had known Han Yun wouldn't intervene, he would have attacked already. Now Yi Chen held the referee's position, giving him the perfect excuse. Huang Qiankuan didn't believe Han Yun would stop him. He shouted. Yi Chen, you bastard. So arrogant. Don't look us elders in the eye. I'll give you 2 choices. First, return to the game, but before you do, kneel and apologize. Second, I'll kill you myself. Of course, if you hide behind Han Yun, I have no objections, but I will despise you. A fierce aura erupted from him. Yi Chen snorted coldly. I know what you fear. Don't worry, Master Han Yun won't interfere. And I'll give you 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. He pointed his sword directly at Huang Qiankuan. His body gleamed with starlight, and an infinite aura of war filled the arena. He seemed like an invincible god of war, and all who opposed him could only be defeated by his sword. You want to die? Huang Qiankuan roared. His arms transformed into dragon and tiger forms, half man, half beast. Blood surged through him as he opened his arms. Dragon and tiger illusions clashed, sending waves of energy outward. When they struck the ground, countless holes erupted around him. Spiraling bursts of force directly targeted Yi Chen. Immortal Kendo. Jianmen strike. Yi Chen lightly inhaled, his left hand forming a spear-like gun, firing a rapid sequence of strikes. Layer upon layer, they broke through the spiral sound waves. He raised his right hand, the sword shining like a ray of light. The blade pierced the clouds, shocking the world and illuminating the challenge arena. The sword radiated multiple beams of light, lighting up stars and forming a spiderweb-like star map. Stars were illuminated by the sword's brilliance, creating a circular sword gate in the sky. Starlight's sword gate manifested. Countless star swords within fell like bright meteors across the night sky. You are not afraid? Blood Spirit secret technique, Blood Spirit Songlong. Huang Qiankuan clenched his hands. Dragon and tiger illusions merged into two streams of red and black energy, shooting into the blue sky. His eyes became two blood-red pupils, his skin cracked with glowing lines, and his body radiated endless blood energy. Ancient dragon shadows emerged, flapping wings across the sky. They charged toward the falling star swords. Boom! The dragon shadows collapsed. Most of the star swords shattered. Aftershocks destroyed mountains outside the city, sending dust into the air, and the ground shook violently. 110 star swords shot through the sky toward Huang Qiankuan. Poof! Poof! The sounds of Dao Dao sharp swords piercing flesh echoed. Huang Qiankuan's chest was impaled, scarlet blood dripping down the blade. Dozens of other star swords struck the arena, emitting brilliant starlight. Who? 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 In a flash, dozens of starlight swords formed interwoven chains, creating a massive net of light. Huang Qiankuan knelt, unable to resist the immortal sword energy contained within the starlight. Ah, no, this can't be. This sword, impossible, impossible to suppress the blood spirit blood inside me. No! Huang Qiankuan's eyes widened in terror. This was the blood of the Blood Spirit clan, an existence that Kunlun virtuosos had no solution for. Who was Yi Chen? And how could he fight against the blood of the Blood Spirit clan? Chapter 11-12. Huang Qiankuan raised his head to the sky and roared. He struggled desperately, but every movement only caused more cracks to form across his body. Blood-red light and evil qi overflowed from the fissures, as though infinite flames were burning his meridians and skin. It felt like millions of ants were gnawing at him, causing unbearable pain. The scene shocked everyone present. They had thought Yi Chen could barely reach the threshold of Kunlun's 10 great talents. Yet Huang Qiankuan, ranked 9th among the top 10 talents, had no resistance under Yi Chen's command. Even with unknown secret techniques and combat power approaching the middle of the Emperor Zun realm, he was utterly miserable. Master, it's truly remarkable. Huang Zhantian exhaled slowly, shook his head, and gazed at Huang Qiankuan kneeling before Yi Chen. In a low voice, he said, "Once, Huang Qiankuan was a family-level existence, an invincible foe to me. Unexpectedly, such a powerful enemy kneels before Master. Master! He was someone I could never dare offend or resist. It seemed impossible to catch up to the Master. Only a month ago, the Master had revealed his power at the early stage of Emperor Zun. Now, the Master's strength exceeded 5 layers of heaven in the Emperor Zun realm. And this still did not even trigger the full potential of his secret techniques. If fully unleashed, even Han Yun's ancestor would be hard-pressed to contend." The other 3 disciples felt the same way. Originally, they had surrendered to Yi Chen, signing slave contracts in hopes of someday being free. But after witnessing Yi Chen's power, none wished to leave their master. With such a formidable master, they knew that in the future, Yi Chen would leave Kunlun Su, set foot in foreign lands, and achieve greatness. This opportunity was 100 times more valuable than marching alone or under their family's guidance. Meeting a master like Yi Chen was not misfortune, it was an extraordinary opportunity. Great opportunity. Blood of the Blood Spirit. The boy possesses the blood of the Blood Spirit. In the tomb of Samsara, 7 Knights' blood exclaimed furiously. This little beast must have sacrificed to the Blood Spirit clan and absorbed some residual blood from them. Now, the Blood Spirit flower has awakened within him. He must be killed immediately. The flower of the Blood Spirit? Residual blood? Yi Chen asked, perplexed. The Blood Spirit flower is an evolved form of the Blood Spirit's blood, 7 Knights' blood explained. The Blood Spirit clan gives their blood essence, Blood Spirit blood, which has a parasitic ability. In the early stages, it enhances the host's combat power, even multiplying it several times. But once the Blood Spirit flower forms, the Blood Spirit clan can absorb the host's entire blood essence and strength at will, augmenting themselves. If left unchecked, the host becomes like a mad beast, killing indiscriminately with immense power. 7 Knights' blood sighed. In ancient times, before the arrival of the Blood Spirit clan, we used this secret technique to cultivate many strong fighters in Kunlun-su. Then Kunlun-su fell into civil strife. We pacified those who had gone mad and planned an overseas campaign, but we were defeated. You must eradicate Huang Qianquan immediately. The one who gave him the blood spirit essence has already been killed, but it will take about 1.5 years for the blood spirit flower to mature. At that point, Huang Qianquan will become a madman, his combat power reaching at least 7 layers in the Emperor's realm. He will kill indiscriminately, and even in death, his blood will poison 100 li, annihilating all life within that radius. Hearing this, Yi Chen said, the techniques given by the blood spirit clan to the Huang family not only drained their life potential but also absorbed their essence, using them as furnaces. This blood spirit clan is truly evil. I must eradicate it. He waved his sword toward Huang Qianquan, who writhed in agony. Blood-colored stamens had already sprouted on his arms and thighs. Fierce crimson power flowed through every inch of Huang Qianquan's flesh, as though the mother of stamens, the blood spirit flower, was about to erupt from his body. The blood spirit's power, how strong it is. Tell me, what did you sacrifice to the elders of the blood spirit clan? Yi Chen pressed the sword against Huang Qianquan's neck. The sword emanated dense sword qi, stimulating the blood spirit flower within Huang Qianquan's body. He screamed in agony as the blood essence was violently drawn from him. A few beauties, sacrificed. Huang Qianquan cried. You brute! You have the power to kill me, why torture me? You, blood spirit clan's descendant, will meet your end within 1 year. The ancestors of the blood spirit clan will strip you of your skin and crush you, they will not let you live. Huang Qianquan's face twisted, his hands covered in blood-colored flowers. Pain and itching tormented him endlessly. Yet under the suppression of Yi Chen's sword qi, he could not move, forced to endure by sheer willpower. You cultivate the martial arts of the blood spirit clan. You have absorbed the blood spirit's blood, forming the blood spirit flower within you. If you fail to mature it, death will not release you. You will become completely insane and kill anyone in sight. Yi Chen glanced calmly at Huang Qianquan and the assembled sects. Do you intend to reveal the secrets of the blood spirit clan to all of Kunlun? Yi Chen, what are you doing? The leader of Qing Tian's sect stepped forward, her eyes icy. She said, do not speak recklessly. The blood spirit clan was an alien race that invaded Kunlun-su in ancient times. They have long been defeated. The leader, a middle-aged woman named Liang Yue, was still elegant and alluring. In her youth, she had caused a storm throughout Kunlun. Now, she spoke in a sinister tone. Yi Chen, if you spread chaos in Kunlun-su, we will ensure the blood spirit clan cannot harm you. You had better remain silent. Yes. Master Liang Yue, you said Kunlun-su sends 100 powerful emperors to challenge the blood spirit clan every 100 years, but I am an exception. Yi Chen deliberately pressed, it seems that in past millennia, the 100 emperors never actually appeared in Kunlun. What? Yi Chen, what are you saying? Every year, we send 100 blood spirit clan emperors, strong in territory, and they are crushed like cattle. Bastard blood spirit clan. Is this true? Impossible. How can it be? Voices erupted across the sects, from small and medium sects, and even young disciples. Compared with the older, powerful generation, many were indifferent, only watching Yi Chen, Han Yun, and Liang Yue in silence. Yi Chen. You speak nonsense. There is no such thing. They just practice in secret. Chapter 11:13. Leader Liang Yue roared hysterically. This is impossible. Do not mislead people with lies, or I will punish you, no matter who supports you. Yes. They practice in secret places. For thousands of years, why has no one ever returned? Suddenly, Yi Chen rose into the sky, the way of killing and the immortal sword hanging behind him. He looked like a celestial king, above the 9 heavens, gazing down on everyone. He said, for so many years, every 100 years, 100 emperors are chosen to respect the territory, and 3,000 emperors are chosen for strength. Why has not a single one returned from the secret places? Even worse, they have completely vanished without a trace. Furthermore, if you claim I am misleading the public, you can call those people to testify. Elder Liangyue could not answer. How could she produce the 100 emperors from years past to testify? Where could she find them? They had already perished at the hands of the Blood Spirit clan. Not a single one survived. Yi Chen's eyes swept across the various sections. His gaze was sharp and unyielding. Among the 3,000 emperors, there were not only young talents, but also many powerful elders from small sections. Do you think your leaders truly went to the secret place for training? No. In those years, these sects failed to cultivate enough powerful people in the emperor realm. They were forced to advance their disciples, providing them as sacrifices to the Blood Spirit clan. This is also true for the talent conference. Because so many geniuses died, the emperor's realm quota was not met. The sects of Kunlun Su were forced to send disciples here. At the end of the talent conference, if fewer than 100 reach the emperor's realm, they immediately arrest the leaders and heads of all sects to make up the 100 powerful emperors. This is why the Blood Spirit clan spared the people of Kunlun. They needed their sacrifices. This is the purpose of cultivating 100 powerful emperors every 100 years. All middle and top-tier sects know about it, and the quota is shared among families. Yi Chen continued. And the blood-colored stamens on Huang Qiankuan are marks of the Blood Spirit clan. It is absolute proof that Kunlun Su sends 100 emperors to the Blood Spirit clan every 100 years. These words hit like thunder. Over 10,000 people present, the elite of Kunlun Su, were shocked. Many small sect leaders and disciples immediately rushed forward to demand answers from the leaders of Zuimen, Daozong, Qingshenmen, Kunlun sect, and others. Is Yi Chen really telling the truth? 1,000 years ago, you said there were extra spots and let our ancestors participate. Yet our ancestors were sent to the Blood Spirit clan to be slaughtered. You traitors! Tell us. Where are our ancestors? Is what Yi Chen said true? Is what Yi Chen said really true? Answer us quickly. Countless questions poured out like clouds in the sky. It wasn't just the small sects, they demanded answers. Even disciples of Qingshenmen, Kunlun sect, and Daozong began questioning their elders. The eldest disciple of Qingshenmen, Jinzhuan, turned to the headmaster, his expression grave. Master, over 100 years ago, you sent elder martial brother Tianyue to the secret place for training. He has not returned. Tell me, has elder martial brother Tianyue been trampled by the Blood Spirit clan, as Yi Chen said? Will my fate be the same? Master, please answer. At the edge, the eldest disciple of the Kunlun sect looked at their headmaster with disbelief. Headmaster, is what Yi Chen says false? Why have the elder martial brothers and sisters who went to the secret place 100 years ago not returned? So far, they have not been found. Were they killed by the Blood Spirit clan? Will our fate be the same? One by one, first disciples and true disciples of other sects began questioning their leaders. Headmaster! Master! Headmaster, were we also trained to be sacrificed to the Blood Spirit clan? If not, show us proof. For a moment, Yi Chen's words detonated the entire 1,000-Ju square. Hundreds of small sects now confronted the dozens of big sections. It wasn't that they were unaware, they simply lacked the opportunity or strength to demand answers before. Now, they were desperate to know the fate of their ancestors and former leaders. Even the top 8 of the 10 great talents in Kunlun's hermit world were shaken. Among them, a Taoist disciple in white robes, Bai Yuchuan, stepped forward and asked Yi Chen. Is what you are saying true? I need to lie to you. Yi Chen responded. Within a year and a half, the Blood Spirit clan will claim hundreds of emperors from Kunlun. Those of you who are top talents will die first. If you wish to verify the truth, ask Han Yun. Ask your parents or the head of your family about the emperors of past generations. And tell me, what secret place lasts 3,000 years? Bai Yuchuan's expression changed dramatically. His heart churned. Yes. Yi Chen was right. What secret place could last 3,000 years? And even if one entered it, how could they never return? Was the headmaster truly willing to exchange lives to maintain it? Yi Chen. Yi Chen. Two of the top 10 talents, Green Sword and Blood Flag from Qingshanmen and Zuimen, asked in unison. Is what you are saying true? Even the top 10 talents were uncertain, let alone others. Thousand Ju Square descended into chaos. Naturally and truly, this has been the unspoken practice of the top echelons of all sects. And every talent contest exists to select emperors for the Blood Spirit clan. Yi Chen scanned the crowd, his sword chi radiating in all directions. For the Blood Spirit clan, I will resist to the very end. I will never allow another Kunlun Su disciple to be trampled to death. If you do not wish to die, follow me and fight the Blood Spirit clan together. Of course, you can also prepare a tomb in advance. When the Blood Spirit clan arrives, you can commit suicide early. Regardless of your choice, I will fight the Blood Spirit clan. Chapter 11:14. As long as you can defeat me, I will follow you. The Green Sword of Qingshanmen shouted, gripping the spirit sword at his waist. He was furious and could not help exclaiming. Bloody Blood Spirit clan! How dare you ravage our Kunlun Su! I vow to fight to the death against the Blood Spirit clan. The Blood Flag of Blood Knight Gate also spoke fiercely. Every 100 years, we send hundreds of emperors to the Blood Spirit clan. How can these leaders be so cowardly? No wonder we have never seen the elders who entered the secret realm, they are all dead. Immediately, the Blood Flag turned to question his leader. Do you want to resist the Blood Spirit clan? A hoarse voice pierced the sky. Everyone stopped speaking and looked toward the source. It was Huang Qiankuan. Huang Qiankuan's body was covered with blood-colored stamens. With a manic smile, he said, Are you all such fools, thinking you can resist the supreme adults of the Blood Spirit clan? Ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. Your leader didn't warn you, he only wanted to spare you some suffering. Now, what do you understand? In a year, the adults of the Blood Spirit clan will come to Kunlun Su, and all of you will be tortured to death. Even your spirits will be destroyed. Bang! Bai Yuchuan slapped Huang Qiankuan across the face angrily. Are we the living generation? Speak another word, and I'll kill you. Do you dare to kill me? Huang Qiankuan roared hoarsely. My master is an adult of the Blood Spirit clan. They will arrive in a year. You will not die immediately, but you will suffer 100 times, 1,000 times, Han Yun's original tortures. Huang Qiankuan continued. I am not afraid to tell you, our Huang family has long allied with the Blood Spirit clan. But now, our Huang family is the first echelon of Kunlun, and no sect of Kunlun Su, Daozong, or Qingshanmen dares to challenge us. If you kill me, you will die. Yi Chen, you have slain so many in my Huang family. When the adults of the Blood Spirit clan arrive, you will be the first to suffer their tortures, skin cramping, broken bones, ashes. You will never escape. And all your favored disciples and so-called geniuses are merely toys for your master to trample on. Bang! Huang Qiankuan was slapped again, this time by a beautiful woman. She was Qing Lirong of Qingshanmen. When Ji Xiqing was unknown, Qing Lirong had been called the most beautiful saint of Kunlun. She exclaimed, You traitor of Kunlun Su! Ha ha ha! How dare our Huang family betray Kunlun Su? Who dares to move against us? Which leader or elder of your sect dares touch our Huang family? Your end will come in a year. Hua! A sword flew through the air. The leader of Daozong had finally acted. He glared at Yi Chen with a grim expression, knowing the secrets could no longer be hidden. Everyone, return. The talent contest will continue later. We will study Yi Chen and Huang Qiankuan thoroughly and give you a proper explanation. Explain after research. You claim you will study, yet you continue to deceive us. A small sect leader shouted with righteous indignation. What Yi Chen said, and what Huang Qiankuan said, combined with the truth that those sent to the secret realm never returned, Today we must get a clear answer. Yes. Explain clearly. No discussion is allowed. Any discussion must not be used to mislead us. Many leaders of small sects, along with true disciples of the larger sects, wanted to interrogate all leaders directly. Everyone knew the top-level elders held the secrets. If middle and lower-ranking disciples questioned them, any attempt to discuss would simply result in deception. For a moment, the leaders of each faction were silent. Even several leaders, like those of Random Gun sect and Tianheizong, glared at those questioning. Like the Huang family, they were allied with the Blood Spirit clan. But if they did not reveal the truth now, they could not gather 100 emperors for the clan in a year and a half, and their lives would be at risk. Han Yun. Master Han Yun. Finally, someone thought of Han Yun. Sueki, Qing Lirong, Bai Yuchuan, and other top talents looked to him. Bai Yuchuan asked. Master Han Yun, is what Yichen said true? Is it true that every 100 years, Kunlun Su sends 100 powerful emperors to the Blood Spirit clan? Yes, Han Yun replied. With Yi Chen's permission, Han Yun told the truth. When we were defeated, we could not resist the Blood Spirit clan. Every 100 years, we had to send 100 emperors as sacrifices. Those sent to the secret realm for cultivation were all delivered to the Blood Spirit clan. Boom! In an instant, the entire 1,000 Ju square erupted. Everyone glared at the leaders of the 10 great sects. Their own ancestors and relatives had been sent to the Blood Spirit clan after being forcibly cultivated. Even disciples of the great sects had fathers and brothers sent to the clan. How could they not hate their leaders? Today's matter will be addressed tomorrow. The leader of Daozong left with a few words, glanced at Han Yun, and vanished. I will give an account of today later. What happened today? Dozens of leaders and deputies from Qingshanmen, Kunlun sect, and others departed. Han Yun could not rely on them. He would need new plans to manage disciples and small sects on the brink of rebellion. Once the leaders left, the square descended into chaos. Those who believed they were still safe realized they had been endangered for decades. Every 100 years, 100 emperors sent to the Blood Spirit clan. No one could bear such humiliation, young or old, weak or strong. Hearing that Yichen intended to resist the Blood Spirit clan, many came to him, eager to discuss the situation. Yichen, if what you said is true, what should we do now? Yichen, how can we resist the Blood Spirit clan? Even if I die, I will never become a dog to the Blood Spirit clan. Yes. My lord stands against heaven and earth. He is worthy of his parents, and his death is worthy of the heavens. If the Blood Spirit clan wants me to become their dog, if they demand my brothers and friends, even my own life, I am willing to fight alongside Yichen to the death. Many small sect leaders and elders approached Yichen. Some had only reached the Daoyuan realm of 7 or 8 levels, while others had advanced to the Emperor Zun realm. Though their cultivation was modest, they looked to Yichen as their main pillar. Chapter 11:15. Ladies and gentlemen, Yichen shouted, his voice carrying across the square. The Blood Spirit clan has ravaged Kunlun Su for thousands of years. I will never allow the Blood Spirit clan to ravage us again. I, Yichen, am willing to raise a banner against them. If you are willing to join us, so much the better. Yichen's gaze swept over the crowd. Everyone, the most important thing right now is the tradition of sending 100 emperors to Xuanjing every 100 years. It is a matter of survival, of stopping the Blood Spirit clan. Let all the people of Kunlun Su know this. Let them know that if they do not resist, the ultimate result of cultivation is nothing more than being handed over to the Blood Spirit clan to be slaughtered. Therefore, we must mobilize as many people as possible, first destroy those families and clans that have betrayed Kunlun Su, and then gather our strength to fight the Blood Spirit clan. Against the great banner of the Blood Spirit clan, it must stand. With Yichen leading, Kunlun Su can no longer kowtow to the Blood Spirit clan. Moreover, it will be impossible to continue the practice of sending 100 imperial disciples every 100 years to the Blood Spirit clan to be slaughtered. Yes. Yichen is right. We may be weak individually, but combined, the strength of all Kunlun Su can resist the Blood Spirit clan. Yes, Yi Chen, you are right. I am willing to join you and fight against the Blood Spirit clan. Dan Dingmen, the leader and patriarch of Luoshui sect, was the first to affirm Yi Chen's words. For them, the matter of the Blood Spirit clan was not only about life and death, it was also about honor and the future of their generations. Yi Chen, you are the first to raise the banner. You are nothing like those leaders who merely kowtow and serve like dogs. The leader of the Magic Sword sect immediately said, I will return to my sect, mobilize all forces, and spread the truth. I will tell the young disciples and my peers that the Blood Spirit clan has ravaged our predecessors and brothers. Let them follow Yi Chen and fight against the Blood Spirit clan. Yes. The major sects may fear the Blood Spirit clan, but Yi Chen does not. We will follow him. Even if the entire staff of Kunlun Su falls in battle, we will never become dogs for the Blood Spirit clan. The leader of Bai Dao sect also raised his fist in agreement. He took a deep breath, looked at Yi Chen, and spoke with deep emotion. Yi Chen, not only does your combat power rival the 10 great geniuses of Kunlun, but you are also the first to see through the truth. You have courage and strength. By raising the banner openly and honorably, I will fight against the Blood Spirit clan with you, for life, for glory, and for future generations. His words resonated with many leaders of small sects. For the sake of future generations and ourselves, we are willing to follow you, said leaders and patriarchs one after another. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, your task now is to spread this news across Kunlun Su. Tell all the hidden talents and powerful individuals in the secret realms, do not die in vain and do not allow yourselves to remain oppressed. The banner against the Blood Spirit clan has been raised. If you are willing to stand against heaven and earth, I will welcome you into the Hall of Light and the door of the God of Medicine. I will lead them against the Blood Spirit clan as well. 1 year from now, the Blood Spirit clan will arrive. I will take the lead in striking this wave of invaders. Before the Blood Spirit clan returns, I will mobilize the Danzun of Danshu town to refine pills, ensuring everyone has sufficient strength to resist them. Yi Chen's impassioned words immediately ignited the determination of all the small sect disciples. A man who stands against heaven and earth will die on the battlefield if necessary, but he will never be trampled by the Blood Spirit clan without resistance. Immediately, hundreds of disciples from small sects prepared to return to their mountain gates and spread the news along the way. When they returned, they would consolidate their strength and prepare to fight the Blood Spirit clan. This was true for small sects, but disciples of the major sects, including Qingjian, Bai Yuchuan, Ruhan, Sueki, Qinglerong, and other top disciples, were in confusion. They looked at their departing master, struggling to calm themselves. A teacher who loves his disciples and teaches martial arts, would he really send them to the mercy of the Blood Spirit clan? Every major sect disciple faced a dilemma. They did not want to believe that their cultivation, their training, and even their master's guidance were intended to hand them over to the Blood Spirit clan in exchange for survival. Master! 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 Bai Yuchuan, one of the 10 great talents of Kunlun, could not hold back his tears. Looking at Yi Chen from afar, he knelt and cried. Master, if what Han Yun and Yi Chen have said is true, I cannot accept it unless you tell me in person that you would trade my life for your continuation. Master, please tell me, is it true? The voices grew louder and farther. The leaders of the major sects left without looking back. He Yao and the other 10 great talents of Kunlun watched the passionate disciples of the small sections. They also saw the blank stares of younger disciples, helpless and trapped, favoritism or not, they had lost the motivation to continue. Especially when cultivation ultimately existed only to strengthen the Blood Spirit clan, what was the point of practicing? Gradually, the figures of leaders and deputies of each faction disappeared. All disciples of Xinzhuan and Daozhuan in the major sects turned to the law enforcement elders and the 10 great geniuses, asking one by one. Elder, is this true? Elder Ku, you raised me like a grandmother. Please tell me, am I destined to be trampled to death by the Blood Spirit clan? A female disciple of Tianlan sect knelt sincerely before Elder Ku. Child, I cannot answer your question now. Elder Ke spoke, led the other law enforcement elders, and departed. If they admitted the truth now, the disciples would collapse instantly, and the major sects would become empty shells. Yi Chen. Han Yun leapt forward, glancing at everyone. The current situation will be chaotic for some time. Let us discuss how to deal with the Blood Spirit clan. Good. Yi Chen called the leaders of Qinghuanzong and deputy leader Huangpu Tian to discuss matters with him in a nearby building beside Qianjua Square. Inside, Duan Huayan, Xiao Bai, Lao Shua, Huang Zhantian, and others gathered. Yi Chen of the Huangpu Heavenly Dynasty clasped his fist. To be honest, it is very difficult to resist the Shulan clan under the current circumstances. All major factions have submitted to them, and more importantly, we must conceal the true state of the Shulan clan from the younger generation. Brother Yi, you are right. If we want to break this pattern, we must create chaos and let their disciples understand their destiny. I didn't ask for analysis. Yi Chen said flatly, sipping his tea. Hurry up and tell me what you know. Chapter 11:16. Yes. Huangpu Tianbeiquan, looking at everyone, sighed. Once, Qinghuanzong had an agreement with the Huang family, so we know some things. The Huang family lacks top-tier power, but everyone cultivates the techniques of the Blood Spirit clan. Every 100 years, they don't need to send disciples in the Emperor's Respect realm to the Blood Spirit clan. Therefore, the number of Emperor's Zun realm cultivators in the Huang family is almost equal to the sum of other sects. 1,000 years ago, my Qinghuan clan had a sitting ancestor who accompanied the Huang family's ancestor to meet the incoming Shuling people. The place where the Blood Spirit clan comes from is a mysterious realm. To be exact, there is a space transmission array in the broken space beyond Kunlun Void. He recalled. It seems that the ancestors of the Huang family said that the land of the Blood Spirit clan is very far from Kunlun Su. Without an accurate star map, it is impossible to find Kunlun Su. Even if you find Kunlun Su, it would take a long time to travel there and cultivate. Therefore, even before the ancient wars, some Blood Spirit people set out to Kunlun Su and established a space transmission array. And it takes half a year to reach Kunlun Su using it. It is said that every time a space transmission array is used, it requires a 10-year interval before it can be used again. Otherwise, the fixed space channel cannot withstand the pressure and will collapse. The space transmission array must then be rebuilt. A space transmission array, a massive long-distance transmission system, was primarily used for interplane travel. Because the distance between planes is vast, it would take too long to travel by ordinary means. Therefore, they devised the use of the Stone of Space to arrange a large space transmission array. Every 10 years, it can be used. The transmission time is half a year. Hearing this, Yi Chen calculated carefully in his mind. Han Yun, can the space transmission array be destroyed? How many of the Blood Spirit clan's arrays exist in Kunlun Su? Yi Chen asked. Only one, Han Yun said, seriously pondering. My experience over the years, and my early understanding of the Blood Spirit clan, tells me that Kunlun Su is only a low-tier plane for them. It's not worth it for them to set up two precious space transmission arrays. As for destroying the array, Han Yun gave a bitter smile and shook his head. If it could be destroyed, I would have done it thousands of years ago. You cannot destroy a teleportation array unless you reach the realm of harmony and understand the laws of space. He Dao Jing. The supreme realm after Emperor's Respect? Yi Chen's words immediately drew the attention of everyone. They all looked at Han Yun, waiting for an answer. Han Yun said slowly. The Emperor's Respect realm is supreme for us, but for the Blood Spirit clan, it is insignificant. For example, the top state Huajing masters in China are not even in the lowest realm of Kunlun. There are only 4 realms I know beyond Emperor Xuanjing: the state of Entering God, the state of God King, the state of Hunyuan, and the state of Harmony. Each realm has 9 levels. Beyond that, I do not know, but there must be higher existences. In the beginning, the Blood Spirit clan sent someone above the realm of Harmony, which shattered our defenses in an instant. And a year and a half from now, Yi Chen, almost all the people you need to deal with will be in a state of mind. To enter the spiritual realm, we need to use the immortal tools above the 9 spirit tools as a medium to refine the soul, then use the immortal power of those tools to refine the body, entering the spiritual realm. As for realms above the God realm, I do not know what medium is required to break through. Hearing this, Yichen understood why Han Yun had not broken through the 9 layers of heaven of Emperor Zun for thousands of years. Kunlun Void lacked immortal tools, so Han Yun could not enter the God realm. When the Blood Spirit clan first arrived in Kunlun Void, it slaughtered all monks who had entered the Divine and God King realms and seized all immortal tools. As a result, Kunlun Su had no immortal tools and could not create immortals. Additionally, sending 100 disciples in the Emperor's realm every 100 years ensured long-term control. Enter the state of mind, the state of God King, the state of Hunyuan, the state of harmony. I will definitely achieve it. Yichen clenched his fists. It has only been a few years since I reached the source of Daoyuan from inner strength. His whole body radiated an indomitable warlike aura. In a few years, plus the time in the reincarnation cemetery, I will have enough time to reach the Hadao border. Finding the so-called immortal tools will not be difficult. Immortal tools. I know many weapons passed down by the major sections. I don't know if they are true immortals. Duan Huayan asked. Han Yun shook his head. Whatever has been passed down, the highest are only spirit tools of grade 7 or 8. He looked at Yichen. The star sword in your hand is only a spirit weapon of grade 7 or 8. If you want to be promoted to the God realm, you must go elsewhere and find an immortal tool as a medium for breakthrough. However, with your potential and strength, ordinary immortal tools may not be enough to support your soul. You must follow the guidance of your predecessors to find even more powerful immortal tools. Speaking of other places, leader of Qingyuan sect, is the Shuling clan a strong plane or a special race? Yichen asked slowly. If you don't have information worth your life, you don't need to live, because you are also a betrayer of Kunlun Su. Yes, yes, yes. I do. The leader of Qingyuan sect said eagerly. I once spoke with the Huang family's ancestor and learned what a powerful race the Blood Spirit clan is. He tried to recall the conversation. The Blood Spirit clan rules over hundreds of existences similar to Kunlun Void. Its influence spans vast regions. In Chinese terms, the Blood Spirit clan is supreme and dominating, it cannot be shaken. Moreover, the Shuling clan's location differs from Kunlun Su in essence, and their power is one level higher than ours. From the words of Huang's ancestors, Kunlun is a low-tier plane. The Blood Spirit clan dominates middle-tier martial arts levels. Their lowest-level disciples are even stronger than our highest-level cultivators. The leader of Qingyuan sect hurriedly said. According to Huang's ancestors, if Mr. Yi wants to go elsewhere, there are only 2 ways. The first is to leave Kunlun Void through the Shuling clan space transmission array. The second, Mr. Yi, is to use your own abilities to traverse the skies. In hundreds of years, you may reach other planes. Chapter 11:17. In order to survive, the leader of Qingyuan sect even offered Yichen personal protection. For him, joining the Huang family and the Blood Spirit clan was a matter of survival, and joining Yichen was also survival. He did not care about the potential consequences of information leakage, as long as he lived, it was enough. 100 years. Yichen, who grew up in China, understood science and now controlled the reincarnation cemetery. After interacting with powerful beings, he naturally knew that the world was vast and boundless. The distance between planes of living races was measured in tens of thousands of light years. Even if he reached the realm of Dadi and flew with the aid of spirit weapons, it would take hundreds of years to reach another plane. Compared with the technological means of China, although it was incomparably faster, it was still too slow. He looked at Han Yun and asked, can the Blood Spirit clan space transmission array change its position after transmission? I don't know. Han Yun shook his head. In the First World War, we only fought with the Blood Spirit clan in the mysterious space outside Kunlun Void. We did not know the specific details of the space transmission array. Yichen. In the Tomb of Samsara, Blood 7 Knights said, you don't have to worry. I can change the transmission destination of the array, and I have a star map. But you cannot alter the channel from the Blood Spirit clan to Kunlun Su." Hearing this, Yi Chen felt relieved. He said, "Okay, Huangpu Tianbeiquan, you two go first. I'll spare your lives for now. If you dare have any connection with the Huang family or the Blood Spirit clan, I will kill you, both upper and lower ranks of Qingyuan clan." "Yes." The leader of Qingyuan Zong and Huangpu Tianlao left obediently and waited in the next room. Yi Chen turned to the others, explained his plan, and said, "Our current goal is to deal with the Xu Huang family in Kunlun. I will take the Huang family by force and use them as the main combat force. You must unite experts from various sects to control Huang family experts and fight the Blood Spirit clan. The Blood Spirit clan is highly advanced in martial arts. With our current strength, resisting them is extremely difficult. Therefore, we need to constantly improve our own strength. I will also find ways to acquire immortal tools to help you break through." Given the arrogance of the Blood Spirit clan, they will not send high-level masters initially against our low-level forces. I estimate that the highest-level Blood Spirit warriors who arrive in a year will be in the early stage of entering the God realm. After that, at most, it will be the Kingdom of God. 10 years later, they may reach the later stage of Shenwanjing or the Hunyuan realm. "Why?" Hanyan asked, confused. The Blood Spirit clan initially sent many Hunyuan realm experts, and even some from the Hadao realm broke our defenses. Maybe they will do the same this time. Yi Chen shook his head and analyzed carefully. "From the information I have, the Blood Spirit clan is extremely aggressive and constantly attacks other planes. Therefore, before we draw their full attention, they will not send their strongest forces immediately. This gives us time to breathe and improve our realms." His eyes swept the crowd and noticed their confusion. Thinking the enemy too strong, he carefully said, "You need to imagine yourselves as members of the Blood Spirit clan. They believe that any rebellion on a low-level plane must be met with a massive deployment of experts from the start. But that's not feasible. The other planes don't need immediate suppression. Moreover, the Blood Spirit clan's overextension would cause rebellions on other ruling planes. So they won't send their full force initially." "Yes." Hanyan nodded slowly. "From my understanding, the Blood Spirit clan fights in many places. Their main forces are reserved for major wars. Round-trip times are extremely long, so they won't send their strongest immediately. However, if they fail once or twice, they will escalate, and then we will face their most powerful warriors. Normally, we could be destroyed by the main force of the Blood Spirit clan. But with Yi Chen present, he can cultivate to the realm of Daoyuan in a few years and fight even the 5 layers of heaven in the Emperor's Zun realm. In 20 or 30 years, we will have enough power to break the Hadao realm and destroy the Blood Spirit clan's space transmission array, giving us 1,000 years to prepare for counterattack. It won't even take 20 or 30 years. Yi Chen said firmly. In just a few years, I will break through to the realm of harmony, destroy the array, and give you time to prepare for counterattack. What I said just now should also give you confidence." He glanced at everyone and said, "Don't worry. As long as I, Yi Chen, am here, fighting against the Blood Spirit clan is absolutely feasible, even counterattacking them. You just need to follow orders and keep improving through practice and breakthroughs." Yi Chen now understood why Blood's 7 Knights wanted him to train a large number of subordinates. The scope of the battle with high-level monks is vast. They can combat leaders of the Blood Spirit clan, but the clan has endless strong warriors, including those in the Spirit State, God King State, and Hunyuan State. Kunlun Su must have enough powerful cultivators at the same realm to resist. Otherwise, even a single God King entering Kunlun Void could slaughter most monks. Even if Yi Chen won, Kunlun Su would suffer massive casualties, and the gain would not be worth the loss. "Good, younger martial brother, I support you," Xiaobi said first. "Yi Chen, I'm very glad that you have raised the banner," Duan Huayan said seriously. "As long as you lead, we will follow. For the future of Kunlun Su, for future generations, even for our own lives, we will fight against the Blood Spirit clan with you." Brush. Huang Zhantian and 4 others knelt simultaneously, crying out in unison. We are willing to follow the master's orders. We will accomplish them to the death. Good. Yi Chen nodded. Everyone, with me, Yi Chen, Kunlun will not collapse. The final victory will belong to Kunlun Su. Han Yun, everything is now proceeding according to our plan. The ancestors and leaders of each faction must be dealt with. Before that, we will go to the Blood Night Gate. I have a way to handle the sect left by the 7 Night God King. Yi Chen and Han Yun continued discussing their plan. Meanwhile, the leaders and deputy leaders of Kunlun sect, Daozong school, and Qingshanmen sect were also deliberating. Chapter 11:18. Damn Yi Chen. He actually made public the affairs of the Blood Spirit clan. If we continue like this, we won't be able to gather enough Emperor Zun realm disciples to dedicate to the Blood Spirit clan. Master Liangyue was speechless. He slapped his left cheek fiercely and exhaled coldly. It seems we can either continue deceiving our disciples or forcibly take them and present them to the Blood Spirit clan. The leader of Daozong sighed. For today's plan, we have no choice but to seize these disciples by force and offer them to the Blood Spirit clan. We don't have much time, only 1 year. Originally, many disciples had been promoted to Emperor Zun realm in the past 100 years. More than 80 disciples came from different schools, and hundreds were from the Daoyuan realm. I thought that holding a contest of talents could allow us to select students with lower potential and then, after forcibly teaching them, dedicate them to the Blood Spirit clan. Let Heiyao and Qing Jian survive. But now, because of Yi Chen, the 6 schools of Taoism and Jinzhuan disciples have suffered heavy casualties. The disciples who originally could have survived will now have to be dedicated to the Blood Spirit clan. I don't know if that will be enough. It won't be enough. The headmaster of Luanjiang's sect looked grim. His dark eyes were like bottomless caves. He said, I just calculated, after removing the dead disciples from the 6 schools, the remaining 8 schools do not have enough disciples. He took out a piece of paper and handed it to the headmasters. There are only 66 disciples from the other 8 schools and major families. Of these, only 20 can be forcibly promoted to the Emperor realm. We must arrest disciples from small sects to fill the quota. A cold light flashed across the corner of the Luanjiang sect leader's eyes, like a blade of ice. Yi Chen killed members of the Huang family. The Huang family must try to catch Yi Chen before the arrival of the Shuling clan. Only by presenting Yi Chen to the Shuling clan can the elders of the Shuling clan be appeased. The leader of Kunlun sect, seated on a high chair, drank from a bottle of liquor and sighed. Now, the most important thing for us is to give an account to our disciples. What else is there to account for? Leader Liangyue suddenly turned, glared at the crowd, and said, Don't say you can't take down your sect's disciples. Even if we can't win them over, can't the sect elders still control these kids? For the future of Kunlun, for ourselves, we must take down Yi Chen, the little beast, and these rebellious disciples. As soon as the words were spoken, the temperature in the conference hall seemed to drop. An invisible coldness spread. The leader's eyes hardened. For them, even if these disciples were talented masters, familiar with all martial techniques, they could not afford to let them win. Leader Liangyue's cold, piercing gaze swept across the room. His cool, thin demeanor left everyone silent. What about these disciples? As long as they lived, what could sacrifice matter? There had been sacrifices before. If they persevered, perhaps one day, people from other planes would defeat the Blood Spirit clan, making it better to endure. But following these young disciples to fight and die? No way. Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you, the headmaster of Blood Knight sect said blandly, the disciples of the past 100 years are the finest in history. They all have the potential to enter the God realm. It is a waste to let them die. Humph. If you don't want your disciples to die, then you take responsibility for the numbers. When the Blood Spirit clan comes, you can wait for destruction. Our sect will survive. Sooner or later, the Blood Spirit clan will be defeated by other powerful people. As long as we live, freedom will eventually return. Master Liangyue said solemnly, as if kowtowing were the only correct choice. I will not give my freedom, or the lives of my disciples, to anyone. We do not expect others to save us. It is not a good idea. Goodbye, everyone. With a wave of his sleeve, the headmaster of Blood Knight sect snorted coldly and left with his deputy. Headmaster Liangyue stared at the backs of Shuya men and others, continuing, "Tomorrow, we simply need to call our talented disciples to a special location. We will handle them ourselves and capture them. As for disciples from other small sects, if they try to resist, they lack the strength anyway." "Good. I agree. I agree." The master of Kunlun clan agreed with the leader. After that, they began planning specific operations. Sweki, the leader of Shuya sect, and Xiehong, the deputy leader, left the meeting hall. Faced with this situation, they did not wish to collude in harming their talented disciples. However, if they didn't act, their entire sect would be destroyed. Many families had already been eliminated. For thousands of years, numerous major schools that refused to provide Emperor Zun realm disciples to the Blood Spirit clan were eventually destroyed. Among them, several masters allied with Yi Chen, whose clans were established by the people of Zhanghe, were all annihilated by the Blood Spirit clan over the course of time. Just as they were troubled, suddenly, a great light appeared. A cold and proud figure materialized before Sweki and Xiehong. Whoa! It was Wan Yan, breaking through the army. Wan Yan stormed in and looked at them. His eyes narrowed. He clasped his fist and said, "Two leaders, my master wants to see you." Deputy leader Xiehong frowned. "Your master? From which sect?" Wan Yan still answered respectfully, "Yi Chen is my master. Yi Chen wants to see us." Sweki was stunned and sneered, "If he wants to see me, he should come in person." His Blood Knight Gate was no ordinary clan. What right did Yi Chen, a junior, have to demand an audience? No matter how strong Yi Chen was, he should have come to see them in person. At this moment, Sweki's impression of Yi Chen was extremely poor. Young, arrogant, learning from others only to show off. "Leave. If you don't, you'll have to ask Yi Chen to come collect your corpses himself." His rage was palpable. He was a strong emperor. Seeing the violent aura, Wan Yan stepped forward resolutely. "Look at this." Wan Yan drew a blood jade sword. Suddenly, a majestic and unique sword aura blossomed. It differed from Yi Chen's immortal sword aura, containing the power of stars. Immediately, Headmaster Sweki's eyes widened, and his body trembled. Chapter 11:19. The whole expression of Sweki was almost petrified. Because he knew everything before him. This was the legacy of their ancestors. He had seen it in the ancient books of the Blood Gate, but he never thought it would appear in the world again. How could it be possible? Sweki took an excited step toward Wan Yan, who had broken through the army, and said in a trembling voice, This is the sword meaning of the ancestor. Is the ancestor still alive? Tell me. Where do you come from?" Wan Yan, with his hands behind him, showed no fear of the powerful figures before him and replied, "I do not know if your ancestor is alive or not. My master only told me to show you this and lead you back." Wan Yan picked up the blood jade sword and continued, "Now, you should be qualified to follow me." Sweki and Xiehong looked at each other, said nothing, and then spoke in unison, "Lead the way." No matter what, this return must have a reason. Even if Yi Chen was a junior, this time they had to see him. Sweki and Xiehong followed Wan Yan to a high building. Yi Chen was waiting for them in the room. Seeing them enter, he unleashed his 7-night broken fist and sword meaning. "My sword meaning, you should know whose it is. Moreover, this sword meaning was never personally passed to you, but recorded in your sect." Sweki nodded and sighed, "This is the founder of the Blood Knight Gate, the God King of 7 Knights. It is the unique sword meaning of the Blood 7 Knights. Although the ancestor founded our Blood Knight Gate and passed down many skills, he did not teach the meaning of the 7-night broken fist and sword. It is a powerful technique, combining sword and fist, full of blood, and extremely formidable. The sword meaning you wield is undoubtedly the ancestor's." So, is the ancestor truly still alive? Master is alive. Yi Chen looked down at the two and said leisurely, for a long time, the divine power shook the world. Who dares to ask who I am? You should understand that. Yes. Sweki looked at Yi Chen strangely and asked slowly, you know the ancestors' sword meaning and techniques. How can we be sure you are truly the ancestor's disciple? What he said was like asking Yi Chen for proof of identity. They were all ancient masters, surviving for thousands of years. It was impossible to believe Yi Chen easily. Master, did you leave any instructions for your sect, like messages to your successors? Yi Chen asked about the Blood 7 Knights. As the founders, they would inevitably leave behind words and secrets for future generations, guiding their sect. The Blood 7 Knights fell silent for a moment, then said sternly, 7 Knights eternal, mighty, dare to ask heaven, who can fight? He explained, these are the words I left thousands of years ago, after founding the Blood Knight Gate before a sword stone. The second generation leaders used these words to instruct future generations. You can recognize me by these words. I cannot leave them behind, I come myself. Good. Yi Chen imitated the expression of the Blood 7 Knights, appearing like a supreme swordsman, superior to all others. He recited, 7 Knights eternal, mighty, dare to ask heaven, who can fight? His voice resonated like a continuous sword spirit, lingering in the room, stabbing into the hearts of Sweki and Xiehong. 7 Knights eternal. Mighty. Dare to ask heaven. Who can fight? Sweki and Xiehong repeated the words, recalling the ancestors' arrogance, a posture no rival could match. They stared at Yi Chen in awe, excitement beyond words. Yes. Yes. All leaders and deputy leaders of the Blood Knight sect knew these words had never appeared in the outside world. Yi Chen must be the disciple of the ancestor. Immediately, Sweki clasped his fist and said, Sweki, 7th leader of the Blood Knight sect, greets Xiaozu. Xiehong knelt, Xiehong, 7th deputy leader of the Blood Knight Gate, greets Xiaozu. To them, the 7 Knight God King was the founder of the sect, and his disciples were naturally Xiaozu. Get up, Yi Chen said, holding out his hand. The force lifted them up, and he continued, the master is still in the world. At this moment, I raised the banner against the Blood Spirit clan, with the master's support. I see. My grandfather is still here. I say, my grandfather cannot fall so easily. The two were filled with joy and gratitude. Their attitude toward Yi Chen changed instantly. This was Xiaozu, not just Xiaozhu. In terms of status, Yi Chen was now the most noble and important figure in the Shuya men. Oh, I didn't expect this. The Blood Gate I founded has lasted until now. Although the 2nd and 3rd leaders were only at the God King realm, they fell in war. The 4th leader, at Emperor Xuanjing 9 layers of heaven, could live for thousands of years and thus changed quickly. The Blood 7 Knights asked, Disciple, help me inquire about them. Yi Chen relayed the words intact. Sweki, ashamed, sighed. Xiaozu, our 4th and 5th generation leaders and deputies, who wanted to fight the Blood Spirit clan 2000, 1000, and 500 years ago, were killed by the Blood Spirit clan before taking action. The 6th generation leaders and deputies also fell to the Huang family. That is why our ranks have changed so rapidly. He sighed again, looking at the deputy leader. We thought we were orphans, without backbone, forced to follow the flow, never safe under the Blood Spirit clan's rule. But now, with our little ancestor's return, we will follow him and raise the banner of resistance. Yes. Xiehong's eyes hardened, tears glimmering. She was like an orphan reunited with her parents. Xiaozu, we have the Blood Knight Gate. We respect you. Though our knowledge is limited, we are willing to fight the Blood Spirit clan under your command. For thousands of years, burdened and frustrated, we could only watch our beloved disciples, and even parents, die at the hands of the Blood Spirit clan, powerless to resist. Not out of fear of death, but because the Blood Spirit clan could destroy a large sect with ease. Kunlun Su, with its many sects, had never truly resisted the Blood Spirit clan. It was not due to a lack of heroes, but but because a single faction could not succeed. Even multiple factions together would quickly be suppressed by the Huang family or the Blood Spirit clan. They had no choice. Their strength was insufficient. Confrontation meant death. Chapter 1120. Besides, the 15th National Congress of Kunlun was medium-sized but top-notch. At least half of the attendees had secretly joined the Blood Spirit clan, including Luanjianmen, Qingshanmen, and Tianheizong. As long as there were forces who wanted to resist the Blood Spirit clan, they, and the Huang family, would act first and eliminate the threat at its cradle. Therefore, for thousands of years, no one had dared to raise the banner of resistance against the Blood Spirit clan before all others. Yi Chen was the only one who dared. Of course, they would not completely destroy these forces. If any inside information from these groups existed, it would be left intact, allowing them to continue cultivating Emperor Xuanjing. Otherwise, their families would be forced to contribute even more to the Blood Spirit clan. This was also why the Blood Gate had survived for so long. I will not let you die at will. All elders and disciples in the Thousand Jew city, gather here. Although I am a young ancestor, I am the first to raise the banner against the Blood Spirit clan. I have my own plan. You will tell me your plan. Yi Chen looked coldly and said, moreover, our 6th-generation leader and deputy leader were killed by the Huang family's ancestors. We must act first. Yes, Xiao Zhu. I'm going to summon everyone here. Sweki quickly took out a message jade pendant and sent it to the Taoist elders of their sect, instructing them to gather all elders, Dharma protectors, and disciples. The talent contest of the various clans was not only a grand event but also a precaution. Therefore, every sect, not only the principal and deputy heads but also the great Taoist elders, senior elders, and top Dharma protectors, went out to escort the true disciples and Taoist disciples of the sect. In the vast city of Thousand Ju, nearly all elite members of Kunlun Su's sect were gathered. What about the Huang family? Yi Chen asked, brewing a pot of superior oolong tea. Qingmin sipped the tea and said, all the other sects have arrived. Why hasn't the Huang family come? Xiao Zhu, Xiehong explained, last time in the Blood Spirit's secret place, all the Huang family's disciples were destroyed. The main force of the Huang family is searching for Yi Shitian. Moreover, it seems their ancestor was ambushed by Han Yun and some powerful men in the hidden world and returned seriously injured. So the entire Huang family is on high alert. The main members of the family are all hiding in their territory. As for the other families, Xiehong continued, since the clan Dabi is a contest between the sects, the Han family, Mo family, Yi family, Xiang family, and others were not present. Yi Chen thought, if it is difficult, Xiaozu must face not only all sects but also all the families. In that case, he would need to deploy manpower and follow Xiaozu carefully. The battle for Kunlun was imminent. After a while, the blood contract activated the message jade pendant, clasped his fist, and said, please wait a moment. The reinforcements from the sect will arrive soon. Yi Chen nodded slightly and asked, today, the leaders and deputy leaders of the various sects cannot answer the questions posed by the talented disciples. They must go somewhere to discuss and plot. Did you participate? What did they decide? I just want to discuss this matter with Xiao Zhu, Sweki replied. The leaders and deputy leaders of the 8 schools, including Daozong, Kunlun sect, Qingshanmen, and Tianheizong, have decided on a vicious plan, Sweki told Yi Chen. Xiao Zhu, are we going to save those geniuses or? Yi Chen pondered for a moment, then declared firmly, we must save them. Kunlun's 10 greatest talents remained. Except for the 9th, Huang Qiankuan, who had died by his own hand, and Ji Xiqing, who became the deputy head of Guangming Hall, the remaining 8 had talent and potential enough to enter the realm of God, or even the kingdom of God. In the future, Yi Chen would face strong members of the Blood Spirit clan. Others in mixed Yuan and God King states would require these talents to handle the battles. Without them, Kunlun Su would be vastly inferior to the Blood Spirit clan. To start a war meant 2 practitioners of different levels confronting each other. The outcome between the 2 planes depended on Yi Chen himself. However, to avoid excessive consumption and casualties, Kunlun Su needed enough disciples in the Hunyuan and Xinhuang states as the backbone. Otherwise, even if Yi Chen defeated the strongest of the Shuling clan, disciples like Yi Lingtian, Yi Luo'er, Duan Huayan, Ji Xiqing, Ruhan, and Luoya would fall into the hands of other Shuling members. This was something Yi Chen would never allow, so candidates had to be identified in advance. First, he needed to find the backbone of the main battle, the captured Huang family disciples in the Emperor's realm. Yi Chen could use pills and immortal tools to force these disciples from the Emperor's Zun realm into the Divine realm as the main combat force. Second, he needed figures to control the war situation, the disciples in the Xinhuang and Hunyuan realms. They were the commanders controlling the Huang family disciples in battle. However, to reach the Xinhuang and Hunyuan realms, the disciples needed not only rigid requirements but also celestial or extraordinary objects as support. Soft requirements were also necessary, extremely high talent and insight. Even with many pills, disciples lacking these would not advance. Those meeting the soft requirements included the leaders and deputy leaders of various schools, the ancestors, and the 10 great talents of Kunlun. These 10 talents were the most promising for thousands of years and the most likely to achieve great advancement. Thus, Yi Chen had to save them. Of course, after the rescue, Heiyao, the holy son of Kunlun's sect, had to be considered carefully. Yesterday, when Yi Chen and Duan Huayan left Qianjua Square, Heiyao had acted subtly, and this had to be accounted for carefully. Whoa! A blood light flickered across the blood contract. He looked very pleased and said, "Xiao Zhu, everyone has arrived. They are waiting outside the building. Should we call them in now?" "Call them in," Yi Chen said with some satisfaction. He had wandered alone for many years. Now, as a young ancestor and an old ancestor combined, he had many great talents and elders under his wing. It was an advantage he could use fully. "Yes, Xiao Zhu." Xiehong went down personally and brought a group of 70 people, including elders, Dharma protectors, and disciples. Xiehong explained solemnly, "This is the founder of our sect and a disciple of the seven-night god king. Get down on your knees and pay respects to Xiao Zhu. Do not be rude." All disciples of the Blood Knight Gate, young or old, stared at Yi Chen in awe. Just now, no one had been able to stop him. He was indeed the youngest ancestor of his sect. Chapter 11:21. How could that be possible? Although they didn't believe it at first, Yi Chen was affirmed by the leader. More importantly, Yi Chen was powerful. Only a disciple taught by their ancestors could possess such strength. Only someone like him could make even Han Yun's ancestor obey his words. After hesitating for a moment, the 18 elders and Dharma protectors immediately knelt down, clasped their fists, and said, "Let's pay respects to Xiao Zhu." Other disciples, after processing the situation, also hastened to kneel, clasped their fists, and said, "We pay respects to Xiao Zhu." Among them, Blood Sword, one of the 10 great geniuses, stared at everything in front of him, his heart pounding. Yi Chen, the person he once had to deal with, had now turned into his own little ancestor. And at the level of an ancestor figure? For a moment, many disciples felt a mix of novelty and disbelief. They stared at Yi Chen, unsure what to say. Yesterday, he was of the same generation, and today he became their ancestor. Who could get used to that so quickly? Cough! Listen up. Yi Chen, Xiao Zhu, is a disciple of the seven-night god king, the founder of the Blood Knight sect. This time, the little ancestor has raised a banner to resist the Blood Spirit clan, and the elders support him from behind. Looking at Blood Sword, Sweki took a long breath and said, "You asked me about the fate of our senior brothers? Now I can tell you. Your senior brothers," he continued, "including my sons and daughters, were indeed given to the Blood Spirit clan. They are dead. I know your resentment and grief, but what I want to say is that at that time, we truly had no choice. If we didn't give them away, not only would we have died, the entire Blood Knight sect would have been destroyed. All of you, including yourselves, would have perished at the hands of the Blood Spirit clan, and even by the people of the Huang family." The blood contract narrated everything that had happened, and tears flickered unconsciously. Few could truly comprehend his feelings. He had personally given his children to the Blood Spirit clan's cruelty, only to protect the other disciples. Moreover, even if they hadn't given their daughters, disciples, and students to the Blood Spirit clan, what could they have done? The Huang family and Qingshanmen would have seized them and offered them to the Blood Spirit clan, killing them within the Blood Gate. Some might have been left alive only to be sacrificed to countless imperial disciples in the next century. It's true. Elder Martial Brother Shuiwe. Elder Martial Sister Shuling, Elder Martial Brother. Many disciples, such as Shuijian, Shuihuan, and Shuian, wept. Though they were over 100 years old, they shed tears freely. Ordinary matters would not make them lose composure, but the elder Martial brothers and sisters who had died had cared deeply for them. Their loss was profoundly felt. Now that they learned the truth, how could they remain calm? All right, Yichen said, it's almost over. Take it back. You are all the people who will fight against the Blood Spirit clan in the future, and you will be the main force. Crying is human, but excessive grief makes you weak. Yichen stood, glanced over the disciples, and said, Today, you asked Sweki and Xiehong about your fate. I will answer for them. In an instant, dozens of crying disciples stopped crying. Younger disciples stared at Yichen, feeling uneasy yet inspired. Yichen opened the window, letting the night wind blow on his face. His black hair fluttered with it, and a breath of indescribable presence emanated from him. He turned to the disciples and said, Your fate may involve death, but it will be on the battlefield against the Blood Spirit clan. You will die with honor. You will not be trampled to death by the Blood Spirit clan. I, Little Knight, will fight alongside you and personally establish the sect. I will never allow my disciples, the people of my sect, to die in shame under the oppression of the Blood Spirit clan. If you are born a man, you should live up to your parents and teachers and stand up to heaven and earth even in death. Each and every one of you will become a hero against the Blood Spirit clan. That, I promise. If you do not fight, you will die. But in confrontation, you may live or die, but if you die, it must be with indomitable spirit. Never be trampled to death by the Blood Spirit clan. Is it true? Asked a trembling, elegant girl. Can we really avoid being ravaged by the Blood Spirit clan? Asked another young disciple. Yi Chen, no, Yi, Xiao Zhu, a Xinzhuan disciple asked earnestly. Xiao Zhu, will you really lead us against the Blood Spirit clan? We can die, but we must not die in shame. Of course. I will lead you to fight the Blood Spirit clan to the very end. Yi Chen firmly affirmed the resolve of his disciples. He spread his hands, looking down on all the disciples with authority. His voice was unwavering. I cannot guarantee that you will survive the battle against the Blood Spirit clan, but I can guarantee that you will die with dignity. Xiao Zhu! Xiao Zhu! Xiao Zhu! In a flash, more than 50 disciples knelt respectfully before Yi Chen, shouting in unison. We are willing to follow Xiao Zhu and fight against the Blood Spirit clan to the end, even if we die. The road ahead was dangerous, but it was a road of resistance. To defeat the Blood Spirit clan meant Kunlun Su's destiny could be controlled by their own hands. These geniuses' fates and lives could also be grasped in their own hands. On the sidelines, dozens of elders watched with relief. One elder said, This day has finally arrived. The elder clasped his fist and said to Yi Chen, Xiao Zhu, the spirit of resistance against the Blood Spirit clan has existed since the first 3 sect heads. But at that time, we were weak and could only raise the flag in vain. The first 2 sect heads had already died at the hands of the Blood Spirit clan. Even the former head and deputy head of the sect were killed by the old Huang family. Now, Xiao Zhu, you are here. Combined with Han Yun and many powerful allies, it seems we have a chance to succeed against the Blood Spirit clan. I am willing to follow the young ancestor all my life and obey his orders to the death. Please rise. Yi Chen personally helped the elder up. Xiehong, the deputy leader, sighed and told Yi Chen, Xiao Zhu, this is Elder Wang Ming. His granddaughter and grandson were killed by the Blood Spirit clan 1,200 years ago. He lived aimlessly before, but now you are his only hope for revenge. Moreover, Elder Wang's skill is superb, He has reached the 6th heaven of Emperor's respect. If plans for revenge against the Blood Spirit clan arise in the future, please inform Elder Wang. He will do his utmost to carry them out. Chapter 11:22. I see. Yi Chen didn't know what to say. Before him stood elders who looked worn and bitter, much like Elder Ke. Who among them had not suffered? They had watched their children and grandchildren die before their eyes, yet were powerless to stop it. Revenge had become the only thing keeping them alive. In Kunlun Su, not everyone was like leader Liang Yue, willing to do anything just to survive. Xiao Zhu. Let me introduce the overall strength of our Blood Gate. Although we have been defeated twice by the Blood Spirit clan and once by the Huang family, we are still a sect handed down from ancient times. We still have foundations. Blood Flag took a long breath and began introducing the members to Yi Chen. This is the Daoist elder, Wang Ming, a cultivator of the 6th level of the Emperor realm. This is the Zhenjuan elder, Blood Sword Heaven, at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. The other 8 Daoist and Zhenjuan elders are between the 1st and 4th layers of the Emperor realm. There are 37 Zhenjuan disciples in total, all between the 4th level of the Daoyuan realm and the half-step Emperor realm. There are 15 Daoist disciples, including Blood Sword, ranging from the 7th level of the Daoyuan realm to the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. Within the Mountain Gate, we also have 2 Taishang elders, both at the 7th to 8th level of the Emperor realm. This is the only combat strength we have left. As long as Xiao Zhu gives the order, we will prepare for a battle to the death. As Blood Flag described the details of the sect's strength and cultivation levels, Yi Chen remained calm. Once, he would have been impressed by so many Emperor-level experts. But after learning about realms above the Emperor realm, and understanding the terrifying strength of the Blood Spirit clan, he knew that numbers alone meant little. What mattered was that there were enough people to choose promising talents from. Then he could refine Imperial-grade pills, raise the most gifted disciples to the peak 9th layer of the Emperor realm, bring them to other places, and give them numerous immortal tools so they could break through quickly. They could then act as the mid- and upper-level forces commanding the battlefield once war began. Alright, I understand your strength. Xiehong. Yi Chen transmitted mentally. Tomorrow I will stop the conspiracy of the sect leaders, rescue the disciples trapped by them, and let them join our resistance against the Blood Spirit clan. As for you, expand our forces against the Blood Spirit clan as much as possible. Yi Chen calculated that once the sect leaders were eliminated tomorrow, when they looked at the tombstone of the 100-sword God King in the tomb of Samsara, an intense fluctuation would occur, likely awakening it. His anticipation for the 100-sword God King was extreme. He thought, the residence of the 100-sword God King is nearby. I'll retrieve his cultivation method first. Tomorrow, I will seal the sect leaders for my use. Yi Chen, be careful. The skill of the 100-sword God King consumes a vast amount of soul power. It's impossible that you want to seal the sect leaders right now. Blood Seven Knights said. Not necessarily. Emo Ninga replied. With the Tomb Master's talent, cultivating that technique to the entry level overnight is possible. Tomb Master, I will guide you. As long as you find the skill, the tombstone of the 100-sword God King may crack, and his consciousness will come out to assist you. Good. Yi Chen looked at Xiehong and the others. Go find Han Yun and discuss the plan for dealing with the Huang family. Yes, Xiao Zhu. Sueki clasped his hands and led the others away. Yi Chen turned into a streak of light and quickly arrived at the mountains near Thousand Jew City. The mountains were dense, the forests vast and endless, anyone seeing them would frown. Tomb Master. In the southeast, bypass 3 kilometers of peaks. Enter the underground cave ahead and go 10,000 meters deep. Following Emo Ninger's instructions, Yi Chen quickly entered the cave. When he reached the exit, he saw a village filled with flowers, birds, and vibrant life. A short distance ahead stood a massive tree. It seemed this place could only be reached through underground tunnels, walking from the surface might never lead here. A true peach blossom paradise lay before him. There were many people. Kunlun Su actually had such a hidden place. These people seemed to have no cultivation, living like hermits, No war, no strife, only peace and happiness. This place is amazing. Yes, Tomb Master. This place was also discovered by the 100-Sword God King. If not for Master Blood's 7 Knights, I wouldn't have found it from the surface. Mo Ninger said. Northwest, on the tall mountain, there is a house. That is where the 100-Sword God King once lived. Be careful. We don't know what restrictions there may be outside the house. Yi Chen nodded and soon arrived before a thatched cottage. At first glance, it looked no different from an ordinary dwelling. But as he approached, an invisible force pushed him back. Forcing himself forward, sword chi crisscrossed through the air. Clang! 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 Yi Chen gently waved the star sword, its tip emitting a bright light that dissolved the incoming sword chi. Boom! In the tomb of Samsara. The tombstone of the 100-Sword God King trembled violently, cracks forming as pure white sword light overflowed. A majestic spiritual pressure swept out. Soon, soon. The tombstone's response is growing stronger. Once you obtain the technique, the mind of the 100-Sword God King can emerge to assist you. Mo Ninger said excitedly. This restriction. It's very special. Yi Chen observed the invisible sword chi outside the cottage. A flash of light crossed his eyes, and a blood moon appeared within them. He examined the surroundings carefully. The restriction was arranged using the Tiangang 36 and Disha 72 formations. Moreover, it contained peak power equivalent to the 9th layer of the Emperor realm. Breaking it by force would be extremely difficult. Yi Chen asked, Master Blood, how do I break the restriction? Is there a simpler way? Blood's 7 Knights paused, then said, use the sword formula to attack the 36 Tiangang sword positions simultaneously. Ignore the 72 Disha positions. Restrictions set by the 100-Sword God King are usually like this. Good. Yi Chen drew the Dragon Awaken Heaven sword and the Star sword. With a wave of his hand, his blood energy surged like a raging tide. Boundless power infused into the Star sword, causing ancient runes to glow. The sword tip released threads of sword light like a spider's web, striking the restriction. He gripped the Dragon Awaken Heaven sword tightly and said softly. One sword to cut the heavens. A single sword strike capable of splitting the earth apart descended. Infinite sword chi struck the 36 Tiangang positions. Crack! Crack! With multiple breaking sounds, the restriction vanished. Chapter 1123. It's finally broken. If there had been no result, it would have been difficult to break it again. Yi Chen put away the 2 swords and stepped into the thatched cottage. His eyes landed on a white martial arts manual resting on a wooden table. He glanced at it. 4 powerful characters emerged. Heaven and Earth Sword Seal. It seems this must be the technique of the 100-Sword God King, Yi Chen murmured. Without wasting time, he quickly began reading the sword formula. In the Samsara cemetery, the tombstone of the 100-Sword God King became covered in a layer of light. It seemed that once Yi Chen mastered the sword formula, the tombstone would be triggered. Time passed. After finishing the manual, Yi Chen understood that this was a type of soul sword technique. It required using soul power in combination with swordsmanship to form a soul sword seal. Once branded into an enemy's soul, it allowed complete control over their life and death. It could also seal an enemy and force them into submission. As long as the enemy's soul power was not more than 10 times Yi Chen's, they would not be able to break free from the soul sword seal. However, unless the technique was cultivated to a high or perfect level, sealing powerful enemies would consume a massive amount of soul power. Tomb Master, with the strength of your bloodline and soul, Mo Ninger explained. As long as you cultivate the Heaven and Earth Sword seal to its peak, you can seal all the Huangs. But this method is only effective against cultivators from Kunlun Su. Against strong blood spirit clan members, it will have little effect. Just as she finished speaking, a deep, trembling voice resounded. The sound nearly burst Yi Chen's eardrums. But he reacted quickly, the corner of his mouth lifting as his eyes grew bright with excitement. This change in the Samsara cemetery was unmistakably familiar. A great power was about to emerge. Then, an ancient, boundless voice echoed from within the cemetery. I wield 100 swords that can destroy the world. I wield 100 swords that can seal the world. Only I am the king of swords, unrivaled beneath heaven. The 100-sword god king had awakened. Nya Baijian, you're finally out. That's great. The 100-sword god king, your consciousness has finally appeared. Mo Ninger and Xue Qie were filled with joy as they stared ahead. A man dressed in white, with a white sword in hand, stood before them. He was as handsome as Panin, with bright eyes that seemed to hold endless stars and oceans. Though he appeared close, he felt separated by countless layers of space. His understanding of Kendo was unparalleled. He was the 100-sword god king, Nya Baijian. Ancient records said that whenever he appeared, the world would tremble, the 9 nether realms would sway, and hundreds of sword servants, each a master from a different sect, would follow him. Some were Emperor realm powerhouses at the peak 9th heaven, yet willingly followed him. The world believed the sword servants followed him out of loyalty. In truth, they were once his enemies, defeated by him and sealed by the heaven and earth sword seal, forced to serve him for life. Sadly, all of the sword servants had fallen in battle against the Blood Spirit clan. My consciousness, awakened here. Nya Baijian looked around. This place? The Samsara cemetery? He stared at Xue Qie and Mo Ninger. Weren't we sealed in the Blood Spirit clan's dungeon by that person? Our true bodies are indeed sealed in the Blood Spirit clan's territory, Xue Qie explained. However, a portion of our divine spirit was absorbed by the Samsara cemetery. We now assist the Samsara Tumoner in fighting against the Blood Spirit clan. Xue Qie patiently explained the situation. He knew that although hundreds of great powers were sealed within the Samsara cemetery, not all were aware of what the cemetery truly was. Some had their divine spirits forcibly drawn in during the war. After finishing his cultivation of the Heaven and Earth Sword Seal, Yi Chen stepped forward. He had already grasped the entry level and could now seal some powerful enemies. Arriving before Nya Baijian, he clasped his fists. Senior Nya, the Blood Spirit clan intends to destroy Kunlun Su. I was born in China, and my loved ones are in Kunlun Su. I will never compromise. I have already raised the banner against the Blood Spirit clan. I hope Senior can assist me. To resist the Blood Spirit clan, I will help, Nya Baijian said calmly. But that does not mean I will unleash my full power at your command. He studied Yi Chen for a long moment. You may simply be a fortunate junior who stumbled upon my Heaven and Earth Sword Seal. Don't delude yourself. I won't casually point out your swordsmanship. Nya Baijian already knew Yi Chen was the Samsara Tumoner, but his pride prevented him from accepting disciples easily. Yi Chen was used to this temperament. Hadn't Xue Qie behaved the same way? And eventually, he had acknowledged Yi Chen regardless. Yi Chen didn't feel discouraged. Senior Nya, everything depends on fate. I believe it won't be long before you accept me as your disciple, he said confidently. And personally teach me swordsmanship. He didn't argue further. He knew Nya Baijian would eventually be conquered by his talent. He looked at the sky, dawn had arrived. The most important task now was rescuing Kunlun Su's talents. Morning arrived, filled with birdsong and fragrance. Outside the city, in a vast open field, 8 disciples from the Kunlun sect, Qingtian sect, Kuahai sect, and Blood Blade League, together with 7 of the top 10 talents, had gathered after receiving their sectmaster's summons. Qing Lirong frowned. The headmaster said he would tell us the truth here. Rohan, what do you think? Maybe the sectmasters want to explain the real situation, Rohan replied. Nearby, Qing Jian thought for a moment. 9 times out of 10, the rumors about the Blood Spirit clan are true. Our masters cared deeply for us, perhaps they found a way for us to avoid being sacrificed. I hope so, Bai Yuchuan said with a haggard expression. He Yao sat restlessly on a rock, his thoughts heavy. He no longer cared about fighting Yi Chen over Ji Siqing. At this point, he didn't even know if he could survive. 7 of Kunlun's top 10 talents were present. He Yao, Qing Jian, Bai Yuchuan, Qing Lirong, Yang Xian, Ruhan, and Duge Jian of Kua Hai sect. Duge Jian, a 4th Heaven Emperor realm cultivator, was the senior Taoist disciple of Kua Hai sect. If even they were this nervous, the other 100 disciples were far worse. These disciples represented the elites of all major sects. They had quietly received orders at dawn to gather here and await the truth. Yet the more they observed the situation, the more their anxiety grew. Chapter 11:24. Whoa! Whoa! 16 leaders and deputy leaders, plus 80 elders, had all arrived. They were the strongest forces of the 8 sects, and the lowest among them was at the 2nd heaven of the Emperor Zun realm. Master! You said you wanted to tell us the truth. What is the truth? Bai Yuchuan looked at his master and asked sincerely, do you intend to replace us and let someone else die in our place? Master, to let others replace us. Qing Jian's expression was strained. He looked at his sect leader and said, but if others die, what difference does it make? Why don't we follow Yi Chen instead? Besides, Ancestor Han Yun has already joined Yi Chen's camp. Master! Ruhan looked at her sect leader, eyes filled with sincerity. Headmaster, the banner against the Blood Spirit clan has already been raised by Yi Chen. We can follow him. Master, what is the answer you want to give us? Master, let's fight back together. Master, find someone else to replace us, I don't want to die. Master! All the disciples stared at their leaders in the distance, hands behind their backs, waiting for an answer. Suddenly, the 16 sect masters and deputy masters, led by sect leader Liangyue, stepped forward. They formed a circle around the disciples. The 80 elders did the same, expressionless, each holding a weapon. Sect leader Liangyue looked at her disciples Qing Jian and Qing Lirong with a cold expression and a chilling aura surrounding her. She said, we have a plan. Our plan is to seize all of you and hand you over to the Blood Spirit clan. The next moment, her expression shifted sharply as she shouted. Do it! Instantly. The 16 leaders and deputy leaders threw out golden ropes. Each rope radiated a powerful spiritual aura, all were clearly 7th grade spirit artifacts. The ropes intertwined, forming a massive heaven and earth net array that trapped all the disciples inside. At the same time, the 80 elders swung their weapons, releasing twin arcs of light to the left and right. A total of 160 rays connected, forming another great formation around the disciples to ensure no one escaped. Master, how can you do this? Qing Jian tried to rush forward, but the moment his chest touched the golden rope, he was struck back violently and spat blood. Barely supporting himself on his sword, he stared at the leaders before him, suddenly feeling a deep sense of strangeness. Was this really his own leader? Were these truly the teachers and elders who had cared for them? And now, selling them out for their own lives? What do you mean, Master? Master, what are you doing? Master! Elder! Master, Martial Uncle! At that moment, more than 100 disciples were stunned. Never had they imagined that their teachers, who cherished them, would arrange such a formation to trap them like prey. What was this? They clearly knew about the Blood Spirit clan. Were they afraid the disciples wouldn't willingly die? So they brought them here, just to trap them and hand them over? Qing Lirong looked at the scene in horror. The sword in her hand trembled, unable to stay lifted. She stared at sect leader Liangyue and asked, Master, you treated me like a daughter. And now you want to save yourself and let me die? Ha ha ha. Sect leader Liangyue sneered coldly. Disciple, I indeed treated you like a daughter. I originally didn't want to offer you to the Blood Spirit clan. But now you all know the truth. I don't dare gamble. I cannot gamble that any of you will willingly let yourselves be taken. So, for the sake of the sect, for Qing Tian's sect, and for everyone else, we choose to take you by force. You do not need to feel sad. It is better for you to die in the hands of the Blood Spirit clan than to drag the rest of us down with you. Master! Martial Uncle! Qing Jian's veins bulged with anger. He raised his sword and pointed at sect leader Liangyue, shouting, "My family has shown you immense kindness. Is this how you repay us?" He roared hoarsely, "You want us to die so that you can live?" "Yes, people die. But those who die should die honorably. They shouldn't die suffocating like trapped animals." "Yes." He Yao glared at the Kunlun sect master, his entire body trembling with fury. Grinding his teeth, he shouted, "Master! Everyone must die someday. But I'd rather die fighting the Blood Spirit clan than be crushed beneath their feet. If you still deserve to be the leader of the Kunlun sect, release us immediately. We will fight to the death with the Blood Spirit clan." "Yes." Rohan breathed heavily, looking straight at the Kuai sect master. "Master, we can die, yes, but we should die on the battlefield. You can't treat us like this. We are your disciples. Do you feel no shame?" The 7 geniuses had not even started fighting yet, but they stared at their own masters in disappointment and disbelief. Many other disciples who had already lost trust in their leaders glared with anger. Suddenly, a true disciple drew his blade. His sword emitted a blood-red glow, forming a bloody triangular star in the air. It pulsed with destructive divine power as he attempted to break the golden rope and escape. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The golden rope did not budge. The bloody star shattered. The disciple collapsed, coughing blood. Many disciples refused to believe it and charged the golden net. Soon. Boom! 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 Explosions rang continuously. More than 20 disciples from various sects fell heavily to the ground, vomiting blood. The heaven and earth net formation was unbreakable. The Kunlun sect leader looked at them coldly, as if observing a group of pitiful insects. "Do not struggle pointlessly," he said icily. "This formation is an ancient trapping array. You want to break it from the inside? Unless you possess half-divine strength." Chapter 11:25. But don't worry about it. You still have a year to live, and I will give you as much freedom as possible for the rest of your life. It's just that if you don't die, we will die, so I'm sorry." He said these words in a hypocritical manner. Then he slammed his palm toward the array. A bloody cloud surged forward and flew out, quickly biting one disciple after another. Every disciple touched by the blood snake collapsed to the ground, paralyzed. Soon, more than 30 disciples of the Daoyuan realm had been captured by him. They lay limp on the ground, completely losing their combat strength. With helpless eyes, they stared at the headmasters, those who were once the most respected figures in their lives, the ones they were willing to protect for the rest of their lives. Now, they were doing this to them. It was outrageous. "Everyone, that's about enough. Do it together, take them down." As for the 7 geniuses, even they can't overturn the heavens in this situation, the leader of the Kunlun sect said slowly. Soon, dozens of leaders, such as leader Liangyue and the leader of the Blood Knife Alliance, released a bleeding radiance from their palms. Blood-colored snakes shot out and rushed toward the disciples. "I didn't expect this." The leaders and deputy leaders of the 8 sects not only submitted to the Blood Spirit clan, but even practiced the martial arts of the Blood Spirit clan. These techniques can devour a person's blood and cripple their fighting power. This is unbelievable. A loud and powerful voice came from the south. The leader of the Kunlun sect suddenly turned and looked at the newcomer. "It's you, Yi Chen." Yi Chen had arrived. "Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to take it. Hell has no door, yet you choose to break in. If you want to save these disciples, then good, everyone is here today. You will be captured and handed over to the Blood Spirit clan." Yi Chen glanced at the more than 100 disciples trapped in the heaven and earth net array and said, "So, what I said yesterday was right, wasn't it?" "Yes." Green Sword gritted his teeth bitterly. Dodging the attacks of the bloody snakes, he looked toward leader Liangyue with deep resentment. The teacher-student relationship they once had completely shattered. Back then, there was respect. Now, only hatred. Trapped inside the array, They could only hold on for 7 days before being bitten by the bloody snakes and losing their strength. The remaining disciples stared coldly at the leaders and elders. Whatever kindness or respect once existed was completely exhausted. If they survived today, there would only be hatred, never gratitude, ever again. Your masters are using your lives to exchange for their own. A sect like this, there is no reason to follow it. So I will save you. And you will follow me to fight against the Blood Spirit clan. Even if you die, you will die on the battlefield, not shamefully, not trampled like insects by the Blood Spirit clan. Yi Chen said slowly. Good. Brother Yi, if you save me, I will follow you and fight the Blood Spirit clan. Yi Chen, even if you don't save me, I will still fight against the Blood Spirit clan. Brother Yi. The 7 great geniuses all expressed their willingness to follow Yi Chen or resist the Blood Spirit clan. As for their sects, their masters, and the Blood Spirit clan, they hated them to the core. Enough. Yi Chen, you don't need to speak nonsense anymore. The leader of the Kunlun sect revealed murderous intent and immediately ordered. Elders of the 8 sects, listen to my command. Destroy Yi Chen's meridians and capture him. I will hand him personally to the Blood Spirit clan's adults. Yes. Understood, Lord. No problem, Lord, we'll kill this boy soon. Immediately, several elders' expressions changed fiercely, like hungry tigers staring at Yi Chen. Although they were all in the 4th or 5th layer of the Emperor Zun realm, their battle experience far surpassed Yi Chen's. And these 1,000-year-old monsters could suppress disciples of the same realm purely by experience. They couldn't be compared with the young Emperor Zun cultivators of the true and Dao transmissions. Even if Yi Chen could slaughter disciples of the 1st or 2nd layer of the Emperor Zun realm. So what? Could he block the attacks of 8 elders in the 4th and 5th layer? Ridiculous. Since the 8 sects arranged such a formation today, they never intended to let any genius escape. Even Han Yun couldn't come. Only when many emperors gathered together could they break an array with another array. Clang! Clang! Sonorous! Loud metallic echoes rang out as dozens of elders released lines of light from their palms, linking together to fill the positions of the 8 elders fighting Yi Chen. The Heaven Net array had 2 layers, the Sky Net and the Earth Net. The Sky Net was formed by 8 main and deputy leaders. The Earth Net was formed by dozens of elders in the mid-stage of the Emperor Zun realm. This array was originally designed to trap Han Yun. Even if Han Yun came, the leader of the Kunlun sect was confident, Han Yun would not escape. The 8 elders of the Emperor Zun realm stepped forward slowly, their blood energy surging like an ocean. They were only a little over 1,000 years old. At the Emperor Zun realm, this was the peak of their life. Among them, a high-nosed elder stepped out, coldly saying, Yi Chen, this elder gives you a piece of advice. Surrender. You are the genius of your generation. But if you don't surrender, you will be skinned and dismembered by us. No one can change what I say. Old dog. Yi Chen gripped the star sword, his entire body shrouded in terrifying Dao and blood energy. You joined the Blood Spirit clan and became their running dogs, you will die. The Kunlun elders, actually helping the Blood Spirit clan capture disciples of Kunlun Su and hand them over. Such traitors deserve death. In the next moment, Yi Chen took the initiative and stabbed out with his sword. The 7-night shattering fist sword intent erupted, and the vast sword essence turned into a colossal blade. It seemed like a shadow of a fist and sword combined. It swept horizontally, cutting down dozens of trees in its path, and even the ground split under the pressure of the sword chi. Little bastard! You're seeking death. At that moment, the 8 Emperor Zun elders unleashed their spiritual weapons. Their entire bodies surged with immense blood energy. At this moment, they were the rulers here. 2 long swords, 3 sabers, and 3 tripods radiated ancient Dao charm and emitted dazzling light. When they collided with the giant sword, the explosion released brilliant colors, and the shockwave uprooted all the trees within hundreds of meters. Boom! A violent explosion tore through the air, splitting the ground apart. Bang! Then came the crisp sound of bones breaking. Chapter 11:26. Yi Chen's figure moved like flying light and lightning. In an instant, he arrived before a Tianchang elder in the fourth layer of the Emperor Zun realm. He unleashed the 10,000 Buddha's Vajra fist, and two beams of light shot out from his wrists, each containing ancient Buddhist scripture. The beams crossed in midair and struck the elder's body, causing thousands of ripples to spread out. In the next moment, Yi Chen delivered another punch. The fist erupted with dazzling golden radiance, and behind him a golden Buddha manifested. Under the immense force, the punch carried hundreds of thousands of jin of power and directly shattered the spine of the elder before him. Ah! Little brute, you! Before the elder could even finish speaking, golden light burst from Yi Chen's eyes. Countless rays composed of golden Buddhist text enveloped the man. With a thunderous sound, the golden light dispersed, leaving behind nothing but flesh and blood. Yi Chen withdrew his fist and dodged the two spirit swords flying toward him, but a green cauldron slammed into him. Poof! Blood touched the corner of Yi Chen's lips. The force of this cauldron was no joke, it left him slightly injured. If it had hit an ordinary young genius, they would have died on the spot. But Yi Chen, after going through countless rounds of lightning refinement, ordinary attacks could barely injure him at all. Only an old emperor-level powerhouse wielding a spiritual weapon could truly threaten his life. Damn it, little beast, what is your body made of? Wang Ming is dead. Everyone, join forces and cripple his limbs. With a wave of his hand, the green cauldron flew out again. The massive cauldron weighed millions of jin, and as it lunged forward, the exploding force tore open the void. Bleeding light flashed across its surface, and a blood-colored core bloomed from within. In the blink of an eye, the green cauldron expanded to 100 meters in size, falling like a meteorite, terrifying to behold. Humph! A bunch of old fools. Yi Chen cursed, wiping the blood from his lip. He took a single step, his aura exploding. His right hand thrust out a sword strike, and the star sword released an incomparable surge of qi, blooming like a spray of fireworks, beautiful and brilliant. This sword pierced through the void. Its tip shone brightly as blood energy surged at astonishing speed, seeming to reach the peak of the sword Dao. It could annihilate everything, crush everything, and split invisibly into thousands of strands of sword qi, blocking the other Emperor Zun elders. For now, Yi Chen did not plan to use the Qinquan sword seal. If the leaders of the various sects were on guard, it would be best to surprise and capture one of them at a critical moment. Used right now, it could at most seal a fourth-layer Emperor Zun elder. And if he charged recklessly, the elders of the 8 sects might scatter immediately. Boom! The collision between the green cauldron and the star sword was like a meteor impacting a missile. Countless terrifying strands of sword qi erupted in every direction. In the next moment, the blood-colored core was pierced through by the star sword, releasing a shrill cry. The blood-colored stamen seemed alive. It weakened rapidly, withering as it screamed. Cracks spread across the green cauldron, and the bleeding light was quickly swallowed by the sword qi. Another explosion. The cauldron shattered under the force of the star sword and was reduced to fragments. The fragments, some several meters long, flew toward the heaven net array. The moment they touched it, they were instantly repelled in another direction. The star sword did not stop. It pierced through the elder's chest and shattered his spirit. Old dog! I thought you were stronger than that. Yi Chen controlled the star sword as it surged forward. The sword qi bore down like Mount Tai, pressing toward the remaining 6 Emperor Zun elders. At the same time, he struck upward with his left hand and roared. Thunder breaks 9 heavens. In an instant, Yi Chen's fist and seal erupted with lightning. Thunder clouds gathered from all directions, lightning flashing endlessly. Boom! Thunder roared unceasingly. A bolt of lightning as thick as a man crashed down onto Yi Chen. Yi Chen was uninjured, but his blood energy only grew stronger. He stared coldly at the 6 Emperor Zun elders being suppressed. Then, he raised both hands and struck, thunder exploding on each elder. From Huaxia to Kunlun Su, he had endured thunder tribulation again and again. He controlled divine thunder. His body, every punch, was filled with lightning. All of that accumulated experience seemed to converge in this single moment. The 6 Emperor Zun elders trembled violently. A burst of wild blood energy erupted around them, and their spirit weapons shook under the pressure. Unbelievable! Yi Chen, so powerful. Not only could he slaughter his peers, he could threaten them, Emperor Zun powerhouses, so severely. At this moment, forget crippling Yi Chen and capturing him. The question was whether they could win. No. The question was whether they could survive. Crack! Bang! Spirit weapons collided with sword chi and lightning, erupting with brilliant light. It was like a volcanic eruption. All the young talents trapped in the array were stunned. Bai Yuchuan lay paralyzed on the ground, staring at Yi Chen, his eyes trembling. He took a long breath and whispered, "These 8 elders. I can at most fight one of them across 2 realms." But Yi Chen suppressed all 8, and killed 2. Such strength surpasses the entire younger generation. He had been hoping Yi Chen might save them. But then he looked at the 8 sect leaders and other elders. That faint hope quickly faded again. Good, good. Yi Chen, I've never submitted to anyone. But today, I submit to you. Green Sword lay on the ground laughing, eyes full of admiration. He had already been captured by the 8 sect leaders and lost his combat strength. But seeing Yi Chen fight the 8 elders alone, he couldn't help but admire him. It was like watching the top 10 geniuses of Kunlun Su fight. Although the great sects had many Dao transmission disciples, their cultivation was not high enough. Even against 8 elders of the 4th and 5th layers of Emperor Zun, the top geniuses could at best hold their ground. To suppress them like Yi Chen? Impossible. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. When a 6th grade spiritual saber shattered, an elder of Kuo Heizong in the 5th layer of the Emperor Zun realm was blown apart by lightning. Boom! Boom! 3 more explosions followed. 3 6th grade spirit weapons were unable to withstand the combined thunder and sword chi and shattered. Without their spiritual weapons, the 3 elders were blasted apart one by one. They died under Yi Chen's hands. I thought you'd become powerful after offering your lives to the Blood Spirit clan. But you only learned incomplete Blood Spirit techniques. In that case, you traitors of Kunlun Su can go die. Yi Chen absorbed the thunder clouds, drew the Joyo sky-killing spear, and charged like a demon king. With one thrust, thousands of spear shadows appeared, piercing an elder. Instantly, 100 strands of spear chi burst out from within his body, creating more than 100 bloody holes. In the next moment, the elder fell to the ground, his spirit destroyed. Chapter 1127. Yi Chen looked at the last elder of the Emperor Zun realm and said coldly, "Traitor, how do you want to die?" 4 layers of the Emperor Zun realm. 5 layers of the Emperor Zun realm. So what? Even before his breakthrough, he could kill them swiftly. Even if they had deeper foundations, they could only resist for a short while. No! Yi Chen, we have so many people here. Today, if you surrender, you may still have a way to live. The last Kunlun elder was completely flustered. He unleashed countless martial techniques to block the incoming spear aura. Just moments ago, there were 8 of them. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. Is this still something a human can face? Run! He immediately summoned a red cauldron, unleashing dozens of palm strikes out of thin air before turning around to escape. Lord! Help me! The elder spat a mouthful of blood involuntarily. He looked down and saw the tip of a spear piercing through his chest. When he turned his head, Yi Chen was already standing beside him. Yi Chen pulled out the Joyo sky-killing spear and unleashed a 10,000 Buddha Vajra fist, exploding the elder's body as he said coldly, "Since you betrayed Kunlun Su and the entire human race, you should have expected death. For a traitor like you, dying 10 times wouldn't be enough." Yi Chen flicked the spear, pointed it at the Kunlun sect leader, and continued. You don't need to send them one by one. Let all the people outside come at once. Otherwise, you have no chance of stopping me. Or, he glanced at the trapped disciples. Let these people go. All of them are Kunlun Su disciples. Even if they must die, their fate should be decided by Kunlun Su. Not by being delivered to the Blood Spirit clan for torture. Kunlun Su's geniuses can die in internal conflict. But they must never be handed over to outsiders for the exchange of pills and weapons. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen, do you think that just because you killed 8 elders, you can negotiate with us? Let me tell you clearly, even if Han Yun arrives with the entire Han family, it will be useless. A cruel glint flashed in the Kunlun leader's eyes. Yi Chen's combat strength had risen astonishingly. Even without using a secret technique, he was comparable to the 5th, maybe even 6th, layer of the Emperor Zun realm. If their 16 sect leaders still couldn't subdue him, the formation would weaken. Han Yun might break through, and the 100 trapped geniuses might escape. That would be a massive loss. Fortunately, there were still many elders outside. All of them Emperor Zun experts. All above the 3rd layer of heaven. He refused to believe they couldn't cripple Yi Chen. The Kunlun leader shouted fiercely. All outer formation elders, capture Yi Chen within 10 minutes. We obey your orders. After a thunderous roar, the external formation dimmed. The Earth net array dissolved, reducing the trapping power by half. The young geniuses inside could no longer influence the outcome. Now, dozens of elders locked onto Yi Chen. There were many at the 3rd layer of the Emperor Zun realm, many at the 4th, several at the 5th, and even elders at the 6th layer of heaven. Such a lineup was terrifying. An elder of the Kwahai sect stepped forward and said coldly, Yi Chen, we will give you a chance. Kneel. Kowtow. Admit your mistakes. Abandon all your meridians. Crawl over here obediently. If you do that, we won't have to touch you. You won't suffer more pain. How about it? Dozens of midterm Emperor Zun experts. They refused to believe they couldn't kill Yi Chen. Waste me? Ridiculous. I'll kill you rebellious old bastards myself. To warn those disciples you've handed over to the Blood Spirit clan. You scum don't deserve the bloodline of Kunlun Su. Yi Chen gripped the star sword without fear. You gave your own disciples to the Blood Spirit clan just to save your own lives. To call you beasts is an insult to beasts. Yi Chen swung his sword, his battle spirit surging. To live? While selling out your own disciples? People like this. Killing them outright was too merciful. Because of people like them, Kunlun Su had stagnated for thousands of years and had grown weaker. Yi Chen pointed his sword at the elders and declared. Today, you framed the geniuses of all sections. You severed your own future. As the last genius of Kunlun Su. With my sword and my spear. I will eradicate you traitors for our ancestors. The moment he finished speaking, Yi Chen launched himself toward the dozens of Emperor Zun elders. His body shot forward, his sword slashing down like a river of light. Before the sword aura even landed, blood sprayed, and several figures were blasted away. King Shenmin. An elder at the 3rd layer of the Emperor Zun realm. Yi Chen cut him down with a single sword strike, destroying his spirit and splitting his body in two. Kill! Yi Chen, how dare you be so arrogant? Yi Chen, today you'll die without a corpse. Yi Chen! Yi Chen! Dozens of Emperor Zun experts attacked at the same time. In an instant, countless sword lights shot forward. Dozens of cauldrons and more than 20 halberds flew through the air. All kinds of spirit weapons attacked from every direction, each containing the aura of annihilation. Combined, they were enough to shatter the heavens. The shockwaves alone destroyed mountains within 100 miles. Countless shattered rocks were swept up in the attacks. Roar! Roar! Spirit beasts manifested, white tigers roaring, azure dragons soaring, phoenixes screeching, black tortoises stirring the seas, with inglongs and larks supplementing them, all radiating destructive light. Among them were several elders at the 6th layer of the Emperor Zun realm. All attacks converged like a tsunami, blocking out the sky. Even an 8th layer Emperor Zun would be crushed. The Emperor Zun realm was indeed a realm where each layer was vastly different. But when you gathered enough Emperor Zun experts, their combined power reached a terrifying level, enough to kill even a blood spirit clan leader. Unfortunately, this terrifying force was directed at a single Kunlun Su genius. Yi Chen raised his head, staring at the endless attacks rushing toward him. He flashed away, lightning and reincarnation energy swirling around him. His body moved like lightning as he dodged to another place. Facing such a formation, even Yi Chen felt immense pressure. After all, he was just one person. Chapter 1128. Just now, he had taken the initiative, wanting to kill as many opponents as possible to reduce the pressure later. But he didn't expect to be surrounded and attacked at the same time. Under this overwhelming assault, at least 50 Emperor Zun experts unleashed their full strength. Even Han Yun would be severely injured under such force. Hua, hua, hua. Countless sword chi, blade light, spear auras, and cauldrons came crashing down. It was like the stars falling from the Milky Way, absolutely terrifying. Yi Chen moved quickly, dodging most of the attacks. Even so, thousands of sword chi and blade chi still struck him. Fortunately, his gold-threaded armor absorbed most of the damage, otherwise, most of his flesh would have been cut open. Clang! 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 Countless sword lights struck the golden armor, producing bright bursts of light. But even with the armor blocking most of the force, the impact still shook Yi Chen internally. His organs shifted painfully, blood spurted from his mouth, and his complexion turned pale. On the ground, Yi Chen tried to dodge again, but several huge cauldrons slammed into him. Each cauldron was like a small mountain, smashing into him and sending him flying in a bloody arc. No way! There are too many of them. One-on-one, I could kill each of them in 3 moves. Even 1 against 10, I'd still win. Yi Chen gritted his teeth. Even with his speed, he was drowned in sword chi, blade chi, and spirit weapon attacks. There was nowhere to hide. He could only resist. His gold-threaded armor was torn apart, and blood dripped from his body. He dodged another wave of attacks and quickly swallowed a healing elixir. On the battlefield, explosions echoed like collapsing mountains. Dust filled the sky. Where Yi Chen had been standing earlier was now a massive crater, smashed open by dozens of elders. A huge fissure hundreds of meters long split the ground. Dozens of cauldrons had created craters deep enough to swallow buildings. If Yi Chen had remained there, not even a piece of flesh would be left. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen, you little beast, are you suffering now? You dodged fast this time. If you hadn't, we wouldn't even find a complete bone. The great elder of Qingshanmen sneered coldly. We can release that kind of attack dozens of times. So long as you don't die today, you must die. He sneered again. In my opinion, you can only withstand 1 more round. The second combined assault will definitely kill you. If you surrender now, you might have 1 more year to live. Yi Chen, the elder continued coldly. You'll die here for sure. But you don't have to. You are extraordinarily talented and powerful. Except for ancient times, no one matches you. If you join the Blood Spirit clan, I can protect you. Though the elder despised him, Yi Chen's monstrous combat power forced him to take him seriously. Yi Chen, this stubborn bastard, was strong, and almost unkillable. If he could deliver Yi Chen to the Blood Spirit clan, he would earn immense credit. If Yi Chen refused? Refuse? Then cripple his limbs and meridians on the spot. In the presence of 71 Emperor Zun experts, a mere 4-layer young cultivator had no escape. Besides, what was a Yi Chen worth? If Han Yun arrived today and dared interfere, they would kill him too. To join the Blood Spirit clan? Yi Chen laughed contemptuously, his eyes burning with fury. He pointed his sword at the elder of Kuai sect. Even if I die here, I will never join the Blood Spirit clan. You are nothing but dogs, and you dare act superior? Yi Chen felt it was laughable. The 8 sects. The Huang family. These bastards were nothing but lapdogs. Yet they acted like they were superior beings. And they even recommended that he join the Blood Spirit clan. You'd better think carefully. Being a dog. The Kuai sect elder lowered his head arrogantly and glanced at the 100 disciples trapped in the formation. To be a dog means you at least get to live and stand above others. But they don't even have the qualifications to be dogs. In other words, Yi Chen, if you become a dog, you'd be someone even the Blood Spirit clan respects. Inside the formation, Bai Yuchuan, Qingjian, Heiyao, and the others felt their hearts twist painfully. These words made it clear. They were all inferior to Yi Chen. Not even worthy of being dogs. Ridiculous. Pitiful. Yi Chen. Yi Chen, go quickly. Yi Chen, leave. Bai Yuchuan and Qingjian shouted desperately. They couldn't bear to see Yi Chen fall into the hands of these traitorous elders. They knew that one coordinated attack could severely injure Yi Chen. The second would kill him. None of the elders dared approach Yi Chen. Because they feared being stabbed to death. Even injured, Yi Chen's combat power was terrifying. One-on-one, none of them could match him. But together, they had the advantage. Not a dog? Bai Yuchuan shouted bitterly. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen, I know your talent is incredible. I admit you are far better than us. You should leave, don't save us. Escape to the outside world, rise to the divine realm, and come back to avenge us. Before, I attacked you and looked down on you. I apologize. I'm not worthy compared to you. Please leave now, and avenge us in the future. I beg you. Yi Chen. The only genius not trapped in the array. The only one who could resist dozens of mid-level Emperor Zun elders. Only Yi Chen still had a chance to escape. In these circumstances, Yi Chen could only run. No surrender. The Kuai sect elder said coldly. If you don't submit, prepare to be skinned alive, your tendons pulled out and tortured to death. Yi Chen glared back at them. Life is owed to my parents, and death is owed to heaven and earth. If I die, I will die in battle. It is impossible for me to bow to the Blood Spirit clan who slaughtered Kunlun Su. Yes, you bastards. I said you will die. And you will die without a corpse. And do you really think I don't have a powerful backer? Today, I will show you, behind me stands an existence you will never be able to comprehend. I am the reincarnation Tomb Master, Yi Chen. At that moment, Yi Chen's entire body emitted layers of divine light. The fiendish aura at his brow surged outward, forming a protective armor around him. Not only that, the black stone in his pocket resonated with the reincarnation cemetery. At this moment, Yi Chen looked like a god descending upon the mortal world. Chapter 1129. Yi Chen was very clear that although he had the power to cross realms and kill enemies, he could not fight against so many strong opponents at once. The key was the Emperor Zun realm. He had not yet stepped into the Emperor realm, how could he resist them? His only true reliance now was the reincarnation cemetery. At this moment, 3 great powers existed within the cemetery. Blood 7 Knights, Nye Baijian, and Imo Ninger. Yi Chen believed that their strength was enough to make him invincible. Seeing the dire situation in front of him, Yi Chen stopped wasting time. His consciousness directly entered the reincarnation cemetery. Looking at Blood 7 Knights, Nye Baijian, and Imo Ninger, he said. 3 elders, you can see clearly that Kunlun Su is facing destruction. I will try my best to save the talents of all the sects. Please lend me your strength. We must kill those bastards who betrayed Kunlun Su. Imo Ninger snorted coldly, releasing a terrifying battle intent. These animals, working so hard just to be dogs for the Blood Spirit clan. If I had known this, I should have killed their parents with one sword so they would never have been born to become traitors. She extended her slender arm, black light gathering in her palm, and sent it into Yi Chen's body. This is Thousand Ice Explosion. The attack it unleashes is equivalent to a full strike from the 7th layer of the Emperor Realm. This is the only strength I can give you right now. Use it well. Thank you. Yi Chen then looked at Blood 7 Knights. Blood 7 Knights condensed a mass of blood essence and injected it into Yi Chen. This blood essence will allow your realm to temporarily reach the 5th layer of the Emperor Realm. Together with your trump cards, you should be able to fight. Through the reincarnation cemetery, he glared at the traitors of the 8 sects. Do not spare a single one of those animals who betrayed Kunlun Su. Kill them or seal them. Either kill them all, or seal the strongest ones. Nya Baijian sighed helplessly. Kunlun Su, how did it become like this? How could such garbage exist in Kunlun Su? They even feel proud of being dogs. Boy, since you have raised the banner against the Blood Spirit clan, I will give you strength. Nya Baijian pinched a seal, and countless sword auras converged. A small ice-blue sword condensed and hovered above his palm. The next moment, he sent it into Yi Chen's body. I give you soul power. This will allow you to directly cultivate the Heaven and Earth Sword seal to the minor achievement level. You can seal others regardless of their cultivation. The only requirement is that your soul strength must be higher than theirs. But judging by what I see, none of the ants outside have stronger souls than you. Go. Yi Chen felt a massive soul force rushing into his sea of consciousness, making him dizzy. Soon, he became familiar with the soul power. He could already condense the Heaven and Earth seal instantly, seal others, and sense the range of its sealing capability. Heaven and Earth Sword Seal. Minor achievement, can seal 20 people. Great achievement, can seal 80 people. Perfection, can seal 200 people. As long as the soul power was sufficient, the Great Circle had no limit. This was a true divine technique. Unless the sealed person had 10 times stronger soul power, they could never break the seal. The caster could also release the seal at will. No wonder the 100-sword God King was so highly praised by Blood 7 Knights and Mo Ninger. Thank you, 3 elders. I will not let a single traitor escape. Yi Chen returned from the reincarnation cemetery, with half of his injuries already healed. He could now seal 20 people. There were dozens before him. He could simply seal all 8 Emperor Realm's 6th layer elders and force them to attack their own sect members. You old dogs. You are beyond redemption. Today, I, Yi Chen, will personally send you all to the west. Yi Chen's gaze shifted toward the trapped array. The 16 leaders, deputy leaders, and patriarchs of the 8 sects are all here. Later, I will fight you all one by one. If I don't kill you personally, all your efforts today will have been wasted. Immediately, his chi and blood erupted like waves of a vast ocean. From his chest, a blood dragon shot into the sky. Its body rapidly expanded, appearing like a colossal steel wall. Its blood-red scales glowed brilliantly. With one roar, it shook thousands of miles. Xiao Huang! Come out! Yi Chen released Xiao Huang. As soon as she landed, blood aura surged around her, and she transformed into a 10-foot-tall scarlet demonic lion, radiating a terrifying aura as if emerging from the underworld. Did you get beaten up again? Can't you stop causing trouble? Oh no! Xiao Huang suddenly sensed something wrong and blinked. There are so many middle stage and even late stage Emperor Realm experts. She looked at Yi Chen helplessly. You really know how to make trouble. Yi Chen's eyes sharpened. It was bound to happen one day. But now, I'm the one who trapped them. Yi Chen looked at Xiao Huang and the blood dragon. After absorbing blood in the reincarnation cemetery, both of their auras had become monstrously powerful, so terrifying that no one in the area could even compare. How about you two deal with some of the Emperor Realm experts? I'll take care of the rest. His voice echoed through the sky. Instantly, the battlefield erupted. What an arrogant brat! Do you really think you can leave alive? Ridiculous. Dozens of elders sneered. How high could a clown jump? Yi Chen was already heavily injured, and yet he still dared to act arrogant. He was just struggling before death. The elder of Daozong said, "Once we defeat Yi Chen, kill the blood dragon. I want its dragon blood. I want the dragon scales, to refine an 8th grade spirit weapon. Elder of Blood Knife League. I want dragon meat. I've never tasted it before. Elder of Kingshanman. I want that beast's head. I can make some supplements with it. I want its blood essence. I want the dragon tendons. I want the dragon head, and the dragon eyes." The 8 great elders, terrifying existences in the mid-stages of the Emperor realm, didn't even look at Yi Chen. They were already discussing how to divide the trophies. In their eyes, Yi Chen, the blood dragon, and Xiao Huang were already spoils of war. They didn't care about danger. Yi Chen had been heavily injured. What fighting power could he have left? Could he even move? That was the real question. Chapter 1130. Yi Chen naturally heard the words spoken by this group of people, and the anger in his heart ignited like fire. "You old bastards are insane. Well then, since you're seeking death, I'll send you all to the west." Yi Chen's blood surged violently. His blood energy erupted like a blazing star, forming a spiritual blood aura that shot into the 9 heavens and shook the netherworld. A terrifying pressure swept out, causing the faces of dozens of Emperor Realm experts to change drastically. Many found it difficult to even breathe. The blood power that Blood 7 Knights had given him was already being used to its fullest. No! The boy is using a secret technique. I can barely breathe. What kind of pressure is this? This is the blood pressure of the 9th layer Emperor realm. How could he suddenly recover from his injuries and unleash such a terrifying aura? The dozens of Emperor realm elders were still in shock when Yi Chen shouted, "Thousand Ice Explosion!" In the next instant, his left hand condensed a sphere of dark icy light. It spread outward rapidly, and a massive ice curtain, hundreds of meters tall and 10 meters thick, formed instantly. The bone-piercing cold invaded the surroundings, freezing the ground solid. Even the air condensed into floating ice crystals that rained downward. "Ah, damn it! Boss, what are you doing? It's freezing." Xiao Huang shivered violently. She looked at the blood dragon. Even their powerful blood energy had partially frozen under the ice aura. If they ran forward in this state to attack the enemy, they might be killed by Yi Chen's own ice curtain. 1,000. Ice. Explosion. Yi Chen's voice echoed like a divine decree. As soon as the words fell, the massive ice curtain shattered, releasing thousands of ice cones that tore through the sky. Thousands of gigantic ice spears, each several meters long, shot outward, covering the entire sky. They carried lethal cold intent and murderous aura, aimed directly at the elders of the 8 sects. Not good. Use your spirit weapons for defense. This brat has a trump card. Hurry and block it. These ice cones are too powerful. This force is almost equivalent to the late Emperor realm. How is this possible? Shouts filled the air as spiritual light erupted. Blood energy surged violently. The frost that had just covered their bodies melted instantly as they activated their defenses. Roar! A phantom true dragon appeared and let out a deafening roar. Its massive claws rose to block the incoming ice cones. Clang! Hiss! A phoenix phantom manifested, crying toward the sky. A giant lark phantom spread its wings, forming a protective barrier that released rippling shockwaves. Soon, Xuanwu phantoms, white tiger phantoms, Yinglong phantoms, and other beast shadows appeared one after another. The elders of various sects understood the danger. They each gathered their full strength to block the incoming attack. They did not believe it. There was no way Yi Chen could use this kind of attack. A second time. Clang! Clang! Crack! Countless swords and sabers flew into the air, unleashing blade chi and sword chi that interlocked to form layers of protective barriers. Dozens of Emperor Realm Elders activated their spirit tools and blood seas, but they had no unified formation. After all, they came from 8 different sects. They did not train together. When danger struck, everyone protected their own hide first. At this moment, Yi Chen alone faced the 8 sects. Alone against dozens of mid-stage Emperor Realm Elders. So fearless, worthy of being Kunlun Su's #1 genius. Even the old monsters could not overshadow his brilliance. Boom! Boom! Explosions erupted endlessly. Countless protective barriers shattered. Many spirit weapons were broken. Compared to when they were attacking Yi Chen, they suffered far more miserably under Yi Chen's attack. Inside the trap formation, many younger geniuses were shocked by everything happening before them. Several Emperor Realm Elders were pierced through the dantian by the ice cones, their spiritual essence completely annihilated. More than 30 elders were struck heavily and left gravely injured, their combat power crippled. Even the 8-fold Dao transformation elder could only barely stand his ground. Was this still Yi Chen? Heaven above. This was a war god. A young man who had only been in the Dao Source realm for a few days was now battling dozens of Emperor Realm Elders. If this happened outside, no one would believe it. This is Yi Chen's strength? Bai Yuchuan trembled as he whispered. I thought his tantric explosion could only reach early Emperor Realm. He shook his head, sighing deeply. I didn't expect him to unleash power equivalent to the late Emperor Realm. This isn't even the same dimension as us. He glanced at He Yao. At the beginning, He Yao had wanted to challenge Yi Chen. Now, He Yao's face twisted like he had eaten bitter gourd. Looking at the scene before him, he said, I thought I was his opponent, maybe I never was, but this wasn't about being invincible. This was about being impossible to compete with. If he fought the current Yi Chen, he wouldn't even last a second. Not in the same universe of strength. This boy. What kind of secret method did he practice? The Liangyue sect leader stared at the sky full of ice cones. He didn't dare attack, worried about harming the younger geniuses trapped inside. The more he watched Yi Chen, the more fear grew in his heart. Boy! What secret technique are you using? Your aura is too powerful. No, this aura, it's the peak of the 9th heaven of the Emperor Realm. How is this possible? The Liangyue sect leader widened his eyes. Staring at Yi Chen's soaring power, he repeatedly shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you unleash the aura of the late Emperor Realm? Late Emperor Realm. That meant Yi Chen's current power was above the 5th layer of the Emperor Realm. This kind of power placed him among the very top of Kunlun Su. Such figures were usually thousands, or tens of thousands, of years old. How old was Yi Chen? Was he even 30? Impossible. The Kunlun sect leader stared at Yi Chen silently before speaking after a long pause. We have the support of the Blood Spirit clan. Perhaps. Yi Chen also has powerful backing from outside forces. He didn't voice one more thought. Why would foreign powers support Yi Chen? To fight against the Blood Spirit clan? Thinking that far, he didn't dare continue. If this were the old Kunlun Su, with countless monarchs, god kings, and half-step primal powerhouses, it might be possible. But now, Kunlun Su was a hollow shell. Only half of its former glory remained. I recall something. I heard the 6 Blood Spirit clan experts mention this. In the Blood Spirit clan, many geniuses in their 20s have already reached the divine realm. Su Xuezhu said, looking at Yi Chen, who stood alone against dozens of Emperor Realm experts, with deep shock in his eyes. But when he thought of the Blood Spirit clan, he no longer felt surprised. Yi Chen did not come from the same place as the Blood Spirit clan. Chapter 1131. Blood Spirit clan. It is reasonable to raise their standards even higher. In the Blood Spirit clan, having an Emperor-level cultivator in their 20s is completely normal. In that case, Yi Chen being in his early 20s and releasing the aura of the late Emperor Zun realm. It also becomes understandable. The master of the Wandao Mountain sect stared at the ice cones and at Yi Chen, who had taken down the Emperor Zun elders. His eyes were solemn as he said, "We must not retreat. We can't afford to lose the people trapped inside the array. As for the elders outside, I don't believe it. Even if Yi Chen erupts with the strength of the peak Emperor Zun realm, could he really wipe out all of them? At worst, we hold back Han Yun and take these geniuses away. Regardless of the danger, they must retrieve these geniuses. These disciples are the results of years of cultivation in their sects, prepared for the adults of the Blood Spirit clan. They must not fall into the hands of Yi Chen or Han Yun. Otherwise, the Emperor Zun elders who died under Yi Chen would have died in vain." Immediately, the 8 sects, Qingshanmen, Kunlun Sect, Blood Saber Alliance, Wandao Mountain, Heavenly Dao Gate, Baigun Gate, and others. 16 sect masters and deputy sect masters began activating the trapped formation, slowly withdrawing it, while notifying their ancestors to arrive. Most of these ancestors possessed the 5th or 6th level of the Emperor Zun realm. One might even be at the 8th level. Once the formation is removed, if Han Yun rushes out, they won't be able to stop him. On the ground, dust billowed. Blood and flesh scattered through the sky. One Emperor Zun elder after another fell like dominoes, collapsing several at a time. Dozens of Emperor Zun elders died in battle. The other 50 were injured and collapsed on the ground, almost none remained unharmed. Yi Chen stood at the center, black hair flying, eyes like endless stars. His majestic blood chi surged like a river, forming a murderous aura behind him that turned into blades and killing intent, sweeping in all directions and shaking the 8 wastelands. He held the star sword in his left hand and the Joyo broken sky spear in his right. With one sword and one spear, he was unstoppable. So what if they were Emperor Zun elders? One sword, one defeated. One spear, one fallen. These elders had cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years, rich in foundation, experience, and mastery of the Tao. Their combat instincts were razor-sharp. Even so, under Yi Chen's attacks, they were no different from ordinary Taoist disciples. They had no power to fight back. Yi Chen, the #1 young genius of Kunlun Su. Soon, he would become the true #1 in all of Kunlun Su. Xiao Huang, Blood Dragon. Just subdue them. No need to kill every single one. Yi Chen flashed across the battlefield, lightning and reincarnation lights surrounding him. He struck 2 Blood Saber Alliance elders at the 4th level of the Emperor Zun realm. Bang! Bang! 2 loud explosions rang out, lightning mixed with murderous intent drilling through their limbs. The 2 elders collapsed on the ground, limbs pierced. Even if they could recover, it would take a long time. For now, they were powerless. Okay, no problem. But why did you change your method? You used to kill everyone. Xiao Huang swung his huge claws, soaring out of a sea of flames that shook the 9th heaven. He dove from the sky like a meteorite, instantly crushing 2 Emperor Zun experts of the 5th heaven, rendering them completely unable to fight. He looked at Yi Chen and asked, "Why are you capturing them now?" "Of course I want to kill them. But our real enemy is the Blood Spirit clan. These old guys have valuable battle experience. If we can capture them, they will be useful when fighting the Blood Spirit clan later." Yi Chen dodged a blade, leaping into the air to avoid the flying white tiger phantom. He struck out with the 10,000 Buddha Vajra fist, golden Buddha shadows emerging as Buddhist scriptures formed a massive fist seal that blasted toward a Blood Saber Alliance elder at the 5th level of Emperor Zun realm. As he moved, he said, "These elders, even in the same realm, can defeat every genius except the top 10 talents and me. We must take in as many as possible. In the future, they will be our mid-tier strength against the Blood Spirit clan." His logic was simple and sound. Even though he could refine pills to quickly raise new experts to the 2nd, 3rd, or even 5th level of Emperor Zun realm, those new experts would lack battle experience and control over their power. But these elders, the true Zhenjuan and Daozhuan of the 8 sects. All had survived seas of corpses and blood. Their combat experience was unmatched. No ordinary genius could compare. For example, 10 Emperor Zun geniuses fighting against one elder of the same realm. Unless one of the geniuses possessed extraordinary talent or a terrifying weapon like Yi Chen, the 10 would definitely lose. Perhaps even be annihilated. These were the people Yi Chen had to capture. Yi Chen. If you want to kill, kill. But capturing us, we will only submit to the adults of the Blood Spirit clan. You are not qualified. An elder at the 5th level of Emperor Zun realm shouted stubbornly, only to be slapped away by Yi Chen. The old man twitched on the ground. Yi Chen. Yi Chen. 2 Qingshanmen elders tried to speak, but Yi Chen's overwhelming blood qi blasted them away. Most of this blood power came from the Blood 7 Knights. How terrifying! Yi Chen, you little bastard, what exactly do you mean? Do you truly intend to oppose the Blood Spirit clan? Our Kunlun Void no longer has the strength. We have already exhausted too much over these years. Though Yi Chen could block the Elder's blades, he could not block time. His strength was not his own and was gradually weakening. The 8 Daoist elders attacked together, but none could strike him. Yi Chen's speed was simply too fast. The Dao source realm is the beginning of one's personal Dao. As one cultivates from the 1st to the 9th heaven, the Dao evolves into a rudimentary true Dao, and one enters the Emperor Zun realm. Some cultivate one Dao. Others, like Yi Chen, cultivate multiple Daos, the Dao of Slaughter, the Immortal Sword Dao. Chapter 1132. Yi Chen treated every 3 layers of heaven as a boundary and cultivated a type of Tao. The more types of Tao he possessed, the stronger his combat power became. Most young geniuses of his generation could only cultivate one type of Tao, forming the rudimentary stage of that Tao. Since cultivating a Tao requires immense talent, resources, and time, even the top 8 sects could only allow their most talented students to cultivate a single Tao. But the elders were different. Many of them had mastered multiple Daos. After entering the Emperor Zun realm, they spent hundreds of years and countless resources to cultivate additional Daos and develop their rudimentary forms. Because of this, they were far superior to young geniuses like Yi Chen. Of course, some sect elders still could not achieve this, they lacked the resources. Yi Chen, enough. We don't want to fight anymore. The great elder of Kunlun sect looked around. Most of the Emperor Zun realm elders on his side had already been subdued by Shuilong and Xiaohuang. Only 8 remained, 2 of whom were being held at bay by Shuilong and Xiaohuang. Fight again. Today, it truly seemed impossible. Dozens of Emperor Zun realm elders, no, 80 of them, were being besieged by 1 man, 1 dragon, and 1 beast. Not only could they not win, but they were also being killed and captured across a large area. If this news spread, all of Kunlun Su would tremble. Yi Chen was no longer merely a young genius capable of reckless slaughter, he had become a force of legend, a giant capable of sitting at one side of the world. Even so, the elders were still uneasy, slightly flustered by the giant they faced. The Patriarch of Kunlun, Kuntian, reacted quickly. He forced Yi Chen to fly out and land on the ground. Yi Chen quickly freed himself from the battle circle, sheathed the star sword, and formed a sword seal with his left hand. Majestic sword energy spread from his body to his arm, then into his palm, where blue light burst forth. One mysterious sword mark after another condensed rapidly. The seal was only an inch in size. At its center was a small blue sword, surrounded by divine blue light and countless blue particles. Looking closely, it resembled planets orbiting a star. The blue particles surrounding the sword suddenly emitted a tremendous force, shaking Kuntian's soul. Heaven and Earth Sword Seal. Seal! Yi Chen lightly shouted, sending the blue sword seal directly into Kuntian's mind, penetrating to the depths of his soul. He turned and wielded the Joyo sky-killing spear. A single shot pierced the sky like a fireball, and countless spears shot out like meteorites, striking 3 Taoist elders simultaneously. Bang! 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 All 3 Taoist elders were impaled and pinned to the ground, unable to move. Yi Chen had not used his full strength. After all, 16 sect masters and deputy leaders still awaited behind him. If he had unleashed everything, he could have swept away all 8 of the preaching elders at once. Yi Chen, what did you do to Kuntian? The other 4 Taoist elders, wielding their spirit weapons, froze in shock. They understood immediately, they could not oppose Yi Chen. There was no fear in their hearts, only terror. Yi Chen's growth had been too rapid. As elders of the 8 sects of Kunlun, you contribute nothing to Kunlun Su. Instead, you attempt to capture Kunlun Su's people and offer them to the Blood Spirit clan. Are you worthy of your identity? Your parents, brothers, relatives, and friends? It is polite to call you animals. Yi Chen shouted. The 4 elders holding their swords felt the heaven and earth sword seal invade Kuntian's soul, about to seal him completely. He then gazed at the remaining elders and said, "If you wish to remain human, follow me and fight the Blood Spirit clan together." It's easy for you to say. Do you know how terrifying the Blood Spirit clan is? The Emperor Zun realm is the weakest among them. How can we resist? 3 elders protested at once. Another elder shook his head helplessly. Yi Chen, do you think we enjoy doing this? Yes, we sacrifice our lives. But we cannot all act recklessly. Do you know what will happen if we do not contribute to the powerful Blood Spirit clan? He grew agitated, voice rising wildly. I know. 2,700 years ago, our factions refused to submit the Emperor Zun realm to the Blood Spirit clan. The result? 4 members of the Blood Spirit clan entered the Divine Realm, 3.5 fully, killing in the void of Kunlun. The 3 top sects were destroyed and all their members slaughtered. Other factions sent 4 emperors each to appease and apologize. Do you know what that was like? The elder, King Wuji of Qingshanmen, was visibly angered. His mood teetered on the edge. All slaughtered. 7 in the 9 heavens of the Emperor Zun realm, 178 in the rest, thousands in the Tao Source realm. Everyone else, old, weak, disabled, women, children, all perished in battle. No, it cannot even be called dying in battle, they were slaughtered. My wife, my brothers, even my children, all practicing in the 3 sects, he said, voice breaking. They are all dead. Have you seen it? The sea of corpses and blood formed a river. Even the Lian Shantu of the 3 sects was ground into oblivion in Kunlun's history. Do you know what that feels like? Do you think this is the first time? We knew that Shuya men refused to submit to the Blood Spirit clan. 1,000 years ago, we let the ancestor of the Huang family kill the 5th head and deputy head of the Blood Knight clan rather than aid the Blood Knight Gate. We did not harm the Blood Knight Gate. We saved lives at the cost of 2 sect leaders rather than lose the entire sect. This so-called justice is damned, saving as many as possible. He had survived the ancient times and witnessed these atrocities firsthand. From a neutral standpoint, he was right. There was no other way. Yi Chen could not blame him. Had the 5th head and deputy head of the Blood Knight sect not been killed by the Huang ancestor, the Blood Knight clan would have caused even greater destruction. Even Han Yun, Emperor of the 9 Heavens, could not resist and could only hide. The Blood Knight Gate. The entire faction would have been annihilated. Chapter 1133. Ah, I didn't expect that Kunlun Su had already reached this level. I thought they were just willing to act as dogs, but I didn't think it would be like this. In the tomb of Samsara, Blood 7 Knights felt a mix of emotions. If it were him, he would have done the same. 1 or 2 people might resist, but they could not prevent an entire sect from being slaughtered. The next moment, he said, Yi Chen, do your best to persuade them. For the strong, no matter how powerful a soul seal is, it cannot make them submit willingly. Only if they are willing to follow you can our purpose be fully realized. After saying that, he looked at Nye Baijian and smiled lightly. In the beginning, you were the same way. People-oriented. Keep their hearts in mind. Suppression and sealing are temporary, they can never fully subdue. Only by winning their hearts can they follow willingly and even die for you. This is true, eternal acceptance. Nya Baijian nodded slowly. He had sealed hundreds of strong men, even those in the god and king states. He also knew that benefits and forced suppression were temporary at best. Only acceptance was permanent, but it was the hardest to achieve, requiring immense time and effort. At present, Kunlun is weak, so we must use both soft and hard methods. Only when these 8 people are subdued can the sect leaders, and eventually the entire sect, be brought under control. Blood's 7 Knights understood the gravity of the situation. He looked at Yi Chen and said, among the 8 schools, 4 elders are already at the 9 heavens of the Emperor Zun realm. Of course, Han Yun is here too. Later, if you can persuade them, progress will be much faster. Yi Chen had the strength to suppress, but could he force them to accept? Yes. But if he forced them, it would not only breed resentment, it could also spark rebellion. Even before the soul seal shattered their spirits, Yi Chen could be overwhelmed. The strong have dignity. Being sealed is already an insult. To survive, they might assist Yi Chen, but they would never give their all. Only by winning their hearts could they genuinely help Yi Chen, commander of Kunlun Su, fight the Blood Spirit clan. Kunlun Su's strength was too weak to afford mistakes. Otherwise, Yi Chen might be powerless, and Kunlun Su would face disaster. Green without trace. You should understand the situation in Kunlun Su, it has been weakening for centuries. More than 2,000 years ago, it was easy to reach the Emperor Zun realm, as spiritual herbs and miraculous materials were abundant, useful for refining pills and stimulating cultivation. But can it last? Now, elixirs and pills are less than 1/10 of what they were. If, in the next 1,000 years, Kunlun Su tries to reach the Emperor Zun realm, they will fail. What do you think then? Yi Chen looked at Kuntian, who had regained his senses, and continued, at that time, even if you wanted to resist, you wouldn't have the strength. He thought, the Blood Spirit clan treats a plane that cannot even cultivate Emperor Zun as prey. What do you think it will be like? Yi Chen glanced at the leader of Liangyue and the leader of Kunlun's sect. Do you think they will let you go? Do you think they consider you useful or threatening? If so, you'd be long gone. According to the 6 Blood Spirit clansmen in the Blood Spirit secret realm, you know the Blood Spirit clan is warlike and cruel. They torment and humiliate. If Kunlun Su is not suppressed, the result is that they will be captured, humiliated, and used as playthings. Some lowly ones might survive, but those in a bad position will be trampled and beaten. As for the low realms, Yi Chen sneered. Have you ever seen captives in ancient China? Green without trace and Huron stared at Yi Chen in shock. Several other preaching elders also looked at Yi Chen, their eyes wide with fear. Do you mean we are doomed? Asked King Wuji. Not necessarily. For the Blood Spirit clan, your realms are too low. They may not kill you, but you will endure all manner of pain, reduced to experimental subjects. Are you sure you want to side with the Blood Spirit clan now? Yi Chen's voice was firm and carried far, even to the talents and leaders in the Tianluo array. He scanned the crowd coldly and continued. Ask yourself, if you were as combative, murderous, and bloodthirsty as the Blood Spirit clan, would you allow your people to live or die freely? If that were the case, the Blood Spirit clan would have disappeared long ago. As Yi Chen spoke, both the elder of Badaozwen and the elder of Emperor Xuanjing, lying on the ground and incapacitated, felt a shiver of realization. Yi Chen was right. Currently, at least in the Emperor Zun realm, the Blood Spirit clan could easily dominate. If this continued, Kunlun Su would never produce even an Emperor Zun realm, and the Blood Spirit clan would not allow it. Even the strongest among the Blood Spirit clan could not enter the God State or the God King State on this vast plain. Could those from Emperor Xuanjing oppose them? They were the weakest in the Blood Spirit clan. But in the future, Kunlun Su would become like them, godlike. Who would kill whom? Who would humiliate whom? Who would play dead? No one could interfere. Kunlun Su would become a hell. At this moment, Green without trace had no words. He realized that everything Yi Chen said was possible. Kuntian slowly rose, looked at Yi Chen, and asked, "You sealed my soul?" "Yes. Heaven and earth sword seal," Yi Chen said flatly, sweeping his gaze across everyone. "Surely you all know there are people behind me supporting me, right? Otherwise, my realm and strength could not have improved so quickly. And the one supporting me is not Han Yun. He isn't qualified." "Whoa!" Everyone held their breath, staring at Yi Chen. The background of Yi Chen was immense. Even Han Yun in front of him did not have the qualification. Could Yi Chen truly have backing from foreign powers? Otherwise, he could not have advanced so far so quickly. At his age, most would only reach the top of the Emperor Zun realm. How could this be? From childhood, at age 3 he could quench his body. By 5, 7, 10, 12, 16, 18, early 20s, nearing 30, he reached the Emperor Zun realm. It was at such a young age that peerless talents of sects and families could advance a realm in a single year. Usually, they would only reach the Emperor Zun realm in their 20s. But Yi Chen, according to news from Huaxia and Kunlun Su, had not reached the body-quenching stage by 20. Yet a few years later, he could challenge the 6th layer of the Emperor Zun realm. Without external support, it would have been impossible. Moreover, that foreign backing must be on par with the Blood Spirit clan to be plausible. At this moment, everyone stared at Yi Chen, waiting for an answer. What kind of existence stood behind Yi Chen? Chapter 1134. Yi Chen's gaze swept over everyone present. He knew what the group wanted to know. Apart from the top figures, these emperors were the most formidable people in Kunlun. If he wanted them to give up on the Blood Spirit clan, there was only one way. Make them fear. And the source of this fear had to be far more terrifying than the Blood Spirit clan itself. Thinking clearly about everything, Yi Chen stepped out of the room, his cold voice echoing to the 9th heaven. "Since you all want to know, then I will give you the answer. The existence standing behind me is far superior to the Blood Spirit clan. If they didn't disdain to act, they could suppress a strong member of the Blood Spirit clan with a single gesture." Yi Chen had no intention of revealing Blood's 7 Knights or Nye Baijian, let alone the Reincarnation Cemetery. In any case, the powerful above the Supreme Realm supported him, that was certain. As for who they were, it was none of their concern. "All the skills I possess. 10,000 Buddhas, Vajra Fist, Immortal Kendo, and the Way of Killing, all come from the existence you revere." Yi Chen continued, "As for their identity, you are not qualified to know. If you must address them, it is my master. As my master said, Kunlun Su was once one of the most powerful forces in harmony with Taoism. Some of you may not know what the harmonious realm is. In ancient times, there were countless powerful emperors. After reaching Emperor Zun respect, what you call the supreme state included the God realm, God King realm, Hunyuan realm, Harmony realm, and Creation realm. My master emerged from Kunlun Su. How could he allow me to be oppressed by the Blood Spirit clan? He asked me to raise the banner against them. The ancient elixirs I carry were all refined by my master. I can tell you this. Within a year, when the Blood Spirit clan arrives, I will take the lead in killing them. Even if I cannot kill them, my master will intervene. Moreover, it takes time to activate the spatial transmission array. This period is enough for me to reach the harmonious realm. This is my trump card." Yi Chen knew that to win over these strong figures, one had to display power or offer leverage. Each of them was an ancient monster, having lived hundreds or thousands of years. They were masters at weighing pros and cons. If they believed Yi Chen could succeed, they would immediately give up on the Blood Spirit clan and join him. Of course, it was also possible they might turn and join the Blood Spirit clan. At this time, the Qiankuan sword seal became decisive. "After hearing you speak, I see it as reasonable." With a long sigh, Kuntian looked at his patriarch and said, "Patriarch, I will not let the lives of my children, relatives, and friends be given to the Blood Spirit clan. Let them live, and let us fight again. We will fight, even if it means death. After all, death is inevitable in battle. If we do not fight, the Blood Spirit clan will torture and kill us. I choose to fight. Immediately, Kuntian straightened his robes and knelt, half-bowing toward Yi Chen. Kuntian, the great elder of Kunlun's sect, is willing to follow Yi Chen's command. If you give orders, I will do my utmost. Yi Chen's rapid rise was evident in his eyes. Without backing from a major force, Han Yun could not have obeyed so readily. Most importantly, he had been sealed by Yi Chen and could not resist. From the sidelines, others shouted, "I want to fight too. Damn it! I've been suppressing this for thousands of years. I cannot bear it. Yes, the elders of Shuling clan have slaughtered all our children and descendants. Even if the elders have passed, we will die with dignity. Yes, in the end, it is all death. I don't care if it's the Blood Spirit clan, damn them. Damn. Damn." Many Emperor Xuanjing elders lying on the ground were truly enraged. After careful calculation, considering the nature and habits of the Blood Spirit clan, the entire town would be controlled. There would be some resistance, such as schools being destroyed and cities slaughtered. But if Kunlun Su cultivated the Emperor Zun realm the Blood Spirit clan desired, it would lose its use as entertainment. Blood Spirit members of Gao Xiuwei might refrain from slaughtering. However, less powerful Blood Spirit members would directly kill the younger generation or other martial artists, just as they had in the Blood Spirit's secret land, absorbing blood to increase cultivation. Then it would be fight or die. Rather than waiting to die, it was better to take the initiative, follow Yi Chen, and stand behind a strong external force. Perhaps then, they could win. There was no choice but to follow, not betray. And now, Yi Chen's appearance represented their best chance. You cannot kill some of my people before the battle. But all of you have the heart to fight against the Blood Spirit clan. Yi Chen has founded the Hall of Light. The Blood Gate and the Hall of Holy Grass have joined our Hall of Light. Yi Chen called Xiaohuang and Shuilong back. He glanced at the elders and said, "Join together and unify under my Hall of Light. It is built specifically to resist the Blood Spirit clan. If you join, I will help you advance your cultivation to the God realm if we fight the Blood Spirit clan in the future. At the same time, I will create elixir pulses and refine countless imperial pills and immortal artifacts. You will step into the God realm, even the kingdom of gods, and truly fight the Blood Spirit clan." Who? At this moment, everyone held their breath. Looking at Yi Chen, their shock rendered them speechless. They were now convinced that powerful external forces stood behind Yi Chen. Fairy tools. Imperial pills. Even in the future, elixirs and mystical medicine could be expected. Perhaps, one day, they could fight the Blood Spirit clan and restore the glory of the past. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. "I'll join you." King Shenmin, an elder of Emperor Xuanjing, raised his hand to join. "Qin Kuan-yu, what are you doing?" The leader of Liangyue tried to stop him, afraid of Han Yun's retribution. She glared at the King Shenmin elder and shouted, "How dare you join them? The adults of the Blood Spirit clan will be the first to destroy you." "I'll join you." Green Without Trace spoke coldly to the leader of Liangyue. "Don't think I don't know your connections with the Blood Spirit clan. When the time comes, I will be outside, waiting for you to pay the price for your betrayal. Your shamelessness gives you some power. You are so arrogant that you would even drag the Qingshenmen sect into the abyss. We will never allow it. Even if Yi Chen does nothing, I will stop you." Who? Whoosh! In an instant, all eyes turned toward the leader of Liangyue. Chapter 1135. Undress and Sacrifice. I didn't expect, the headmistress. Unexpectedly, such a beautiful and shameless scene. Shameless woman. The leader of the Kunlun clan snorted coldly. His eyes fell on the leader of the Blood Knife Alliance and the master of Wandao Mountain. He said, "This cheap woman is a disgrace to Kunlun. Once the formation is withdrawn, kill her first." Everyone was maintaining the formation. They couldn't act. But once they left the battle, this cheap woman Liang Yue must be killed. It was truly shameful for Kunlun to undress and offer sacrifices to the existence of the Shuling clan. Even bowing their heads, they could not lower themselves to this level. Green without trace. If you dare slander me, I will make you die. Master Liang Yue shouted twice, his face flushed, but he dared not move. He didn't expect that this person would know of his dedication to the strong blood spirit clan. When the ancestor arrives, he would have to leave immediately after withdrawing the formation. The chief and deputy leader of the 16th National Congress were now in a difficult situation. If they removed the formation, they would fear being attacked and killed by Han Yun and Yi Chen. If they didn't remove it, they could not prevent watching their own people being captured by Yi Chen, dripping blood painfully. They would have to use secret skills of the Blood Spirit clan repeatedly to attack disciples who had recovered, making the disciples hate themselves even more. As for running, where could they go with the formation? Even if they ran for a day, Yi Chen could catch them in an instant. King Wuji ignored the cold moon and approached Yi Chen, clasping his fist. I would like to join the Hall of Light. Yi Chen nodded and said coldly, I cannot trust you without reason. I must use the soul seal technique on you. Green without trace did not resist. You are right. I will not oppose you. Yi Chen continued, rest assured, I will not force you to do anything you do not wish to, as long as you resist the Blood Spirit clan. Yi Chen's expression did not change. His gaze fell on the other 6 Taoist elders. So are you all. Both sides understood that success was achievable. This also ensured that after a period of time, if Yi Chen truly felt they were dedicated, he could give them relief. After all, Yi Chen could only seal 20 people at once. Good. No problem. I promise. As long as we do not continue to be traitors, the temple master will not kill us. Yes, since we are willing to follow the Lord, we shall go. I would like to. The other 6 Taoist elders agreed one by one. Yi Chen waved his left hand, and blue light flowed from his palm and fingertips. 6 small blue swords flew out and entered each of their minds. Once the soul seal was complete, the blue swords remained in their minds and souls. If they rebelled, Yi Chen would activate the blue swords, instantly consuming their souls. If the soul fell, they would become corpses. Soon, with 6 Taoist great elders sealed, Yi Chen clearly felt the weight of the task and some pain. It was the first day, the first use. Sealing 8 people was taxing on the soul. After a long time, they could adapt. Lord, what about us? Lord of the temple, please seal our souls. Master of the temple. The Qingshanmen Zhenjuan great elder stepped forward. We attacked you before. To express our apology and loyalty, please seal our souls. They attacked Yi Chen previously, but now, to show loyalty, they were willing to be sealed. There was no alternative, they were helpless under Kunlun Su's betrayal, but now, with Yi Chen, they could continue without betrayal. Everyone, the power of my soul is limited. Besides, your loyalty will soon be clear. Yi Chen glanced southwest. Soon, I will deal with the people of the Huang family. I will seal the heads of the Huang family. But within the Huang family, there are loyal members at the level of elders and guards in the 5th or 6th floor of Emperor Zun's realm. I still need you to fight. Whether you are loyal at that time will be clear to me. At the same time, Yi Chen asked in the reincarnation cemetery, Master Nya, how long does it take to cultivate the Qiankuan sword seal to the great Yuan man level? You need not consider that for now, Nya Baijian replied. You must first reach the king realm. Without that foundation, you cannot cultivate the great and perfect state. Nya Baijian continued, perhaps, after completing everything at present, it will be time for you to go there and receive a great promotion. Blood 7 Knights shrank back, surprised. You want this boy to go there? No way. He has not yet stepped into the Emperor's respect realm. Even if he does, he will surely die there. Obviously, Blood 7 Knights strongly opposed Nya Baijian's plan. What are you saying? The Blood Spirit clan? Yi Chen asked. There is no blood spirit clan there, 7 Knights replied with a sigh. There are only 2 places left in Kunlun that are useful to you. Other families and sects do not know, but they are extremely dangerous. Even if you enter, you may not come out alive. That place is more dangerous than the secret domain of the blood spirit clan. I advise you to give up this idea. If you want to improve your cultivation, there are other ways. Yichen glanced at Nie Baijian, then at Blood 7 Knights. He knew the 2 places were extremely dangerous. But with the blood spirit clan arriving soon, he had no choice. Yichen did not hesitate. He raised his hand. If I do not forcefully promote myself now, when the strongest of the blood spirit clan arrives, I may also fall. Rather than die at the hands of others, I will control my own destiny. I will go to both places you mentioned. Knowing Yi Chen's obstinacy, Xueqia shook his head helplessly. One is the power to cultivate the soul and transform it into spirit. One is the secret place of bodybuilding. Blood 7 Knights sighed. Your body, of course, must step into the body realm, but it is still inadequate. Without a strong body, you cannot break through the Emperor's dignity realm or enter the God realm. Yi Chen, your bones are still in the period of coagulation, just forming and fusing. If you put on your golden silk robe, it is at most equivalent to the body of an early-stage Emperor Zun realm practitioner. Now, in Kunlun Su, very few cultivate the body. You have taken advantage in the early stage. But later, it will not be enough. Do you see, dozens of Emperor Zun realm practitioners have joined hands, and you are almost defeated? Later? With Yi Chen's body, he could not withstand the full force of the blood spirit family. Even with numerous rudiments of Mifa and Dao, Yi Chen would be torn apart if they struck him physically. Blood 7 Knights explained the importance of a strong body to Yi Chen. Facing the blood spirit family without it was essentially seeking death. Chapter 1136. It seems that after explaining matters here, I will first practice in those 2 places. No matter how dangerous it is, I have no choice. I don't know how strong the blood spirit clan is, or the level of their physical bodies. I always feel that something is wrong. I'm afraid the blood spirit clan will arrive earlier than expected. After all, if 6 blood spirit clan members are killed, they will sense the threat in advance. In recent days, Yi Chen had an indescribable feeling, subconsciously warning him of danger. But what danger? Who could threaten him? Very few, unless Han Yun himself gathered all the martial arts of Emperor Xuanjing to kill him. That might be dangerous. But there was no doubt that Han Yun would not do it. Then what was the danger? Yi Chen thought carefully. Only the Blood Spirit clan. Was it possible that the strongest members of the Blood Spirit clan would arrive soon? Not a year later. In the tomb of Samsara. Yi Chen shared his thoughts with the 3 people before him. Blood 7 Knights, Mo Ninger, and Nie Baijian exchanged glances, each with different expressions. The blood of the tomb seemed to be awakening faster and faster. After all, reincarnation was under their control. They could communicate with Joyo and the gate of time and space. Of course, this was not the most terrifying thing. What was truly terrifying was Yi Chen's intuition. He could sense the coming threat. The spiritual state of the blood spirit clan, their bodies are generally in the dominating body period, sometimes even in the vigorous period. The periods of cultivation, breaking body, coagulating bone, dominating body, dissolving vigorous, deficiency body, spirit body, magic power, broken soul, and immortality. With their dominating body stage, Blood 7 Knights said with a smile, without using skills or weapons, just relying on the body alone, they can kill you. Your Emperor Zun level heaven can fight up to the spirit layer of heaven, but your body must reach the dominating body stage. If possible, the best is the vigorous period. Then, as long as you do not want to die, the God Kingdom monks cannot kill you directly. Understood? Yi Chen replied. 10 days at most. After resolving the matters here, I can go to the place you mentioned. By the way, what is it called? No name, Blood 7 Knights said. Mo Ninger and I are about to disappear. Yi Chen nodded. Is there a master of refining vessels in the tomb of Samsara? There is one. Blood's 7 knights pointed to a tombstone. The last time Yi Chen moved it, the other two awoke, though God had not yet appeared. Named Forging God King. He Dao Jing. In ancient times, he made immortal artifacts for Kunlun. Fairyware? Or in harmony with Taoism? Yi Chen was surprised. He did not expect that the previous generation's leader was so formidable. What's the matter? He's just an old man, Blood's 7 knights said. Yi Chen, the Blood Elder, is also in the harmonious realm, Mo Ninger said slowly. So is Master Nya. The strong ones in the Samsara cemetery are masters in the Taoism realm. If a name has God King in it, it indicates supreme mastery. Among the names, those with God, Tao, or 1000 are at least experts in the Hunyuan realm. Those without these characters are at least top experts in the Xinhuang state. Remember, the stronger the name, the stronger the combat power. Mo Ninger reminded him, later, if you encounter a strong name in other places, strike but retreat quickly. We all pay attention to names. We don't act randomly, or it will be a dead end. Following Mo Ninger's advice, Yi Chen did not underestimate their strength. He had not expected them to be so strong, otherwise he would not have been locked in the Blood Spirit clan's dungeon. Yi Chen carefully counted the 11 tombstones he had triggered before. At least 2 of them were in the Taoism realm. Blood's 7 knights, 7 knights God King. Nya Baijian, 100 sword God King. Next, Forging God King. Almost 3. The other 8 masters, with the lowest accomplishments, were all at the peak of the divine kingdom. They could live tens of thousands of years until they broke the Blood Spirit clan and saved themselves. Could these names be fake or exaggerated? Sounds powerful but weak in combat. Yi Chen wondered. If you take a god-killing king, it seems stronger than Blood's 7 knights and Nya Baijian. Yes, but they are all dead, Mo Ninger said slowly. If you do not have enough strength to support them, you should learn to converge. Yi Chen left the reincarnation cemetery and looked at the 8 sect elders before him. They had already submitted themselves. There were dozens of elders in the 8 sects, but Yi Chen had killed 25 of them, with some remaining. He thought of Han Yun's blue light box, which had sealed part of Huang Jiaqian. When he returned, Huang Zhantian and Huang Wuguan tried to persuade him that his soul power was limited and could not seal completely. 16 leaders and lords. To such an extent, are you still willing to resist? I know your ancestors are on the way. They should arrive in an hour or 2. Yi Chen's aura unfolded, and the fierce blood formed a dragon and a phoenix. The dragon soared through the sky, thousands of miles, its scales shining brilliantly, terrifying the heavens. The phoenix flew against the wind, its cry echoing to frighten the 8 wastelands. One dragon, one phoenix, awesome to behold. It seemed like the atmosphere of Emperor's respect, but it could last only half an hour. When the ancestors of the sects arrived, if they could not accept it, they would lead them away and let the God King emerge to destroy them. Han Yun, I've informed you too. All 8 of you, the core forces have turned to us. Surrender, do not act again, or I will destroy you one by one. Yi Chen looked at the trapped array and thought to himself. Breaking it from the outside required the highest level of Emperor Xuanjing cultivation. Even if Han Yun arrived, he could not break it. But now, it was the Tian Luo array, and many elders of the Emperor Zun realm who had set up the ground net array had already turned to him. With effort, Yi Chen could also break the array, forcibly destroying or subduing them. But he still wanted to win over as many people as possible. It was better to gain hearts than merely force obedience. Yi Chen. You little scumbag, my grandfather will arrive soon. He informed the ancestors of the Huang family. The Huang family even contacted the Shuling clan. You must die. Leader Liangyue still insisted. Boom. It was not just a big sword, but a powerful one. Since the other party wouldn't even speak, Yi Chen attacked the array by force. He took the lead in killing Liangyue. The other leaders, would they dare to resist? Boom. Boom! The golden sword continuously struck the Tianluo array like a huge hammer. Cracks appeared clearly in the inverted bowl-shaped array, spreading like a spider's web. It could not last long. Chapter 1137. Yi Chen. If you really want to do this, even if you give all your women to the elders of the Blood Spirit clan, it will not offset the consequence of your destruction. The leader of Liangyue roared hysterically, her hair disheveled, looking like a furious woman. She seemed to be in her 30s, but her fury made her look even more intense. Cheap woman. King Wuji and Kuntian spat in disdain at such a leader. At first, I thought you simply admired the strong, so I acted humbly and offered my body to the Blood Spirit clan. I didn't expect that you would be such a despicable person, feeling proud. Even the people of the Huang family are not as shameless as you. Yi Chen. Not yet? Seeing Yi Chen's attack growing more relentless, leader Liangyue yelled, "If you dare to kill me, the elders of the Shuling clan will kill all the women related to you. I promise." Boom! The Tianluo array shattered. 16 leaders and deputy leaders were thrown back, blood spraying in all directions. Yi Chen had not yet moved, but Nie Baijian from the Tomb of Reincarnation suddenly acted. Some people are too stubborn. No need to linger. Hoo. In the air, a circle of pure white sword chi appeared, passing through the fabric of time and space. In an instant, the cold moon was cut off, its aftershock turning it into a blood mist. Such a man had to die. Nie Baijian felt disgusted. He did not want to fight, but the shrewish voice from the Samsara cemetery prevented him from cultivating himself. Yi Chen, awakened by Nie Baijian's action, narrowed his eyes. Take them down. With Yi Chen's command, the elders of the Emperor Zun territory who had turned to him acted like fierce tigers, quickly subduing 15 leaders and deputy leaders. The chiefs and deputies were injured. Facing Yi Chen and so many powerful emperors, they had no room to resist. Yi Chen looked down at the crowd before him. Kunlun clan leader. Leader of the Blood Knife Alliance. Lord of Daozong. Yi Chen's eyes fell on the three white-haired elders. In yesterday's meeting room, you and Liangyue provoked me greatly. Pooh! You little beast, you! Before the master of Daozong could finish speaking, he was struck down by a sword. Yi Chen's eyes continued scanning the remaining two. About the Huang family, you know it. Speak, and perhaps you can live. The leader of the Kunlun sect and the leader of the Blood Knife Alliance exchanged glances. Both were at the top of the 5 layers of heaven, but they were no match for Yi Chen. Judging by his aura, they were clearly weak. No secret technique could have allowed a boy from the Daoyuan state to reach this level. Even the strongest of the Blood Spirit clan could not achieve it. Could it be true that the power behind Yi Chen was above the Blood Spirit clan? But regarding the Huang family, if Yi Chen failed, they would be found by Huang's ancestors, and life and death would be uncertain. The leader of the Blood Knife Alliance, staring at Yi Chen and the many elders who had surrendered to him, sighed. For 3,000 years, the ancestors of the Huang family obtained some secret skills of the Blood Spirit clan from its members. We accompanied them to meet powerful members of the Blood Spirit clan. Originally, from 2,000 to 3,000 years ago, the ancestors of the Huang family were responsible for receiving the strongest members of the Shuling clan 10 times. Other sects of Kunlun Su were not qualified to do so. He paused, looked at Yi Chen, then continued, however, Huang's ancestors asked us to accompany them to meet the Blood Spirit clan and report their strength. After the event, they passed on the skills of the Blood Spirit clan. It seems the Huang ancestors wanted to assimilate us, to work together with the Blood Spirit clan. Hearing this, Yi Chen sneered. Coercion and inducement? So, they were traitors to the Huang family and somewhat Taoist. They wanted to force you to fully surrender to the Blood Spirit clan. Threaten and destroy the sect. Lure, teach the skills of the Blood Spirit clan. Moreover, multiple skills were passed on, mostly to absorb life potential to improve abilities. In the end, cultivators would die from exhaustion of vitality. Yi Chen's eyes swept over the 15 leaders and deputies. I'll give you a choice, submit or die. He extended his hands and gazed at the people, almost all above the 5th floor of Emperor's realm, a formidable force. If you submit, vote now. If you choose death, stand up and I will strike. The sound fell. All 4 remained silent. In the past, they had been powerful, but now they trembled, afraid of Yi Chen's hands. I surrender. The vice leader of Qingshanmen stood up. The Huang family is searching for Yi Shitian's whereabouts. There is a man 100,000 miles from here, at the 6th heaven of Emperor Zun territory. I will take his head to you. Do you intend to go? Yi Chen stretched out his left hand, combining the force of heaven and earth, and caught the deputy leader effortlessly. The existence of an Emperor Zun-level cultivator was like catching a chicken. If you leave easily, what if you rebel again? Do you think I'm stupid? Yi Chen's left palm radiated a pure white light. A pure white sword appeared, 1 inch long but exuding a force of annihilation, containing a rudimentary Tao that could erase space. This is the sword of the soul. It won't seal you immediately but will reside in your soul, allowing me to know your location at any time. Do anything against me, and the pure white sword will destroy your soul. Though destroying their souls was not always necessary, at least it would devastate them, preventing them from recovering for 1,000 years. This was a special method in the Qianquan sword seal. Since the sword seal had not reached perfection, few could wield it. Nye Baijian, the king of 100 swords, had devised this method to attack the soul. Once the pure white sword entered a soul and detonated, the weak would die instantly. The strong would suffer severe damage, making recovery difficult. What if you kill me one day when you're displeased? The deputy leader of Qingshanmen, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe, bloodied and disheveled, trembled, fearing his Daoyuan or virtual king state had been broken. That's your bad luck. How? Yi Chen looked at him flatly, as if he had never seen him before. You did not accept. Now, die. Chapter 1138. The deputy leader was in a state of extreme confusion. Finally, with a long sigh, he said, okay. Whoa! The next moment, the pure white sword pierced his brow, entering straight into the depths of his soul and hovering at its core. Once the pure white sword detonated, he would be disabled. Even if he did not die, he would be unable to act for 1,000 years. And you, leader of the Kunlun sect, any news? By the way, your sect's ancestor is coming. Yi Chen looked at the other leaders and patriarchs. They were not in a state of seeking death, so he activated the pure white swords one by one, placing them deep within their souls. He could vaguely sense their positions, thoughts, and movements. In this way, even without full sealing, there was deterrence. I don't have enough soul power yet. I have to reach the place as soon as possible. Yi Chen thought. His soul power was insufficient to seal these leaders directly, leaving the virtual top powers of Kunlun to the larger families. The Huang family is strong. The Emperor's realm they possess far surpasses our sections. Although they lack top-tier experts, nearly all members of the Huang family have practiced the skills of the Blood Spirit clan. They are considered Blood Spirit practitioners. In fact, their foundations are solid. The leader of the Kunlun sect paused thoughtfully. Mr. Yi, if you wish to destroy the Huang family, your fighting power makes it easy. But if you take them in, you will face the Blood Spirit clan in the future. It will be a true challenge. The patriarchs of the Kunlun sect were in turmoil. Previously suppressed by the Shuling clan, they had to kowtow. Today, suppressed by Yi Chen, they still had to bow and report the situation. After all, they were leaders, but in front of Yi Chen, they were far inferior. All these years, you must all have close ties with the Huang family. After a year, when I attack the Blood Spirit clan, you will immediately take over the middle level of the Huang family. I will then lift the restriction on your souls. Yi Chen looked at them and continued, move aside. There is no distinction between sects now. Everyone belongs to our Guangming Hall. If anyone kills others without reason, the Hall Master will execute them personally. Yi Chen considered carefully. When the Kunlun Su sects were integrated into the Hall of Light, they could be divided into battle groups. After integration, the various sects would fight against the Blood Spirit clan as part of the Guangming Hall. But before that, anyone with ulterior motives had to be subdued and eliminated, such as leader Liang Yue, a complete traitor. Later, Yi Chen gathered over 100 talented disciples. Everyone, you already know the situation. You know who the leaders of each faction are. I tell you, I will fight the Blood Spirit clan to the last man. If anyone does not wish to join our Guangming Hall, leave now. Before the war, you may dig your own grave. Better to die ahead of time than suffer at the hands of the Blood Spirit clan. Yi Jian Lord. Bai Yuchuan clasped his fist. I have caused offense before. I am willing to help Yi Jian Lord. At the same time, Qing Jian, King Lirang, De Gujian, He Yao, and others all said in unison, we are top talents, not afraid of death. Since we understand the situation with the Blood Spirit clan, we will fight with all our strength. After all, resisting would mean death. Even turning to the Blood Spirit clan or Huang family offered no hope. Better to grasp hope and the future in their own hands, follow Yi Chen and fight. We are willing to join the Hall of Light. We are willing to follow Yi Jian Lord. In an instant, countless top talents kneeled and clasped fists, gazing at Yi Chen with sincere devotion. For them, Yi Chen was hope. Not bad, not bad. Yi Chen, you have done very well. A blue light flickered, and Han Yun emerged from the void, accompanied by 5 white-haired elders, their auras fierce to the extreme. Han Yun gestured, Mr. Yi, these 5 are the ancestors of Qingshanmen, Kunlun sect, Xuedao League, Daozong, and Luanjianmen. When we attacked and killed the Huang family ancestor, it was with the guidance of the Blood Knight Gate ancestor. Unfortunately, the beast escaped. The 5 ancestors clasped their hands, gazing at Yi Chen in shock. Yi Chen. So young, yet so powerful. Even with secret techniques, fighting him would be uncertain. Fortunately, Han Yun had intercepted them and explained the situation. The ancestors of the other 3 sects had fled, fully turning to the Blood Spirit clan. If they remained, their lives would be at risk. Han Yun and Yi Chen narrated the full situation. Yi Chen clasped his fist, everyone, the Blood Knight Gate and Guangming Hall forces are all in the city of Qianju. You may lead your sect and join our Guangming Hall. I still need to go to a place to improve my strength. I cannot return with you. Time is limited. Handle all matters, including restraining and attacking the Huang family, leave that to Han Yun for now. The Guangming Hall's affairs will also be managed by Han Yun. It was normal. Yi Chen could not manage all resources while cultivating. Otherwise, in a year, when the Blood Spirit people arrived, fully in the realm of God, how could he resist? Good, Mr. Yi, let's go. The ancestor of Qingshanmen clasped his fist. Liang Yue was thoroughly killed, shameless to the end. Attention, Mr. Yi. The ancestor of the Blood Knife League said slowly, we elders will follow your plan. Please rest assured to cultivate. Please rest assured, Mr. Yi. The other 3 ancestors echoed the sentiment. Yi Chen nodded and vanished like a streamer, reappearing elsewhere. He needed to go to one of the places mentioned by the 7 Knights of Blood. First, he had to temper his body to the period of dominating the body. Otherwise, when the Blood Spirit clan reached the spiritual realm, even if he had the power to kill in the divine realm, his body would be easily shattered. In the tomb of Samsara, Blood's 7 Knights guided Yi Chen, southwest direction. Han and Huang's place lies to the north. Yi Chen nodded, good. He moved faster and faster. But a few seconds later, he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Blood's 7 Knights frowned. He released his consciousness and noticed Yi Chen's eyes, frozen and piercingly cold. Extremely cold. Like raging fire. At that moment, Yi Chen clenched his fist, the violent air nearly bursting forth. The ground cracked. His anger had a reason. Something had happened to the Yi family in Beijing. Not only that, but summer snow was also in danger. Chapter 1139. Since stepping into Kunlun-su, Yichen often missed his days in China. Jiangcheng, Jiangnan Province, the capital city, these memories often flashed past his mind. If he were to say whom he truly missed, it would probably be Xia Ruoxue. At the beginning, due to certain circumstances, Xia Ruoxue had not stepped into Kunlun-su with Yichen. Yichen had wanted to meet Xia Ruoxue countless times, but various matters had delayed it. At present, he could clearly feel the restlessness of a drop of blood essence in his body. This drop of blood essence came from Xia Ruoxue. It was also the only connection between them now. At least, it provided him a sense of safety for summer snow. This drop of blood essence had been silent for a long time, but today it was extremely abnormal. It carried a sense of approaching danger. Now in China, there was the Dark Palace guarding matters, and the strength of the Dark Hall was sufficient to manage everything. Those who practiced could protect the Yi family or Xia Ruoxue. But now, since there was a problem, it meant that top-tier experts were approaching. Blood Spirit Clan? This was Yichen's first thought. If those hiding in Kunlun-su contacted the Blood Spirit Clan, everything in China would be stripped away. Although he still had the identity of Yi Shitian. Any careful investigation could reveal that Yi Shitian and Yichen were the same person. Blood Seven Knights naturally sensed Yichen's killing intent at that moment. He asked seriously, "What's the matter?" Yichen snapped awake, his expression firm. "Blood Elder, I feel that someone very important to me is in danger. I must go back to China." Back to China? Blood Seven Knights' eyes became increasingly solemn. He had just measured the reincarnation cemetery, now Yichen was about to enter the body refining place, the perfect time to do so. If this matter were delayed, the next time the place opened, Yichen might be in danger. Blood Seven Knights hesitated for a moment and then said, "China's affairs can be entrusted to others. You can also command some of the empire's powerful. With their help, it can certainly be managed. Of course, you must choose someone you trust. China's aura is weak. Even if there are strong ones, they cannot surpass the emperor's realm. You can rest assured of that. Now, if you go, I suggest you go to the most dangerous places." Blood Seven Knights originally thought Yichen would agree. But unexpectedly, Yichen's stance was extremely firm. "No. I don't care if I miss my time in the body training place. The Yi family and Hua Xia and Xia Ruoxue cannot have an accident. Master Shui, I will go to train my body only after I have dealt with China's affairs." Blood Seven Knights helplessly shook his head, speechless. He had thought Yichen, having stepped onto the path of killing, would no longer care about others. But now, it seemed impossible. This girl named Xia Ruoxue was indeed a disaster. Once Yichen entered the body refining place again, the chances of coming out would become even slimmer. Just as Yichen's mind was resolute, a cold voice came from behind him. "Yichen, the trip to China, I will go with you." Hearing this, Yichen was stunned and immediately turned to see a beautiful girl with high temperament and a cold aura. The girl radiated the dignity of an emperor. Her eyes were like the only spring in a cold, barren land. Who else could it be but Ji Xiqing? Yichen had not expected Ji Xiqing to appear here, nor did he know why. He had overheard Yichen's conversation with Blood Seven Knights. If one said that Kunlun-su was largely empty, Ji Xiqing should be among the few present. When Yichen had been powerless among the masses, Ji Xiqing had helped him every time. Now, Yichen's power surpassed Ji Xiqing. He thought Ji Xiqing was no longer needed, but it seemed he still did. Ji Xiqing approached Yichen, and her cold expression showed a faint smile. "Just in time. I want to see the place where you have grown for 20 years. I grew up in Kunlun-su, and although I knew there was a paradise in China, I have never been there. Moreover, Ji Lin longs for that place. I will take your place this time. Do not worry. With me, no one dares to touch your Yi family, and no one dares to harm the girl." Between her words, Ji Xiqing's body radiated a cold killing intent. The ground seemed to turn to ice. In reality, the true reason was not only to help Yichen, but also that Ji Xiqing wanted to see the girl named Xia Ruoxue. Her sister, Ji Lin, had mentioned Xia Ruoxue many times. From her sister's words, Ji Xiqing knew this girl was very important to Yi Chen, perhaps even more than herself. What kind of mortal woman, incapable of cultivation, could hold such power over him? Yi Chen did not speak but continued thinking. Ji Xiqing has the power of emperor's dignity. I can also grant her strength. This is enough to resolve all problems she may encounter in China. You can trust her. If you still feel uneasy, when I enter the body training place, I will immediately leave for China. I will have no complaints, assuming I survive. Blood 7 Knights felt that Ji Xiqing's plan was undoubtedly the best for Yi Chen. Yi Chen now carried an obsession for China in his heart. Once he entered the body refining place, he would come out at all costs. Body training was tied to the body. Only when the mind harbors obsession can the limits of the body be broken. Yi Chen looked at Ji Xiqing, hesitated briefly, and finally nodded. Xiqing, please handle everything. Once my body training is complete, I will come to China to meet you immediately. Ji Xiqing said nothing. Her hands were behind her, emanating a sense of isolation. She turned and left in the direction of Huaxia. Go. I will wait for you. Yi Chen watched her leave and finally said to Blood 7 Knights with firm eyes. Blood Master, time is urgent. Please lead the way. Blood 7 Knights nodded, go. By the way, I am taking you as my disciple. Why do you still call me elder? Yi Chen's face flushed as he hurriedly corrected himself, Master. Half a day later. Yi Chen passed through the territories of the Huang family and the Han family, put on a mask, and recovered his Yishe Tian identity. He crossed 3 mountain ranges, which were full of clouds and mists, reaching straight into the sky. The most obvious feature was a massive crack in the middle of the mountains, as if a sword had mercilessly split them. Yi Chen stared at the crack, feeling a surging desolate aura. Not only that, but the aura inside was actually stronger than the outside world. The surrounding magnetic field seemed distorted by the mountains. He had never imagined such a place existed in Kunlun Su. Master, do I need a special method to enter the body training place? Or is the entrance hidden within this place? Yi Chen asked curiously, looking at the crack before him. Feel it. Chapter 1140. This secret place was originally the territory of the Royal Beast clan, which once controlled many powerful monsters. Blood 7 Knights gave Yi Chen a special secret method. Yi Chen clasped his hands together, and 1,000 blood-ons appeared behind his back, gradually forming a 1,000 zhang figure, which shot blood light into every crack. After a long time, some of the blood light returned, while others were broken directly. 10 minutes had passed. Yi Chen opened his eyes. Through the blood light, he detected a purple crack in the southeast and said, "Here it is." He calculated that the territory of the Royal Beast sect had been compressed into a place for body refining. It was unlikely that any friar could survive there. However, many demon beasts remained, sufficient to refine the body. Just capturing 10 demon beasts from the Emperor's territory and extracting their blood essence would be enough. Then he was driven into the rift. The moment he stepped in, his entire body trembled from the spatial energy. A light source appeared ahead. The passage was narrow, just wide enough for a person. The surrounding turbulent air currents constantly shifted. One wrong step, and he would be torn apart by the airflow. Yi Chen finally understood why Blood 7 Knights had emphasized the seriousness of this place. Even his body and cultivation would find it difficult to withstand these currents. He walked through the channel and quickly reached the light source. His eyes widened at the mountains and forests filled with countless monsters, including air elementals, separating and blending with supernatural spirits. At that moment, these monsters sensed Yi Chen's aura and panicked. The stronger monsters fled one after another. Weaker monsters, intimidated by the environment, crouched on the ground like kittens, too afraid to move. Yi Chen used the secret method to explore as much as possible. Except for the forests and countless unseen monsters, he did not encounter any humans. The few human settlements were small and mostly in ruins. It looked like a broken world. He quickly approached one of these human cities. The buildings were ancient, unlike Danshu town, where most houses were made of stone. The architecture here. I'm afraid it has been eroded by monsters and vegetation over tens of thousands of years. Yichen gently caressed a wall. Qi and blood surged, shaking off vegetation and revealing the original surface. He asked, "Blood Master, the original royal beast clan must have been huge. Although these buildings are ancient, the structure beneath your feet, similar to the Tianshou Pavilion, is 10 times larger than the Tianshou Pavilion in China. It seems this was not just a place to raise monsters, but a proper residence." At that time, the royal beast clan. Blood Seven Knights sighed. The original Yeshuzang was the third largest sect in Kunlun. There were 15 Hunyuan realm experts and 3 elders in harmony with Taoism. Of course, the territory occupied by such forces was enormous. Through the tomb of Samsara, Blood Seven Knights continued slowly. The king of beasts, the beast sovereign, and the invincible god of Yeshuzang killed many powerful figures from the Blood Spirit clan. After the war, Yeshuzang was completely destroyed. Initially, there should have been many monsters in the emperor's revered territory to survive, in addition to those that participated in the war. Exiled here, perhaps. Besides, I don't sense any human life here. Millions of people living here may have died at the hands of monsters. However, there are still many monsters in the Imperial realm. You can capture some and extract their life source and blood essence. It's enough to refine your body. Blood Seven Knights paused for a moment and added, "However, you should be careful. The number of monsters here is not large, but it is unlike Kunlun Su, where 100 friars are sent to the Blood Spirit clan every century. So there should still be many monsters in the Emperor's territory." To be honest, Blood Seven Knights only understood the situation from ancient wars. After the wars, things likely changed a lot, so Yi Chen would need to capture some high-level monsters to gain first-hand information. This place was unparalleled for blood refining. The secret place of the Blood Spirit clan was a man-made compression of space. The body refining place had been cut off from the Hedao realm, which once belonged to Yeshuzang, forming its own small world. However, every small world existed in a spatial rift, which could only last thousands of years. If it could not be maintained, it would collapse instantly, and all living creatures would fall into the cracks of space, crushed by spatial forces or transported elsewhere. I don't know if Blood Spirit people are here. The Blood Spirit clan may have slaughtered many high-level warriors here. Mo Ninger observed cautiously, these monsters, unlike the people of Kunlun Su, may have been tamed as mounts. But the Blood Spirit clan cannot control them, hence the chaos here. Who dares? I'm not afraid. Even the king's realm dares to challenge me. Yichen formed a claw in midair. His fierce blood surged skyward, transforming into a blood claw. He grabbed a sky tiger and lifted it from the ground. The Tianhu crouched in a group, struggling under Yi Chen's pressure. As demons of the Holy King realm, they were formidable. At least, there were many monsters in the void of Kunlun. Holy Kingdom, speak clearly. Tell me what is happening here and why. Yi Chen demanded. My lord, are you from the outside world? The voice of Tianhu trembled. As a demon of the Holy Land, it had developed intelligence and could understand human language, though its voice was strange. Tell me the situation here. Otherwise, I will destroy you. Yi Chen's aura expanded, crushing most of the bones of the tiger. Woo! The sky tiger wailed, lowering its head. My lord, this place is called the Body Refining Place. Currently, 4 demon kings sit in all directions, and even a demon emperor oversees the entire Body Refining Place. The Body Refining Place? 4 demon kings. A demon emperor? Yi Chen did not expect such high-level figures in a secret place. Although he did not know the exact level of the demon kings, he would never allow himself to lose. Yi Chen continued to ask, what realms are the demon kings and the demon emperor at? Additionally, your aura is powerful, likely self-generated. With that, monsters can cultivate easily. Are there any demon plants here? My lord. According to ancient records, The Demon Emperor is a legendary demigod, an invincible existence. The 4 demon kings are estimated to be 5 layers above the Emperor's realm, with many gods and generals under them. Tianhu trembled as he said, "My lord, they are called Wanyao Tianting. Please do not be angry. It is not my fault." Chapter 1141. Yi Chen smiled. He did not expect this Tianhu to fear him so intensely. Wanyao Tianting. At the beginning, many powerful figures' mounts had been bred by the royal beast clan. It could be said that after the First World War in ancient times, Yushizong gathered most of the high-level monsters in Kunlun. Over 3,000 years, these monsters had reached extraordinary levels without outside threats. Their arrogance was natural. But now that Yi Chen had arrived, this Wanyao Tianting would inevitably become Yi Chen's heaven court. "My lord, you mentioned the demon plant. Are those demon trees?" "Yes. There are 32 demon plant gods under the Demon Emperor, producing many special fruits every 100 years. Eating them can greatly increase soul power and strengthen the body." Tianhu hesitated before finishing, frequently glancing at Yi Chen, worried he might take offense. Special fruits? Demon plants? Yi Chen was excited. He did not expect that these miraculous plants could become essence. Generally, the essence of miraculous medicine requires a high density of heaven and earth aura. For example, the holy grass hall could refine miraculous medicine into essence and create a demon plant, but using it as medicine to make pills wasted much of the aura. Of course, after hearing Blood's 7 Knights' explanation, some could cultivate a demon plant for combat, but the cost usually outweighed the benefit. Special fruits. They increase soul and body power. Perhaps I won't even need to go to the land of the soul if I come here. Yi Chen considered that to break through to the period of hegemony, he needed at least the essence and blood of demons and beasts of 5 layers of heaven or above. If he killed them completely and seized their rudiments, he could cultivate his own Tao much faster. Which demon king controls this area? How high is their realm? Yi Chen did not want to waste time. He had to conquer the body refining place and then return to Huaxia. Monsters, unlike human friars, could retain their Tao rudiments after death. Capturing them would allow Yi Chen to digest their Tao rudiments and potentially advance to perfection. Yes. This is the destiny of the Demon King. The Demon King also established the Destiny King's court under Wanyao Tianting. Lord Demon King appears to have reached 5 layers above heaven, though the exact level is unknown. Tianhu spoke carefully, seemingly unsure of the exact situation. Yi Chen killed a sky tiger, took its demon core, and placed it in the reincarnation cemetery. To learn more about this place, he would have to hunt other demon beasts, at least Daoanjing, to assess each demon king's strength. He walked quickly, passing countless trees. His left hand formed intricate patterns, circulating sword chi. Stars flickered, and the star sword emerged. At that moment, he had recovered to the realm of the source of Tao, and the power granted by Blood's 7 Knights had been fully restored. 10,000 flying swords. A sword, a cloud, a wind. Above the dark clouds, sword chi of destruction shot in all directions, like a rain curtain, striking the trees. Bang! Bang! The trees exploded. A monster on the ground, regardless of its realm, fled under the destructive sword chi. Its body was obliterated, and the demon cores flew out, converging toward Yi Chen. In an instant, dozens of kilometers around him became a wasteland. Many monsters and demon plants were destroyed. Yi Chen collected the demon cores. Only 2 can be used. We must find a chance to kill more monsters in the Emperor's territory and subdue others. According to Tianhu, there are at least hundreds of monsters here. Of them, 5 are supreme, and 4 are extremely powerful. Kill some, subdue others. Just as Yi Chen planned, in the northwest, a column of blood rose to the sky, accompanied by turbulent divine power. A blood tiger demon, 100 zhang in size, led hundreds of demon beasts, each dozens of feet tall. Its aura rivaled that of Emperor's realm friars. It was an immense threat. The tiger demon's shell was stiff, like armor. Its bone thorns deflected the star sword chi. It rushed toward Yi Chen and spoke in human language. "Why do you kill us, outsider?" "I need blood essence," Yi Chen said. He measured the tiger demon, whose power rivaled 5 layers of heaven, and asked, "Are you the Emperor's Destiny Demon King?" "I am not. The Demon King is holding court." "You are not weak. Which sect are you from?" The blood tiger demon's cold eyes emitted blood aura, spreading a terrifying breath across its body. It continuously studied Yi Chen, thinking, "Who is this? Kunlun sect? Daozong? Huang family?" No one had entered this place since the ancient wars. Why did this young man break in? Would the demon emperor know? Better inform the demon king first. "I am from the door of the god of medicine. From the body, Yi Chen can refine it." "Assassin! You dare use our blood essence and demon cores to refine your body. Die!" The blood tiger demon, enraged by Yi Chen's intention, attacked. Its 2 massive claws, comparable to a 7th-grade spirit weapon, struck the star sword. Each collision sent shockwaves through the area. Bang! 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 Although the star sword held firm, the force still made Yi Chen's mouth ache. Worthy of being a monster. Its flesh rivals a late-stage Emperor's realm human. Yi Chen thought. "Since you want to kill me, I'll kill you first." Jianmin's appearance. Yi Chen shouted, holding the star sword with both hands. Infinite blood burst out, and crisscrossing sword chi soared skyward. High above, a round bloody sword gate appeared, sacred and majestic, like the heavens re-entering the world. One after another, sword chi erupted from the gate. Whoosh! A monster with terrible aura was instantly destroyed. The blood tiger demon was hit by the sword pressure. Its body split, blood spraying out scarlet and scalding. Hateful humans! Anyone who enters here must die. You even dare use our blood essence to refine your body. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. The blood tiger demon's eyes glared ferociously. Using its claws to shield its head from the destructive sword chi, its body swelled like a massive ball of fury. Whoosh! But a flash of sword light tore through it. Before the blood tiger demon could react fully, it was cut in half at the waist. Chapter 1142. Yi Chen smashed its head with his sword, took out the demon core, and then refined its blood essence using his secret method. Soon, Yi Chen extracted a caddy of blood essence. When he turned to look around, he saw that dozens of monsters had already fled, leaving only the 4 corpses he had just slain. That's enough. Just let you run for now. I'll refine this blood essence and practice for a while first. Yi Chen collected the corpses and found a mountain peak. He struck down the fierce beasts in Daoyuan territory, taking what was theirs. He took out the blood essence and demon cores one by one. Absorb these first, break through the bone-setting stage, and enter the dominating body stage. After the Tsongu period, body refining is divided into 9 levels. For example, from the 1st to the 9th level of the body stage, and from the 1st to the 9th level of the Huagang stage, each level strengthens the body and may produce qualitative changes. For instance, Yi Chen, who had been at the bone-setting stage, after breakthrough, reached the 1st level of the hegemonic stage. At least until the 5th level of the super body stage, he could be comparable to a spirit body. If he reached the 9th level of the Huagang stage, he could resist the attacks of a strong god king with his body alone. Yi Chen extracted the demon cores one by one. A demon core is a special storage of the soul's power, and it is also key to controlling the monster's body, equivalent to the human brain. Humans cannot use it, but monsters can. Additionally, the rudiments of these monsters' Tao are generally stored in the core. Unlike human friars, whose rudiments are spread throughout the body, when monsters fight, their Tao rudiments rise into the sky, unleashing tremendous power. The blood of a monster contains the essence of its body, including the power of blood and the power of heaven and earth. I've slain too many in Su Wang's territory. The source of the Tao is 17 heads. The Emperor respects 5 of them at the realm level. Yi Chen took 5 purple demon cores, along with the blood essence, and said, I hope these will help me break through in body refining. Xiao Huang, come out. Yi Chen called Xiao Huang, thinking, the rest of these will also be a great tonic for you, I'm sure. Xiao Huang shifted and said, the body of Emperor Zun has some effect on me. Under the Emperor's dignity, eating these is pointless. There is no prototype of the Tao, no demon core. Did you take them all? Naturally. Yi Chen found a place in the cave, took out a wooden barrel, and poured the blood essence inside, adding some miraculous medicine to the liquid. Stepping in, the essence and blood instantly flowed through him, and the violent energy permeated his body. This method was taught to Yi Chen by Blood 7 Knights. Only in this way could his body be fully stimulated. It might even have a great effect on awakening the blood vessels in Yi Chen's body. The blood essence, full of violent power, impacted Yi Chen. His body healed continuously while absorbing the blood. As long as the body reached its peak, he could break through the bone-setting stage. At that moment, in the northwest, a huge stone palace appeared, and a white tiger demon sat atop the hall. On both sides, a group of monsters sat, but now in human form, sitting on mats, tasting various wines. High-level monsters could transform into humans. However, in combat, this transformation weakened them, so they generally maintained human-like limbs to facilitate action. I wish the Demon King a long life. Congratulations on the prince's wedding. A demon beast in the imperial realm stood, holding a red wine cup. Now, the body refining place is growing stronger. Perhaps in the future, the Demon Emperor can lead us to retaliate against Kunlun Su. Yes, Kunlun once enslaved us, but we were slaughtered by the Blood Spirit clan. The elders of the Shuling clan let us die. Once we regain our strength, we will destroy Kunlun Su and avenge the ancestors of the Shuling clan. A tiger demon raised its cup to the white tiger demon. In its heart, it recalled, thousands of years ago, Kunlun Su dared to dominate our demon clan. In the near future, when we attack Kunlun Su, we must capture humans as mounts and seize beautiful women. Lord Demon. At that time, humans in Kunlun Su were powerful. Fortunately, our ancestors from the Blood Spirit clan moved our demon beasts and plants into this space. They even promised that in the future, Kunlun Su would be destroyed, and we would join the Shuling clan. Then our future would be bright. A demon plant, a huge tree turned into essence, had hands and feet. The trunk remained bronze, showing its ancient face, while green branches and leaves sprouted from its head. It was a vein of demon planting. In those years, demon plants were rare, but they were moved to this space by the Blood Spirit clan. Alright, gods and generals. Today is my king's birthday feast, and also the wedding of Prince Maple. I'll leave it to the future, a cat demon said slowly. Moreover, Kunlun Su contributes 100 emperors to the Blood Spirit clan ancestors every 100 years, yet we do not fear them. It's the king's birthday party and the prince's wedding. Thank you very much. In the center of the hall, a young man clasped his fists to the cat demon. I'm so happy today. Let us feast for the gods and generals. In the future, we will kill Kunlun and make humans our servants. Ha 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 ha. Prince Maple speaks wisely, worthy of our Destiny King court. Prince Maple has foresight, we will be like gods. Many demons and demon-planting gods praised him one after another. It seemed that in the body refining place, the demon emperor called himself God, while the demon beasts and plants called themselves divine generals when they reached the emperor's realm. There were dozens of gods and generals in the hall. The lowest ranked were 1 or 2 levels of emperor. Even a top sect could not compare to this strength. News! No, Demon King, something is wrong. Kuei-mu has encountered a man from Kunlun Su, and has already been defeated. A lion god rushed into the hall. He had participated in killing Yi Chen before. His cultivation reached 3 layers of the emperor's realm, making him very powerful. Presumptuous. Just like humans, daring to enter my body refining place. The god-ordered Demon King was furious. He left his post suddenly, sending thousands of ripples that shattered the ground. The aura was terrifying, even beyond the ancestors of Kingshanmen. His terrifying eyes contained immense blood power. He swept through the demons, shouting, "This tiny human dares to kill my god general on my king's birthday and my son's wedding. Who will capture this bold man? My king offers great rewards." "King!" The tiger demon who had stood earlier said, "Subordinate Tianmu is willing to go. Such ants and humans, I can crush them with a single fist." Chapter 1143. "King, my subordinates are willing to go." The demon plant also stood up, clasped his fists, and said, "If this man can kill Kuei Mu, his strength must be formidable. He is estimated to be at the 4th heaven of the Emperor Zun state, and my subordinates are already at the 5th heaven of Emperor Zun. I am willing to go. Kuei Mu, a god with blood tiger." So, they were all slain. Then this man must be skilled in single combat. The essence of this general is like willow, which can influence the trees around the forest and form an array. I don't believe it. I cannot let this man live. King, I will go. Another demon stood up and said, "My subordinates have been in the Emperor's respect realm for thousands of years. We are physically strong and can definitely take this man down." He secretly laughed in his heart, thinking, "This is the perfect opportunity to kill this man and present him as a wedding gift to Prince Maple. I must win the favor of Prince Maple. In the future, I will be able to break the Kunlun void and occupy it." The king of the heavenly destiny demons glanced at the general and said with a disdainful smile, "Tiny human, you dare challenge our destiny court. Very well, Willow General will take the lead to kill this man and bring his head to celebrate my birthday." "Yes, my lord." The demon plant clasped his fists. "It is my honor to slay this human. Before killing him, I will follow the orders of the Blood Spirit clan to strip his skin and crush him." After that, the Willow God turned to Prince Maple. "Please wait a moment. I will kill the human and then congratulate the prince on his wedding." It flew out of the hall, exuding a terrifying aura. Originally, the Blood Spirit clan had not destroyed the demon beasts and demon plants. They only killed all the masters in the spirit realm of the two clans, because those masters obeyed the orders of the Imperial Beast clan. The monsters and beasts in the lower realm could still be subdued. The Blood Spirit clan's reach was immense. They had conquered many planes. The strong in these planes were generally killed or half subdued. Although the Blood Spirit clan was powerful, the population base of one plane could not compare to that of many planes. Therefore, it was necessary to continuously recruit strong individuals from other planes, humans, demons, and monsters alike. As long as they submitted to the Blood Spirit clan and remained loyal, they could join the ranks and help conquer other planes. In the Tomb of Samsara, there were 100 strong. 30 of them were from Kunlun. This meant the remaining strong ones came from other planes. "Gentlemen, generals, seize the human friars." The Willow God commanded, and his violent aura swept toward Yichen like a tornado. In such a vast body refining land, monsters and demon plants were everywhere. Human friars had nowhere to hide. In the cave, Yichen's palms were pressed together. His body absorbed the essence of blood in the barrel. He saw his body gradually change from yellow to red, his channels expanded rapidly, and his bone density increased. Congealing period. It refers to the bone agglutination leading to qualitative change. Generally, even Emperor Zun state characters who don't specialize in body cultivation can reach the bone setting stage by bathing in blood and heavenly essence day and night. But the super body period was different. What is hegemony? As soon as the body emerges, it dominates the world. Relying solely on the body, one could kill any powerful individual in the Emperor Zun state, even mortally wound monks in the source realm of Taoism. Even if qi and blood were shocked, it would seriously injure the emperor's dignity. Compared with the qualitative change in the bone setting stage, the body's strength increased by dozens of times. In particular, the gap between the 9th level of the congealing period and the 1st level of the hegemonic stage is immense. It is comparable to the gap between man and nature. Once entered, combat power is enhanced tenfold. This boy. It's almost impossible to get the essence blood of the demon beasts this time. In the Tomb of Samsara, Blood's 7 knights watched Yichen and thought, Yi Chen needs at least the blood essence of 5 demon beasts in the Emperor Zun state to reach the first level of the hegemonic period. If he obtains the essence blood of a 1,000-headed Daoyuan state demon beast or a demon beast in the Emperor Zun state, he could reach the 5th level of the hegemonic period. Mo Ninger nodded thoughtfully. It is true. The highest here are the monsters in the Emperor's honor realm. If he acquires a demon beast's essence, he could potentially reach the 9th level of the super body stage. She was aware of the gap between the Emperor's respect realm and entering the divine realm, whether for humans or monsters. Without entering the divine realm, it was extremely difficult for 100 emperors to challenge someone who had just reached it. For demon beasts, the disparity in blood power was even greater. The spirit blood of a god-state demon beast was far more potent than the 9 levels of spirit essence of 10 emperors combined. This time, Yi Chen has taken a huge step forward. Ah, monsters are coming again. No, they're demon plants. Blood 7 Knights realized that the Willow God would be killed, then Yi Chen's body refining would awaken. Yi Chen emerged from his practice and sighed, it's not enough, maybe it's almost enough to suppress their 4 demon kings and the demon emperor. As he exited the barrel, impurities were expelled by the shock of his blood, and his entire body was surrounded by bursts of blood aura. He suddenly raised his head. Cold eyes like stars, his killing intent overflowed from his body. Extremely violent. My time is limited. Anyone who blocks my path to China must die. At the same time, in Huaxia, Beijing International Airport, a girl wearing a cap emerged from the airport. Her cap was pulled low, hiding her face, but her presence made every tourist uneasy. It was a cold, imposing aura, like a celestial being descending from the 9 heavens. Beside her, a little girl with a lollipop in her mouth looked around excitedly. Sister, Huaxia has so much delicious food. I'll take you to eat everything. Ji Xiqing glanced at Ji Lin and shook her head. Don't forget the purpose of our trip. We need to find Xia Ruoxue. For now, take me to Ye's house first. I want to know the situation. Ji Lin's smile vanished. I understand, sister. Ji Xiqing noticed Ji Lin's camera and gadgets, clearly ready to record. The next second, the camera fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Countless cameras were destroyed. It was strange to the extreme. Ji Xiqing stepped out of Beijing International Airport and took a photograph from her pocket. The photo showed a young girl in an evening dress, smiling radiantly. Looking at the girl in the photo, Ji Xiqing's icy face softened into a smile. Yi Chen's blood is special. His fate cannot be linked to ordinary women, but you have become a part of it. Things are not so simple. Xia Ruoxue, I look forward to meeting you. Chapter 1144. An abandoned factory stood in the west of Beijing. The factory was completely deserted. Most people did not notice it at all. But if Yi Chen were here, he would immediately realize that beneath this seemingly ordinary factory lay an array. And the operation of this array relied on a drop of blood essence, Yi Chen's blood essence. This abandoned factory served as a secret exit for Yi Chen to leave the Dark Hall of China. When he left China, he had anticipated that something might happen to the Dark Hall. Although the Dark Hall had been fearless at that time, he still devised this precaution. A very strong shielding array protected the factory. It was nearly impossible for even powerful individuals to detect it. Beneath the factory existed another world, stacked with technology and spirit stones. Breaking through it was extremely difficult. The abandoned factory itself stood 6 floors high. Outside the gate, Lu Lingfeng, the Dharma protector of the Dark Hall, paced anxiously. After Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian, the master of the hall, left, their news seemed to have vanished into the void. Initially, Yi Lingtian had gone to Kunlun Su to meet the hall master. He promised Lu Lingfeng that he would send letters every month. But after all this time, no letters had arrived. Everything around him had changed. Lu Lingfeng had once believed that his strength, combined with the Guardians, official power, the Yi family, and the Dark Hall, made them invincible. No one could shake them. But now, he realized he had been wrong. People had come out of nowhere. A group of formidable warriors suddenly arrived in China. The first few were elders, and their auras were terrifying. Even some strong members of the Dark Hall were suppressed. This group ruthlessly occupied the entire Yi family. Not only that, they hunted for every scrap of news about Yi Chen. Of course, the government had promised to protect the Yi family, but in the presence of such top-tier warriors, even they had to yield. The guardians who resisted were reduced to nothing but blood mist. It was overwhelming. This was the greatest crisis Lu Lingfeng had faced since assuming charge of the Dark Hall. He knew his duty, so he had immediately brought Xia Ruoxue and others here, sending information to Kunlun Su. All he could do now was wait. But how long could this place hold? He did not know. Creak. The door behind him suddenly opened. A girl appeared, as if stepping out of a painting. Her features were perfect, like the work of the gods themselves. "Miss Xia, what brings you here?" Lu Lingfeng asked cautiously. He knew the girl's connection to the hall master. Xia Ruoxue's beautiful eyes glimmered. "I've been here for a week. Are you going to stay hidden forever? Can you tell me what happened? I have the right to know. Besides, I am skilled enough to protect myself." Lu Lingfeng shook his head vigorously. "Miss Xia, those people are likely coming for you. Their strength is incredible. Hundreds have already died in the Dark Hall. The hall's loss is one thing, but you must not be harmed. This is what the hall master instructed me from the beginning," Xia Ruoxue said, her pink fists relaxing. She turned toward the house. "I understand. But I am not afraid of life or death. I'll wait a few days. If the storm does not pass, I will go to him myself. I will go to Kunlun Su to find him. I hope he is still alive." The door closed, leaving silence behind. Meanwhile, at the body refining land, Yi Chen emerged from the cave. His entire body exuded rolling evil spirit and blood aura, while thunder and lightning wrapped his arms, making him terrifying beyond measure. He looked down at everyone in front of him and said faintly, "Are you all here for death?" With these words came a surge of fury. "Asshole! How dare you kill Kuei-mu? Today, I, the Willow God, will personally capture you and present you to the Demon King." The Willow God was furious. Their murderous intentions had arrived, yet the other party displayed such audacity. What right did this human ant have? Utter provocation. Extreme provocation. A small Daoyuan state human had used some treasures to kill Kuei-mu. Did they think no one existed in the Destiny Court? What terrified the Willow God most was Xiao Huang, who was standing by Yi Chen. After all, Xiao Huang's aura far surpassed the Emperor realm. "All of you, together. If you kill that beast, I will personally deal with this boy who knows nothing of heaven and earth." The Willow God unleashed a shockwave. Countless branches extended from his body, connecting with the surrounding trees. Suddenly, tens of thousands of branches shot out, linking countless trees. These trees grew rapidly, reaching 100 meters in height, forming a trapping formation that encircled Yi Chen and Xiao Huang outside the cave. Willow God struck with his bare hands, sending out a faint road-empty explosion. Looking for death, Yi Chen formed a fist from thin air. The infinite strength of his blood surged out, as if to sweep the Nine Sky Palace. Each strike was heavy, stacked upon one another, covering everything around him. Along the way, Yi Chen's violent fist struck 3 gods and generals of the Emperor Zun state, as well as many Daoyuan realm worshippers. Bang! Bang bang! A demon plant exploded in midair, spilling its life essence outside the cave. Demon plants differ from monsters, they are composed entirely of plant matter. The life essence inside is liquid. Even a small bottle could extend an ordinary human's lifespan by 100 years. For monks, it was an extraordinary treasure for refining internal organs. Kunlun Su's emptiness made such treasures extremely rare. At this moment, Yi Chen had destroyed 3 Emperor Worship Environment Demon Plants and 10 Daoyuan Realm Demon Plants. The overflowing life essence was beyond measure. Excellent! Take this back, and it could deceive many low-level practitioners with short lifespans. Above, the fist seal accelerated, colliding directly with the Willow God's fist. Boom! A massive explosion. The Willow God's left hand shattered. He looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. How could a human from the original world break his branches? I am an emperor. Even under extreme circumstances, my strength reaches the 5 layers of Emperor Zun. 5 layers of heaven. Just by using your demon core to temper the soul's power. Yi Chen fired the Joyo Sky Killing Spear. One shot emitted the power of origin and blood, forming 2 great lights, tearing everything apart and blocking the Willow God's retreat. One struck directly into the Willow God's body. Bang! Like the Wanjun hammer, the Willow God was pierced through, leaving a green hole in his chest. The Willow God was shocked, still in a state of panic. Could the Daoyuan state truly destroy an emperor's realm? This is impossible. Chapter 1145. Since its establishment 3,000 years ago, no such event had ever occurred. Still stunned? Even 10 geniuses combined wouldn't dare what you just did. Yi Chen joked. As soon as he landed beside the Willow God General, he clenched his left fist. His fist force surged endlessly like the Yangtze River. In an instant, the Willow God General's body burst open in several places, spraying green fluid everywhere. 5 layers of heaven. No different from rubbish. Even an elder of the same level from Kingshanmen could resist at least 1 or 2 moves. But this demon plant did not even possess the concept or instinct to fight back. No wonder, grass and trees, even when they gain sentience, have extremely poor combat consciousness. A shot toward the heavens. Yi Chen murmured, gripping the Joyo Sky Killing Spear. The weapon erupted in demonic light, unleashing a wave of destructive power. One thrust pierced through the Willow God General's neck, the destructive force instantly obliterating his soul. Bang! 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 Explosions burst out continuously as 100 spear auras tore through the Willow God General's body. Destiny Court. Another God General had fallen. 3 moves. Only 3 moves, and Yi Chen killed him. Run! 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 The great general has fallen, run for your lives. The remaining 7 or 8 demon plants turned around and fled. With all Emperor Zun, realm god generals dead, how could mere Daoyuan realm cultivators fight? In the blink of an eye, they were tens of kilometers away. Run? Perfect. Go inform your demon king to come personally. This time, if I kill your demon king, I will break through to the sovereign stage. Yi Chen shattered the Willow God's trapping formation with one sword, seized the corpse, and returned to the cave. The aftermath of this battle spread quickly among nearby monsters and demon plants. Soon, the other 3 royal courts would know. When that time came, they would send more demons. Good, he would wait for them. Back in the cave, Yi Chen extracted the demon cores and original essence water. He began refining them to strengthen his soul power. At this moment, Yi Chen felt that this body refining land was a treasure trove, full of monsters, demon plants, and countless Emperor Zun-level beings. Killing a few groups would allow him to rapidly elevate both soul power and physical cultivation. Peace lingered elsewhere. Inside a grand hall, the prince and princess stood before a massive maple tree, ready to marry. A bow, pay respects to the demon emperor of the body refining land. Thank the demon emperor for governing the demon race, his achievements covering the sky. Second bow, thank the elders of the blood spirit clan for saving the demons from fire and water. Third bow, thank your parents for their kindness. The officiating demon was covered in blood-colored patterns, exuding the aura of the 6th layer of the Emperor Zun realm. He proclaimed solemnly. After this ceremony, the prince and princess must support one another, fulfill their duties, and make killing humans their primary task. Do your part for the body refining land. Take the mission of slaughtering Kunlun Void and even the humans of China as your responsibility. The demon race had been enslaved by humans for ages. Father. Prince Maple raised a cup of blood wine. This wine is brewed from human blood collected in the body refining land. I offer this wine to the king. I vow that from today forward, we shall never coexist with humans. Our demon clan shall devote itself to wiping out the human race. The king is pleased with such determination. This land had not seen humans for thousands of years. Blood wine brewed from humans had a distinct taste and was loved by demon beasts. Very little remained. It was only brought out during major events. As the demon king and prince drank human blood wine, another god general burst into the hall. King! Bad news, this human cultivator is far too strong. The Willow god general has fallen. 3 god generals have fallen. 17 venerable experts have died in battle, and 10 more are missing. Bang! The demon king slammed down his cup, overflowing with fury. Today was his 4,000th birthday and his son's wedding day, yet a human cultivator dared repeatedly kill his god generals. It was infuriating. King! I request to go to war. King! Allow me to fight. 2 violent auras erupted as 2 beings stood up. They eyed each other with contempt. A tiger demon sneered. King, I am willing to lead the god generals to kill this human cultivator. Willow was trash. He lingered at the 5th layer of the Emperor Zune realm for 1,000 years, getting killed was normal. But I have been in Emperor Zune for 1,500 years and have already touched the threshold of the 6th layer. I am several times stronger than Willow. I can kill this human warrior, and even earn merit before the king. King! I also request to fight. I will lead the generals to annihilate this human cultivator. Voices rang out as many god generals asked for permission to battle. Most of them were at the 5th or 6th layer of Emperor Zune, their Tao prototypes nearly 50 to 60% complete. Their physical bodies far surpassed Kue Mu and Willow. Once they fought, they would be even more terrifying than cultivators of the 7th layer of heaven. Monsters and demon plants were massive in size and carried far more blood essence than human cultivators of the same level. Monsters also had pure blood chi and powerful brain cores. Demon plants sometimes condensed rare demon fruits, extremely helpful in perfecting the Tao prototype. Demons of the same level and age could easily crush humans. In ancient times, without the powerful Kunlun Su cultivators who suppressed the demon race and enslaved them as mounts, the losses after the war with the Blood Spirit clan would have been far more disastrous. Behind the Demon King, endless demons roared in unison. The Demon King shakes the heavens and destroys Kunlun Void. The Demon King is invincible. Their projected Tao manifestations filled the hall. This was the power of the King's path. Among Emperor Zune existences, whether human, demon, or ghost, the level depended on the perfection of the Tao prototype. 10% meant 1st layer. 30% meant 3rd layer. And so on, until reaching 99%, where merging the power of an immortal artifact allowed advancement toward a complete Tao. At that moment, once the Tao emerged, heaven and earth would weep, signifying entry into the God realm. Father! My wedding is today. How dare a human cultivator act with such arrogance? I request the right to lead the heavenly army, execute this man, march out of the demon world, invade Kunlun Su, and exterminate the human race. Prince Maple declared firmly. The wedding rites are complete. From today forward, destroying the human race shall be my mission. Please allow me, Father, to lead the 200,000 strong heavenly army into battle. 200,000 heavenly soldiers. 100,000 monsters. 100,000 demon plants. No matter how strong that human was, he would surely die. Chapter 1146. Every 100 demons form a commander unit, and the commander is at the Void King realm. Every 1,000 demons have a 1,000-man general, and these 1,000 generals are in the Tao source realm. Every 10,000 demons have a god general, and these god generals hold the rank of Emperor's honor. Every 100,000 demons have a great commander, and a great commander is at the 5th level of the Emperor's honor. Such a powerful army of destiny numbers a total of 200,000 soldiers. With their joint attack formations, I do not believe we cannot kill this human cultivator. Even if we cannot kill him in direct combat, we can trap him and slowly grind him down. How can such a massive heaven-appointed court fail to eliminate a single human warrior? Good. My son is at the Emperor's respect realm. Among his peers in body refinement, no one can compare. If we cannot kill this man, we must reconsider the purpose of the Tianming army's existence. The imperial might of the God Order Demon King erupted in all directions, suffocating the demons like a dark cloud pressing down upon them. It stared at the backs of its subordinates, its thick fingers rhythmically tapping the table as it secretly pondered, human? Impatient? Humph. In ancient times, an insult like this, if someone dared ride on our necks, they would never be allowed to live. Now the 4 royal courts have trained millions of troops to attack you humans. It is only a matter of time. My king, you must consider this carefully. Do we need to wait until the full 5,000-year deadline arrives before launching our assault on Kunlun Su again? 5,000 years. After the ancient war ended, the Shulan clan relocated 95% of the monsters of Kunlun to the body refinement grounds and ordered them to attack Kunlun Su 5,000 years later. All humans, except the bloodline families who had submitted to the Blood Spirit clan, were to be slaughtered. For 5,000 years, 100 cultivators were taken every 100 years. This means 5,000 cultivators of the Emperor's Honor Realm were sent as basic sacrifices to the Blood Spirit clan. In 5,000 years, Kunlun Su would have only a handful of emperors left, with almost no spirit cultivators. How could they resist the body refinement grounds? Once Kunlun Su was destroyed, they would seize it completely and send soldiers and beasts to the Blood Spirit clan. Destiny Court. Mobilize the troops, deploy them. Send out the 200,000 heavenly soldiers. More than 100 Dao Source Realm generals, 10 Emperor-level God generals, and several Beast Kingdom God generals, over 20 God generals in total, joined forces to kill Yi Chen. Even top-tier Emperor Realm experts would struggle to escape the joint attack formation of the 200,000-strong Tianming army. While they were deploying their troops, Yi Chen had already rapidly absorbed demon cores and blood essences of various demons to temper both soul and body. On the other side, within the Lianyuan royal court, the Demon King of Lianyuan was hosting many god generals in the Great Hall. This place was once the former site of the Baijian League. During the ancient war, the entire Baijian League was exterminated, and these demon kings and god generals established their royal courts atop its ruins. As for the former site of Yeshuzang, it seemed to have been occupied by the Demon Emperor. God generals. Once the Lianyuan army completes its training, we will wait another 2,000 years. 100 years ago, I received a message from the Blood Spirit clan elders. When the 5,000-year period ends, the Demon Emperor will lead us into Kunlun Su, said the Lianyuan Demon King excitedly. Its body glowed with a gray luster, like the essence of a skyful star. Not only had this skyful star gained sentience, it had, under the rule of Wanyao Heavenly Court, established the Lianyuan Royal Court, one of the 4 great courts. As a demon plant, its cultivation was terrifying. The Lianyuan Demon King raised a cup of human blood wine alongside dozens of god generals. In the future, after we break through Kunlun Su and exterminate the Terrans, Lord Kuei intends to assign us to the Northern Star region to participate in the battles of the Beidou Protoss. According to Lord Kuei, the Beidou Protoss resides on the Beidou continent, a mid-martial level plane, and there are Hunyuan realm masters among them. What's more, they possess numerous first-class immortal artifacts, as well as second-class and third-class ones. In the future, it is entirely possible for us to step into the God realm and ascend to the God King realm. Opportunity is ahead, our future will be brilliant. Beidou Protoss. What of them? The Blood Spirit clan elders have prepared for 3,000 years, and we have millions of soldiers from the Lianyuan royal court. Why should we fear attacking them? King. There are 200,000 Tianming troops mobilized in the Tianming royal court. A god general rushed into the hall and reported, "It appears that a human cultivator has entered the body refinement grounds." With just a few moves, he killed General Kueimu and General Liumu. The Prince of Maple mobilized his army, likely intending to exterminate that human. A human? Can you determine this human's condition? The Lianyuan demon king appeared calm, but inwardly thought, could Kunlun be attacking our body refinement grounds? Impossible. Kunlun Su had been crushed by the Blood Spirit clan for 3,000 years, over 2,000 emperors had fallen. How could they have the strength to attack us? What does this human cultivator intend by entering the place where I cultivate? Report to the king. I learned this from the demon plants near the human. The human cultivator entered through the passage. As soon as he arrived, he killed Kuemu. Then the heavenly king sent the willow god general to take revenge, but he was defeated in 3 moves. The general looked uneasy and whispered, the human even declared he wants to kill the demon emperor. Presumptuous. Arrogant. Bastard. Several god generals immediately stood up, fury written across their faces. For countless years, it had always been the demon race that devoured humans, eating human flesh and drinking human blood wine. For a mere human to speak like this was an insult to the heavens. He must be obliterated by the heavenly way. Lord, this human dares challenge our demon race, I must kill him. A god general roared. To him, humans were equivalent to food. How could food dare to rebel, let alone threaten its master? Lord, this man is arrogant. I will peel off his skin, make a bone cup from his skull, and brew his blood into blood wine, another god general said, trembling with rage. What is the cultivation level of this human? How old is he, and which sect does he belong to? Asked the Lianyuan demon king calmly. It was more composed than the younger demons, having lived since ancient times. It had seen great demons skinned and turned into food by humans, so it was not easily agitated. According to the report, the human is very young, he appears to be in his 20s. Judging by his aura, his Tao source cultivation is around the 45th layer of heaven, but his combat strength is at least comparable to the 5th level of the Emperor realm. As for which sect? The general hesitated. His techniques resemble those of the Night Blood Gate, but also the undeniable Sword sect. It seems complicated, but extremely pure, and incredibly powerful. Chapter 1147. Night Blood Sect? Immortal Sword School? The demon king of Lianyuan looked puzzled and muttered, one sect has already been destroyed, and the other is on the verge of destruction. Could this man be the descendant of the Immortal Lord and the Seven Night God? Or is he a pathfinder sent by the Shuzhou sect of Kunlun? Does Kunlun Su intend to attack my body refinement grounds? According to Lord Kuei, very few people in Kunlun even know the body refinement grounds exist. They shouldn't be able to attack us. Well then, Meteor God General, 100 Flowers God General. You two will lead 5,000 Lianyuan soldiers. Go and assist the Tianming army in hanging that human warrior. Remember, your primary task is to observe. Let the Tianming army handle most of the killing. A sinister smile appeared on the face of the Lianyuan demon king. That old bastard from the Destiny Court lost several god generals in an instant. He must be heartbroken. Judging from that human cultivator's strength, he'll kill at least 30 to 40,000 heavenly soldiers. That's good. Reducing the power of the Tianming army benefits us. Also, Meteor God General, 100 Flowers, monitor the passage closely. Prevent a larger force from sneaking into Kunlun. The 2 god generals accepted the order immediately and left to mobilize their troops. Meanwhile, the remaining 10 god generals in the hall looked confused. Mobilizing so many demon beasts and demon plants for a single human warrior? But this was the body refinement grounds. King! In the future, when we invade the Beta continent, will we be the vanguard? Another general asked slowly. If we serve as vanguard forces and enter Beta first, we can seize many immortal artifacts and break into the divine realm. You're at the 6th level of the Emperor realm. Don't worry, the Lianyuan demon king said calmly. My lord, in 2,000 years, I will almost reach the 9th level of the Emperor realm. The Blood King Su Hui replied proudly, the King of Blood is unparalleled. We plunder resources from low and mid-tier worlds, use them to raise mid and low-level experts, then let those experts fight and grow stronger through war. Eventually, they become high-level powers capable of conquering higher worlds. As far as I know, the Blood Spirit clan is fighting on 8 fronts at once, gathering massive resources. Enough of that for now. The Demon King of Lian Yuan waved his hand and smiled. Tell me more about this human warrior. A cultivator at the 4th level of the Dao Source realm destroying a 5th level emperor? Even in ancient times, I never heard of such a monstrous human. One general thought for a moment and said, based on the Blood Spirit clan's ancient records and our body refinement data, a cultivator at the 4th level of the Dao Source realm battling and defeating a 5th or 6th level emperor means 2 things. First, his physical body is extremely strong. Second, his offensive power is terrifying. At the very least, his physical body should be at the bone-setting stage, comparable to a god general. As for his attack power, it is probably due to inheriting the 7 Night God King's abilities. That would explain his overwhelming strength. Generally, the blood force of an Emperor Realm cultivator is around 1 million gene, capable of tearing apart powerful arrays. Dao Source cultivators normally range between 100,000 and 500,000 gene. If someone in the Dao Source realm possesses 1 million gene of blood force, and combines it with a bone coagulation stage body, they can fight demon beasts of the Emperor realm. Typically, Kunlun Su and the body refinement grounds cultivate 4 types of power. First, soul power. After reaching divine realm, they cultivate soul techniques to attack or suppress the enemy's soul with heavenly sword seals. Second, blood power. Strong enough to tear through 9 layers of void, and even physically crush monsters. Third, physical power, divided into breaking body, coagulating bone, dominating body, transforming vigor, empty body, spirit body, magic power, soul breaking, immortality. Each stage brings a qualitative transformation. Fourth, the nascent Dao, which evolves from the Dao Source realm up to the 9th layer, and after reaching the Emperor realm, one forms their own path, Sword Dao, Immortal Dao, etc. There are thousands of Daos, each unique. The 4 powers complement each other to break through realms. If one's physical and blood power vastly exceeds their realm, they can sometimes leap across major realms to kill the enemy, but this is extremely rare for lower-level cultivators. For example, Willow God General's soul power was weak and negligible. His blood power was only 700,000 gene, far weaker than Yi Chen's 1.7 million gene. His body was at the 9th level of the breaking body stage, while Yi Chen's body had reached the 9th stage of bone coagulation. Dying instantly was normal. Let's wait and see. The Demon King fell into thought. Meanwhile, countless demon beasts and demon plants were gathering, forming a massive army. Their sole target: Yi Chen. Prince Fengmu led the 200,000-strong Tianming army and fully surrounded the cave. Beside him stood more than 10 god generals such as Tiansu and Silver Carp. In total, 25 god generals were present, 25 monsters or beasts at the 4th level of the Emperor realm. Such a lineup would doom any other human being instantly. You rebellious human! How dare you defy the heavens? Die! You dared to kill 2 generals of our dynasty. You will pay in blood. Come out right now. I may consider giving you a quick death. Prince Fengmu shouted. But Yi Chen stood with both hands clasped behind his back, calm, utterly indifferent. His gaze was cold, as if looking at idiots. Seeing Yi Chen's complete refusal to surrender, Prince Fengmu exploded with fury, roaring. Tianming army! Form the array. Trap and kill him. Yes, Prince. In an instant, the 200,000 Tianming soldiers moved into 3 layers of encirclement around the cave. Each monster beast and demon plant took its designated position in the array. Suddenly, light surged beneath their feet. The beams of light shot upward, intertwining. Every 1,000 soldiers formed a unit, 20 units, each glowing like a blazing sun. Crack! Crack! Beams of light shattered open, and from within stepped 20 god generals, each holding war spears, their auras earth-shattering. these were the 20 battle god manifestations formed from the combined power of the 200,000 demons. Each carried the might of an Emperor Realm cultivator. Each 1,000-man unit's leader, originally just a Dao Source cultivator, was now transformed into an Emperor-level god general by the array. The original 10,000-man commanders were naturally Emperor Realm. With the formation complete, the 200,000 demon soldiers, along with 20 Emperor-level manifestations, amounted to 40 Emperor-level powers. Even Dao's sect could not muster such strength. And this array originated from the Blood Spirit clan, designed to multiply the strength of large armies. 20 Emperor-level manifestations? Yi Chen sneered. You really think you can surround me? The corner of his lips curled into an evil smile. Then the smile vanished. Only coldness remained. Chapter 1148. Yi Chen's cold eyes swept across everyone in the Tianming army. He thought, there are so many demons in the Emperor's realm. Although none exceed the 6th layer, they're enough for me to step into the dominating body period. His gaze landed on the Maple Prince, his expression grew icier. Do you think my arrival is meaningless? Not bad, someone sneered. A god general is still a god general. It's treacherous for you, a lowly human, to dare kill one. Since ancient times, Terrans have looked down on our demon clan. Killing and eating humans has always been normal for us. But if Terrans dare kill our people, that's unforgivable. The Maple Prince was domineering, black hair whipping like madness, his whole body soaked in blood aura. He was a cultivator at the 6th layer of the Emperor's realm, and his arrogance matched his rank. God? Yi Chen asked with interest. You mean your demon emperor? The Maple Prince produced a bone cup, an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Human, look closely. This bone cup was carved from your ancestors' skulls. You lowly humans only deserve to be our slaves. We do not owe you any mercy. He produced a pot of wine and slowly poured it into the bone cup. The smell of blood overflowed. This wine is refined from your people's blood. How about that end? Surrender and live, perhaps. The Maple Prince's menace was meant to cow the human, but Yi Chen's reply was not fear. Yi Chen thrust out his spear, and in an instant the world shifted color. A spear chi burst forth, returning to its primal nature. Containing the force of 1,000,000 gene of blood power, it did not diffuse, it bore straight toward the Maple Prince with destructive breath, as if forged from immortal kendo. Prince, be careful, the Silver Carp God shouted. The Silver Carp God rushed in, a silver carp-shaped spirit erupted to block in front of the Maple Prince. The moment the spear's aura struck, the violent blood power overwhelmed the Silver Carp's body. A bloody cavity tore open. Before the Maple Prince could be struck, 5 gods were pierced. Bang! 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 Crack after crack sounded. All 5 gods were impaled through body and soul. 3 monsters and 2 demon plants were obliterated, their bodies exploded and their souls were destroyed. Help! Help me, someone screamed. Uncle Tiansu, help! The Maple Prince stood frozen, locked by the spear's breath, eyes staring at the flying spear as if watching a mountain fall, unable to block, unable to flee. At that moment they all realized they had provoked someone they should not have provoked. The physiology of Emperor Realm monsters is fundamentally different from humans. If a human at the same realm has adequate methods and power, they can crush monsters. 6 gods fell in an instant. Save the prince, someone shouted. Turn back. Save the prince. Generals rallied, launching sword chi and spirit blades to resist Yi Chen's spear. They only knew the Maple Prince was the Demon King's son. If he died, they would be ruined. In the distance, members of Lian Yu and Wang Ting were stunned speechless. The Baihua god murmured, watching Yi Chen like a murderous deity near the cave. What kind of power did the Destiny Court provoke? Facing 200,000 Destiny army troops alone, no fear, and 1 spear killed 6 gods. No, he killed 2 god generals with that spear. Is he a Dao source origin or more? That human isn't just physically strong, he must have at least 1.8 million gene of blood power. Otherwise the explosive force could never be like that. Moreover, he seems to cultivate 3 unique heavenly weapons. Meteor God's eyes were fierce as he studied Yi Chen's moves. 3 unique sky weapons? What martial path is this? Someone asked. In ancient times, Kunlun Su had the strongest hands. When that spear was unleashed, it tore through the 9 void. No ordinary combination of Tao could stop it. Meteor God, who had survived millennia and witnessed ancient wars, recalled the stories. It said that among those strong blood spirit people felled by the 3 unique broken sky spears, there were 9 Hada level and 27 Huan Yuan level masters. Very strong. We'd better, someone began. This person is very likely the inheritor of the most powerful lineage. Baihua God did not accept that quietly. He snorted and dismissed the claim. He was not convinced the strongest still survived. As they argued, more cracks split the air. The Destiny army suffered more losses. 3 more god generals fell to that same spear. In total, 11 gods and generals had died by that attack, including the Silver Carp God General, the old generation peak at Emperor's 3 layers, all pierced through the heart and their souls destroyed. The demon cores remained intact, however. Did I let you go? Yi Chen asked coldly. You little monster, to flip the order and reverse the Tao? A voice spat. Do you call your existence righteous? Ridiculous. Yi Chen's eyes darkened, the light of reincarnation swirled about him like a demon. He scanned the 200,000 strong Tianming army, one man facing 200,000, step by step he advanced. He declared, I originally intended only to subdue your 4 royal courts and the Wanyao Tianting formation. But you dared to profane our ancestors' remains. Then hear this, your 200,000 demon clans will all die. No, every demon clan in your body refinement grounds must perish. The Blood Spirit clan will not suffer those who desecrate their dead. Those clans who profane their predecessors will be annihilated. Even if I, Yi Chen, suffer grievously, I will slay Demon Heaven. Sword Gate. Manifest. Yi Chen drew the dragon-chopping, sky-questing sword. With a single stroke he cleaved triple void, infinite sword chi burst outward, scattering like stars across the sky. It formed 100 zhang sword gate in the air. The sword's might was such that it could slay gods and crush Buddhas. Chapter 1149. At this moment, Yi Chen's killing intent swept out like a raging storm, covering everything. He gripped the dragon-slaying, heaven-questioning sword tightly in his 5 fingers and pointed it at the Maple Prince. No one leaves alive. Such light words, yet they fell like a death sentence. The Maple Prince had never been so humiliated. Never had he been insulted by what he considered a mere mole ant. His eyes were filled with endless fury. Damn human. You'd better think carefully. I am the prince of the royal court. Even if I lack dignity, my royal court commands 1,000,000 heavenly troops, 200 divine generals, and thousands of monsters. You wouldn't dare kill me. If I die today, heaven itself will tear open Kunlun's void. The Maple Prince panicked. Seeing Yi Chen truly intending to kill him, he jumped up and shouted desperately, thinking Yi Chen would consider the consequences and spare him. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly and spoke a single word. Cut. As his voice fell, it was as if a torrential rain swept across the sky. Countless sword auras shredded monster after monster. In the Tao origin realm, anything brushed by the sword aura was destroyed instantly. Yi Chen's face turned slightly pale. He had expended too much blood and qi and needed replenishment. He took out 2 bottles of essence blood from demons of the Emperor's realm and drank them directly, absorbing the power of blood and qi. The manifestation of the sword gate consumed a tremendous amount of strength. One use drained most of his body's power. Even a campy emperor of the 6th layer would use everything in a full strike. Bang! Bang! Boom! Monsters exploded in every direction. Even demon plants that reverted to their true forms couldn't withstand the blows. Their true bodies were fast, but also enormous targets. Within moments, 200,000 sword beams tore through the sky. After only 30 seconds, the mountain forests were painted blood red. Flesh hung from branches, the once dry earth had turned scarlet. More than 20,000 demon beasts and 20,000 demons had been slaughtered. Human. You, my destiny army. Let me go. Let me fight him to the death. The Maple Prince's eyes nearly split apart. He had personally mobilized the divine generals to form this destiny army. Whether destroyed or crippled, it would now be useless. More than 50,000 demons were annihilated and 30,000 monsters severely injured. Even battling another royal court for an entire month wouldn't have caused such losses. This human warrior. He was a devil. Prince, leave. Prince, this man is at a demon king level, we cannot stop him. Go. General Tiansu clutched his chest and shouted. Tiansu was pale. His body had suffered immense damage. The bloody hole in his chest sprayed blood, and the spear's residual wool still clung to him, unable to disperse. Even his foundation was shaken. Just one strike. It wasn't even the true spear body, only a spear aura released from the blade tip, yet the shockwave alone shredded him. It was unimaginable how terrifying this young human truly was. Even the Supreme Destiny Demon King could not unleash such terror. Prince. Leave now. Report to Lord King. This man is too powerful. If possible, inform him. A spear aura tore through the demon plant's body, exploding its original essence into countless droplets and leaves. It was a willow demon plant, a god-level existence, yet Yi Chen's sword destroyed its soul completely. Its blood force erupted like a tidal wave, instantly erasing 7 or 8 demon beast worshippers nearby. The monster beast worshippers. All were Dao origin realm experts, yet they died from the mere aftershock. Among the 200,000 Destiny army, those in the general ranks weren't even qualified to fight. Yi Chen, 1 sword and 1 spear, had already wiped out 15 divine generals, meaning 15 demon clans of the Emperor's realm were destroyed. Devil! The devil! The devil has come! Run! Forget everything, run! This human is a devil! Panic swept the skies. The Destiny army, once believing themselves successors of fate, conquerors of royal courts, now trembled. The Yi Chen before them was like the Lord of Destruction. Thousands could not approach him, they were killed by aftershocks alone. The remaining monsters of the Void Realm and Holy Land could not muster the slightest intention to fight. The man before them. One man suppressed 200,000 Destiny troops. The arrogant Destiny army could not lift their heads. And all this was against a human only in the Dao Source realm, at best, a venerable. Defeated. Defeated, defeated. The so-called inheritors of destiny, those claiming they would sweep Kunlun void, lies. All lies. A divine general stood atop a giant tree, watching the fleeing army scatter in shame. Grief and frustration overcame him. 200,000 elite troops of the Million Destiny army couldn't stand against a single human. Sweep Kunlun Su. Dominate all realms? Ridiculous. One human from Kunlun Su can suppress an entire imperial court. What 1,000-year war are we even talking about? The monster beside him trembled as it looked at Yi Chen. It saw Yi Chen like a harbinger of death. It murmured. Maybe Kuei Mu and Lu Mu shouldn't have provoked you. Your strength leaves us no will to fight. I only beg you, spare the Maple Prince. He is the royal court's only prince. What do you want? Lord King will give it to you. I only beg your permission. Permission? Maple Prince? Yi Chen's voice rumbled like thunder. How could I spare the one who used the skulls of our ancestors as wine cups and refined their bones into wine? Yi Chen's entire body burned with blood and fury. He shot into the sky, staining the heavens red. Each step made the mountains tremble, and thousands of monsters exploded instantly. Yi Chen, whose body had reached the Tsongu stage, surged with terrifying blood power. His eyes flowed with a second blood moon. Something had happened in Huaxia, Xia Ruoxue was in danger. He could not rush to her immediately. It infuriated him. And the only ones who could bear this fury were those before him. Whoever they were, they would all die. Blood burst across the land. Countless monsters shattered, blood flowed everywhere. Demon plants burst under the pressure of his chi and blood. The once glorious, once invincible Destiny army, marching with pride and arrogance, had now only delivered demon cores and blood essence to Yi Chen. 200,000 Destiny troops. 30,000 dead the moment Yi Chen's blood chi exploded. Most of the Destiny army were not Dao Source or Void Realm. Most demon soldiers were only Zhenyuan or Divine Travel Realm. Against them, Yi Chen was a world-ending demon god. His blood power alone crushed the very heaven they cultivated in. Chapter 1150. You're not qualified. Yi Chen felt he was still not strong enough, otherwise, how could an army of 200,000 demon clans dare to attack and try to kill him? He stretched out his left hand, and his blood surged violently. In the air, it condensed into a giant hand, like a cloud of blood, that crushed the Maple Prince. Blood sprayed everywhere, even his demon core and blood essence were left behind. Ah! Human! You've killed the Prince of the Heavenly Court. Human, tell me your name. I will never let you go. The Divine General who had previously tried to calm the battlefield completely snapped. His entire body erupted like a burning mass of blood. He charged through countless monsters, but was instantly struck and burst into a mist of blood. It was as if he had ignited all his blood and soul in a suicidal attack. Bang bang! Bang! The scattered Destiny army fled toward the east. Yi Chen killed from the west. Anyone who dared to block him, whether a venerable or a commander, was slaughtered instantly. Remember, my name is Yi Shitian. Your physical body is impressive. Yi Chen watched as the Divine General killed hundreds of monsters. Songgu stage. 7 steps, interesting. He raised his right hand slightly, and an enormous invisible force imprisoned the Divine General, grabbing him out of thin air. Yi Chen said calmly. You're merely at the first layer of the Emperor Venerable Realm. Maple Prince is dead. The other demon clans at the Emperor Venerable level are already fleeing for their lives. Yet you alone choose to explode your essence and fight to the death. A loyal minister indeed. But you shouldn't have defiled the remains of my ancestors. Yi Chen swung his arm. Blood exploded, the Divine General's body was shattered into pieces. At this moment, Yi Chen's body had started further transformation. He had reached the 9th stage of the bone-setting realm, becoming twice as strong as before. His physical strength is even greater now. The prototype of a Dao. Looking at the 16 Emperor-level demons who had died beneath Yi Chen's sword, Xiao Huang muttered, if we strip the Dao prototypes from their bodies, maybe Yi Chen can quickly improve his 2 Daos. But these monsters' Dao prototypes are too weak. They're far too weak to help Yi Chen, and may even weaken the power of his sword Dao and killing Dao. Forget it. Xiao Huang flew forward and grabbed the head of a demon beast at the Emperor Venerable Realm. I'll help him extract the demon cores and collect blood essence. With so many demon beasts in the Emperor Venerable Realm, it's enough for him to break through to the domination body stage. Every time he thought about Yi Chen reaching the super hegemonic stage, Xiao Huang couldn't. However, once he reached the domination body stage, his internal organs would be covered by golden light. When the golden body emerged, he would become a domination body, capable of crushing heaven and earth. At least within Kunlun. But if fighting the Blood Spirit clan, one moment of carelessness could still cost everything. Rustle, rustle. As he activated his cultivation technique, the blood essence rapidly infiltrated Yi Chen's 5 viscera and 6 organs. Help but laugh. The strength of the hegemonic stage was something he understood well. Once Yi Chen reached the first level of the hegemonic stage, even if his cultivation realm didn't rise, the power of his flesh alone would be enough to crush and kill an emperor-level powerhouse. As long as Yi Chen became strong enough, he would be qualified to fight Han Yun, the king of emperors. A year ago, Yi Chen had fought against the spirit state powerhouses of the Blood Spirit clan, relying mainly on physical strength and the prototypes of his Daos. In the future, if facing Shenwang-level experts, if their bodies were weak, the power of the Lord's Soul would attack and kill. Body and Tao prototypes, main defense. Blood power and divine soul, main offense. Bang bang. Bang. The spear and sword shadows fell from the sky. After countless monster beasts were destroyed, many heavenly soldiers reverted to their true forms and fled in terror. For a moment, countless birds and monster beasts attempted to escape through the skies, but the faster they fled, the faster death caught up with them. Another strike of the sword gate. If this scene weren't narrated, it would be a painting. Yi Chen looked like a demon god massacring the heavenly army. Corpses covered the ground, there was no soil visible. Scarlet blood and demon fragments exploded everywhere. The greenish demon blood mixed with red formed grotesque colors. Over 30,000 flying monsters were cut down, their bodies hanging from trees in horrific ways. The smell of blood surged into the heavens. It was over soon. Yi Chen returned to the cave. He turned and glanced at the flattened battlefield. The trees had been leveled by the heavenly destiny army. The remains of demon beasts stretched all the way to the horizon. The thick stench of blood lingered, as if an ancient war had taken place. This war. Yi Chen fought 200,000 alone. He killed 100,000 enemies, slew 17 emperor and venerable level monsters, over 100 Tao origin warriors, and countless virtual king realm beasts. The 200,000 destiny army was completely crippled. Only 3 divine generals and fewer than 30 Tao masters escaped. Even if the destiny army fought against 3 other royal courts combined, they could not have produced such devastating results. Yi Chen's eyes were cold as he swept across the battlefield. Blood stained the corner of his mouth. Though he had won overwhelmingly, he was also heavily wounded. Fortunately, he had demonic chi and blood chi protecting his body, along with the existence of the blood dragon's phantom. Without them, he wouldn't even be standing. He looked up at the blood dragon's looming phantom in the sky. The blood dragon absorbed endless blood, its form expanding constantly. Not only that, its surface was now covered in layers of scales. The scales even emitted golden light. Is the blood dragon about to become physical? Yi Chen murmured. Many experts in the reincarnation cemetery had said that the cemetery was not his final trump card. The blood dragon was. The blood dragon was born from his body. It was the source of his slaughtering power. If it fully transformed into a 9-heaven dragon, the greatest beneficiary would undoubtedly be Yi Chen. However, even after absorbing all the blood here, something still seemed missing. Something prevented the blood dragon from fully transforming. Its strength had also decreased. While Yi Chen pondered, Xiao Huang approached him and said, "Your body is extremely strong. This time, we obtained 15 demon cores. 2 were destroyed by you, there was no way to collect them. As for the blood essence, the usable portion is enough for you. All of it is Emperor Venerable level. You go into seclusion. The blood dragon and I will protect you. I'm looking forward to your body stepping into the dominating stage. Maybe then, you can match my physical body." Yi Chen looked at Xiao Huang and nodded. Alright. His greatest purpose in coming to the land of physical tempering was to refine his body. Now that he was about to break through, it was time. Deep within the cave, Yi Chen immersed himself in a massive barrel filled with blood essence. He planned to use the essence of these demons to temper his internal organs. His physical body had already been refined through the bone-setting stage. But to enter the domination body stage, he needed to temper his internal organs into gold, so that even if he suffered another devastating attack, his organs would not shatter. Humans were not monsters. Even if a monster's upper or lower body was blown apart into blood mist, it could regenerate rapidly using chi and blood. But even at the 9th level of the bone-setting stage, if Yi Chen suffered an attack strong enough to destroy his internal organs, survival would be extremely difficult.